Chapter 591. On Li Mubai's birthday, even the imperial court specially sent a middle-ranking official to Chang'an with gifts from the emperor to congratulate him. Although Wu Zetian used all kinds of means to suppress the aristocratic families, she still needed to save face. Many officials of the imperial court in the capital also sent their sons and nephews to the Li mansion in Chang'an with generous gifts. As for the aristocratic families and officials in Chang'an, it was needless to say. Today's day was undoubtedly a grand gathering for the descendants of the aristocratic families to socialize. For those who were much lower in status than them, it was also a rare opportunity to get to know them. Therefore, as long as they could come, they would all come. The fact that they could come meant that they were of high social status. Only at this kind of time and in this kind of family would such a strange scene occur. Because the officialdom of the southern border was about to undergo a great purge, there would be a large number of vacant official positions. Those who wanted to find an official position for their sons and nephews would all rush to Chang'an like sharks smelling blood. Among this group of sharks, the most powerful were the aristocratic families. Li Mubai's birthday party became a meeting for these bigwigs to divide the spoils. It should be known that these bigwigs were all influential heroes. If not for such a good opportunity, they could only hold a large-scale gathering secretly. Otherwise, once the emperor found out, he would not be able to sleep well. However, with their status and extravagance, even if they were to travel incognito, they would still be escorted by numerous guards in the open and in the dark. It would be fine if one or two of them met, but if so many important people were to gather together, only a blind person would not be able to see it. With such a good opportunity, they could gather openly, and no one would be able to question them. At the gate of the Li mansion, the old steward and a few stewards dressed in fresh and clean cyan robes welcomed the guests with a smile. After receiving the name card, there would be someone leading the servants to hand the gifts to the gatehouse for registration. If an important person came, the steward would announce the name. Li Taigong's sons and grandsons were waiting inside. After hearing the name card, they would come out to greet them according to their corresponding status and seniority. Gongsun Bufan and Yang Fan rode in 2 ox carts and arrived at the gate of the Li mansion with a creaking sound. Ox carts were a relatively slow means of transportation. Not only people who traveled long distances would not use such slow ox carts, but even in the city, few people would take ox carts. But this was only limited to officials and ordinary people. Aristocratic families were not included. Ox carts were the favorite means of transportation of aristocratic families during the Han and Jin dynasties. Because ox carts were spacious and stable, riding them could fully display the graceful demeanor of aristocratic families. So even though few people took ox carts in Luoyang nowadays, ox carts were still common in Chang'an, the ancient capital of thousands of years. Of course, as long as they saw people traveling in ox carts, they would know that it must be an aristocratic family with a long history. As soon as the head steward saw the 2 ox carts, he knew that they must be from an aristocratic family. He immediately welcomed them with a smile, and at the same time, signaled the deputy steward to prepare to call out the names. Gongsun Bufan got off the carriage and the steward who accompanied him immediately handed over the greeting card on his behalf. A few servants in green clothes carried many congratulatory gifts tied with red silk and pasted with the character longevity on them from the back of the carriage. Li Taigong's eldest grandson heard this and quickly came out to greet Gongsun Bufan. As soon as he saw Gongsun Bufan, he cupped his hands and greeted Gongsun Bufan with a smile. Then, he went inside to let the guest in. The steward's eyes were sharp. He saw that Gongsun Bufan was sitting in the first cart and the gifts were also placed in the first cart. Seeing that there was no movement from the cart behind, the steward smiled and said, "Are the guests in the cart behind also from Gongsun family?" Gongsun Bufan glanced at the back and hurriedly pretended that he didn't know them. He shook his head and turned to Li Taigong's eldest grandson. He said with a smile, "I'm here to congratulate old master on his 88th birthday. Please lead the way. I want to pay my respects to old master in person." Gongsun Bufan glanced at the back and hurriedly pretended that he didn't know them. He shook his head and turned to Li Taigong's eldest grandson. He said with a smile, "I'm here to congratulate old master on his 88th birthday. Please lead the way." I want to pay my respects to old master in person. Ha ha ha, brother Gongsun, please. Brother Li, please. Gongsun Bufan was even more anxious than the host. He hurriedly entered the Li family's gate. At this time, Yang Fan just got off the cart. He didn't have any servants to help him, so he didn't need anyone to help him with the gifts. He carried them and walked over leisurely, nodding to the white-haired old steward with a smile. The old steward didn't dare to be negligent. Which family's steward was this old steward from? The Longxi Li clan. He was the steward of the Li clan lord and had served old master since he was young. He had seen all kinds of people and experienced all kinds of situations. He didn't dare to treat this young master lightly when he saw that he was dressed in simple clothes and had a calm demeanor. He didn't dare to treat him lightly. He looked at this young master again and saw that he didn't have anything on him except for a small bag about a foot long. It was so light that it didn't weigh much. His face was even more affectionate, and the wrinkles on his face were like blooming autumn chrysanthemums. According to the old man's experience, the smaller the gift, the more precious it was. His old master loved to collect rare things. If this young man's birthday gift was some rare antique or unique item, his old master would definitely be happy. The old steward went forward and didn't let the stewards do anything. He personally took the gift from Yang Fan's hand. When he looked down, his smile froze. A pair of longevity candles appeared in front of his eyes. Although there was a paper bag underneath, since there was a pair of longevity candles on the top, how precious could the gift underneath be? The old steward still couldn't believe it. He secretly squeezed the paper bag. It was broken. The feeling from his hand was that it was clearly a bag of snacks. The old steward's face twitched violently. He raised his head and looked at Yang Fan in disbelief. When Yang Fan was about to say something auspicious, he suddenly found that the old man's face was a little strange. He couldn't help asking curiously, "Old man, what's wrong?" The old steward seemed to have run around Chang and city 3 times before he came back. He took a few deep breaths and swallowed the malicious words that had rushed to the tip of his tongue. He forced a smile and said, "Young master, do you have an invitation?" There were only 2 kinds of guests today, those with invitation and those without. Basically, the number of people who had an invitation could be counted on one hand. Only the leading figures of the major families had an invitation. Most of these people were white-haired old men. The rest of them had all come uninvited. Even the magistrate of Chang and local government, Liu Chetian, came with an invitation himself. The old steward was sure that this young man couldn't have an invitation in any case. However, the old steward had served old Master Li all his life and had developed the habit of being cautious. So he still asked. If this young man didn't have an invitation, he would drive him away without any hesitation. How could he come to the Li family with a pair of longevity candles and a bag of longevity cakes? Was he here to congratulate or to humiliate? Wasn't this just a trick played by those ruffians in Chang'an City who wanted to borrow money for a living? Someone had eyes but failed to see and came to the Li family. "Hey, if I don't beat you up, you won't know why the flowers are so red." The old steward swore in his heart. He secretly gathered his dantian qi and waited for Yang Fan to say no invitation. Then he shouted, "Come on, beat this bastard out of here." As a result, the young man, who had 2 beautiful dimples on his cheeks when he smiled, let out a soft cry, as if he had just remembered something. He hurriedly took out an invitation from his bosom and politely handed it to him. The old steward took the invitation and glanced at Yang Fan. He opened the invitation and made a sound as if he had a toothache. Then he glanced at Yang Fan and opened his eyes wide. He held the invitation and looked at it over and over again. He said, "There's no mistake. It's an invitation from the Li family. Ah, honorable guest, please come in." The old steward was cautious after all. He said with a fake smile. Seeing Yang Fan swaggering into the mansion, he immediately beckoned 2 stewards over and ordered in a low voice, "You go and keep an eye on him." Then he said to the other steward, "Go and ask Lin Zixiong if this person is really our guest. Hey, if someone comes to our Li clan to swindle people and get free food and drinks, we will lose a lot of face if it gets out." Yes. The 2 stewards left in a hurry. The old steward looked at the bag of snacks and candles in his hand. He pursed his lips and casually threw them into a trash basket next to the mansion's door. He turned around and stood at the door again with a humble smile on his face. In a quiet room, the wooden floor glowed with a clear oil luster. The whole room was spotless. It didn't seem to have any magnificent or luxurious furnishings, but the screen, table, and utensils all exuded a simple and unadorned aura. Everything in this room was very old. The oldest was the bronze wares from the Shang dynasty. All the treasures of the dynasty were gathered in one room. Those who didn't know what was good and unadorned might feel that the furnishings in this room didn't match the identity of the master of the Longxi Li family. But those who knew what was good and unadorned would find that the incense burner was from the Qin dynasty. The table in front of him was from the Han dynasty. The futon under his butt and the big jar next to the table were from the Jin dynasty. Maybe the futon was where Ji Kang used to sit, and the jar used to be Liu Ling's wine vessel. All the things in the room, big or small, were unique and priceless treasures. On the small table on the green jade table of the Han dynasty, there was a zither. The zither was 1 meter, 2 feet, and 3 inches long. The surface of the zither was 1 meter, 1 foot, and 2 inches long. The surface of the zither was slightly peeled. It could be seen that the paint was divided into 3 layers. The bottom layer was made of thin antler gray, the middle layer was made of hard black paint, and the surface layer was made of thin chestnut-colored paint. There was a small broken snake belly, a purple jade emblem, and a rectangular dragon pond and phoenix pond on the forehead. The back of the zither was engraved with the seal script green damask, and the 4 characters Sima Changqing were engraved on the bottom of the pond. Li Mubai, who had his 88th birthday today, pretended to walk back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he peeped at Ning Ku, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the table, and tried to suppress his complacency. Ning Ku was dressed in snow-white clothes. She was as beautiful as a cloud covering the bright moon or a lotus coming out of the water. Her eyes were focused on the zither. From the back of the zither to the dragon pond and phoenix pond, she could see the wood of the inner belly of the zither. The wood was old, golden and a little soft. There were some fingerprints left by people of different ages on the zither. There was an obvious depression at the end of the phoenix pond. The texture was delicate and the paint was pure. A ray of sunlight shone on the surface of the zither. You could see the glittering antler frost and gold, silver, copper and other powders in the paint. Ning Ku slightly closed her eyes and gently plucked the strings with her fingers. The sound of the zither was gentle and peaceful. Ning Ku took a deep breath and opened her eyes. She said happily, "It is indeed Sima Xiangru's green damask." Ha ha. Li Mubai smiled proudly and immediately stopped smiling. He pretended to be profound and said, "If it is a fake, how can it hide from my eyes? Ha ha, I have collected all my life. Only this zither and the purple bamboo flute of Prime Minister Qin Hanfei are my favorite." Ning Ku said sweetly, "Among the musical instruments, zither and bamboo flute are both gentlemen who are aloof from the world. Other musical instruments are for appreciating the sound, but bamboo flute and zither are for listening to the rhyme. They are the best objects for nostalgia and meditation. Bosom friend, bosom friend." Li Mubai was very excited. "This is my bosom friend. Unlike my stupid children and grandchildren who only know how to flatter me. None of them can say the true meaning of zither." Ning Ku made a face at him and said mischievously, "Since we are bosom friends, how about lending this zither to Ku for a few days?" "No, no." Li Mubai's face changed. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "If I lend this zither to you, it is like Liu Bei lending Jingju. It will be difficult for me to see it again. Ha ha, I said that I will play with it for a year and give it to you as a birthday gift next year. You little girl, can't you wait for such a little time?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zixiong called outside the door, "Great-grandfather." Li Mubai said, "Come in." When Lin Zixiong opened the door and came in, Li Mubai said, "What's wrong? Is it the right time?" Lin Zixiong said, "It's not the right time. But, just now the old steward sent someone to ask me if I invited young Langzhong of the Ministry of Justice as a guest on behalf of great-grandfather." Li Mubai said, "This old guy is really muddle-headed. All my guests have invitations. If they have invitations, They are invited by me. Does he need to specially send someone to ask? Ning Ku was fiddling with the green damask with a look of fondness. Suddenly hearing the name of Yang Fan, she couldn't help raising her head. With a strange look on his face, Lin Zhixiong said, "Yes. It's just because Yang Langzhong's birthday gift is too shabby, so the old steward suspects that he is a ruffian who unintentionally picked up the invitation to eat and drink." Li Mubai was startled and asked curiously, "What birthday gift did Yang Fan give me?" Lin Zhixiong laughed dryly and said, "A pair of longevity candles and a box of longevity cakes." Li Mubai was stunned at first, then he looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha. This young man is really interesting. I have celebrated my 88th birthday since I was 1 year old. This is the first time I have received such a birthday gift as longevity candles and longevity cakes. Ha ha ha." Lin Zhixiong laughed dryly and said, "The old steward suspects that he is a swindler and has sent someone to keep an eye on him." Li Mubai's childishness was aroused and he said to Ning Ku, "Girl, do you want to go and see the ruffian who came to my mansion to cheat food and drink?" Ning Ku covered her mouth and laughed. "Great-grandfather is the birthday boy today. When he goes out, he doesn't even wear his birthday robe. It will shock the whole mansion." Li Mubai waved his hand and said, "Hey." Yang Fan was a junior, so he was naturally in the middle hall or the front hall. Those old guys were all in the backyard. How many of the guests outside could recognize this old man? Let Zhixiong lead the way, so that people in the mansion don't make a fuss. Hearing Li Mubai's words, Ning Ku also became interested and said excitedly, "Okay. Then I will accompany you to see the little ruffian who cheats food and drink." Chapter 592. The old master of the Li clan of Longxi wanted to hold a birthday banquet. Those who came were either high-ranking officials or noble families. Which one of them was short of money? Naturally, it was impossible for them to hold a banquet like other ordinary families, with lavish meals for their guests. The purpose of the people who came to the banquet was not this. In addition to expressing goodwill to the Li family, the main purpose of these people who came to the banquet was to use this opportunity to get to know more people in the upper class. Knowing more people meant more connections, and this was something that money could not buy. Therefore, the entire front hall and the middle hall, including the 2 courtyards, did not have tables and tables of banquets. There were only a few tables placed in unobstructed places with some wine, fruits, dairy products, and cold dishes. If someone was really hungry or thirsty, they could take them to fill their stomachs. Therefore, as he strolled around the hall, under the trees and among the flowers, groups of people could be seen everywhere. Some were sitting on the tables, some were standing shoulder to shoulder, and the atmosphere was elegant and refined. Yang Fan wandered around the crowd for a long time. There were many people like him who wandered around. They were all noble young masters looking for acquaintances to chat with, or officials and children of middle-class aristocratic families who were dissatisfied with their current status and wanted to curry favor with famous families. Because of their different purposes, Yang Fan's behavior was very different from these people. These people wandered around with a goal in mind. Once they found a target, they would either greet with a smile and chat, or tidy up their clothes and greet and introduce themselves. Only Yang Fan didn't know anyone and didn't want to deliberately make friends with anyone. Therefore, he looked around leisurely. This behavior was seen by the steward of the Li clan who was secretly watching him. Naturally, he felt that the old steward's eyesight was extraordinary. This kid was indeed suspicious. However, so far, he hadn't seen him steal any noble young master's purse or jade pendant. He also hadn't seen him meet any naive and gullible young masters of aristocratic families to strike up a conversation. Instead, he ate a lot of fruits, snacks, and platters. Yang Fan wandered around for a while and stopped at the left side of the garden. There was a large flower garden here. All kinds of flowers were in full bloom, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. There were relatively few guests in the garden, so it was very quiet. There was a long corridor in the midst of the flowering shrubs. The roof was covered with tiles, and every beam was painted with lush forests, tall bamboos, flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, rivers, clouds, and rivers. It was exceptionally gorgeous. There were 4 octagonal pavilions with heavy eaves at both ends of the corridor and in the middle. Most of them were occupied, talking and laughing. There was a lot of wine and food on the long bench closest to each pavilion. Young Fan picked up a glass of 3 baskets of wine and walked to the side. He leaned against a colorful pillar and crossed his legs. As he sipped the wine, he looked around leisurely. Most of the people in the hallway were disciples of aristocratic families. Some of them were strangers, some were old friends, and some were new acquaintances. There were even women among them. That was because those who came to the Li mansion to celebrate his birthday were not only the aristocrats of Shandong, but also the local aristocrats of Chang'an. The Guanlong clan had a strong sense of propriety. It was normal for women to show their faces in public. If someone brought a woman over, and she wasn't familiar with the women of the host's family, then she wouldn't have to go to the rear residence where the woman was placed. Instead, she could casually wander around the garden and chat with others. This wasn't considered rude at the time. Because there were new friends and women, the noble young masters would try to show off their manners and accomplishments in front of the disciples of other aristocratic families. As a result, they could only talk about elegance. And among the elegance, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry, were the most suitable to talk about. As Yang Fan drank, he listened to the moaning of the noble young masters in the pavilion to the side. They were like a swarm of flies buzzing around him. He felt very bored. He had only come today because he had been invited by the Li family. Otherwise, according to his plans, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to visit. Especially after chatting with Du Guyu, he already had a new idea of cooperating with the aristocratic families. He was in no hurry to take the initiative to contact these aristocratic families. However, he also knew that since the Li family remembered a minor character like him and even specially sent him an invitation, there must be a reason for it. They definitely wouldn't treat him as an ordinary congratulatory guest. Yang Fan took a sip of wine and thought to himself, "Does old grandfather Li have something to say to me? That's not right. If that was the case, he wouldn't have chosen today. He's the birthday boy today, how could he have the leisure to chat with me? In that case, he probably wants to use this banquet to introduce me to someone, or introduce me to someone." Those who could come to the Li family were all people with a certain amount of status and power. They also had a wide network, so it was impossible for them to not see a single friend. Thus, it was rare for them to be sitting alone. One of the dozen or so people sitting and chatting in the pavilion happened to turn his head and saw Yang Fan sitting alone. He couldn't help but be curious. The descendants of aristocratic families rarely wore gold and silver. They dressed up like nouveau riche. From Yang Fan's clothes, he couldn't tell who this person was. He only felt that this person was drinking leisurely and had an extraordinary bearing, so he got up and walked over. This person's surname was Wang, and he was called Wang Xiyuan. He came from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Among the 7 sects and 5 families, the Wang family of Taiyuan had declined greatly since the early Tang dynasty. Of course, this decline was only relative to the other aristocratic families. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In the eyes of others, the Wang family of Taiyuan was still an unreachable figure. However, because of this, the descendants of the Wang family became even more low-key and lowered their attitude. They intended to make friends with some aristocratic families and use this to consolidate the Wang family's position. He saw this person sitting alone with a leisurely expression. Sitting among the many descendants of aristocratic families, he didn't have any reservations at all. He assumed that this person was a descendant of an aristocratic family and wanted to make friends with him. Wang Xiyuan walked to Yang Fan's side and smiled. He cupped his hands and said, "May I ask what this brother's name is?" Yang Fan was thinking about this question and secretly analyzed Li Mubai's intentions. Suddenly, he saw that the other person was talking to him politely. He quickly got up and returned the greeting. He said, "My surname is Yang, and my name is Fan. I wonder who this brother is." When Wang Xiyuan heard that his surname was Yang, his heart jumped. Could it be the Hongnong Yang family? However, Yang Fan didn't report his family background. Normally, those with a county's prestige would report their family background. This wasn't because the descendants of aristocratic families liked to show off, but because it was a form of pride and respect for the family's inheritance. Yang Fan only said his name and didn't report his prestige. Wang Xiyuan was a little puzzled at first. When he thought about the two words Yang Fan, he suddenly remembered that he had just heard this person's name. He couldn't help but cry out, Are you the Ministry of Justice's Yang Langzhong? Yang Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect this person to have heard of his name. He quickly said, Yes. It's an honor to meet you at last. Wang Xiyuan originally thought that Yang Fan was a son of an aristocratic family. He didn't expect that it was Yang Fan who had offended the Lu family of Fanyang. He was greatly disappointed. He said a few polite words without sincerity, then cupped his hands and bid farewell. There was nothing to say about his demeanor. However, Yang Fan already saw that this person's expression was slightly awkward. It seemed that he had misjudged him. He couldn't help but secretly laugh. When Wang Xiyuan returned to the pavilion, he quietly explained Yang Fan's identity. Everyone in the pavilion began to look at Yang Fan one after another. The Lu family had all returned to Fanyang. How could these aristocratic families not know about this? Although the conflict between Lu Binji and Yang Fan was secretive, and some people wanted to cover it up, it slowly spread. Some of the core disciples of the aristocratic families already knew of this matter. Moreover, it wasn't because of a woman's jealousy, as the outside world had said. They understood the truth of the matter. Because of the Lu family's withdrawal, the various aristocratic families received even more benefits. In their hearts, they didn't reject Yang Fan. Moreover, the Lu family had suffered a small loss. They even had a kind of schadenfreude. However, this did not include the younger generation who didn't know the value of rice and daily necessities. They and Lu Binji were both sons of aristocratic families. Naturally, they had a feeling of being bound by a common enemy. Yang Fan, a son of a commoner family, had unexpectedly caused the son of the Lu family of Fanyang to be disgraced. Even old grandfather Lu had fallen for his tricks and was forced to return to Fanyang. These sons of aristocratic families felt that the Lu family's loss of face was equivalent to them losing face. They looked at Yang Fan with a somewhat unkind gaze. When Yang Fan had come, he had thought that the Li family would also treat the banquet with fish and meat, so he had come on an empty stomach. In the end, this was not the case at all. He was young and strong, and he also practiced martial arts. His appetite had always been large, and the bits and pieces of food he had eaten along the way were not enough to fill his stomach. Now, he saw that among the food laid out on the long bench, there was one that had been arranged in the shape of a landscape garden villa. It looked quite pleasing, and the food on it was just right for his appetite. As for the sons of aristocratic families who were talking loudly, no one came to eat. Thus, he unceremoniously brought the food over and began to calmly eat. As he ate, he continued to think. When the sons of aristocratic families saw Yang Fan's behavior, they looked at him with even more disdain. After whispering to each other, they stood and walked toward Yang Fan. Yang Langzhong, please. They greeted Yang Fan with smiles on their faces. Yang Fan's train of thought was once again interrupted, and he slightly furrowed his brow in displeasure. They acted as if they did not see him, and one after another introduced themselves. A youth with a face full of acne cupped his hands and said, Taiyuan Wang Xiyuan. Yang Fan tried hard to swallow the extremely delicious bacon, and raised his eyebrows to look at this person, thinking, this person must be that Wang Xiyuan's brother. A square-headed, well-built young man cupped his hands and said, Xingyang Zhengyu. Another 4 handsome brothers, ranging from about 30 to 15 or 16 years old, cupped their hands together and said, Bowling Kui Shi, Kui Kai, Kui Yi, Kui Di. When they came, their aura was somewhat unfriendly. Although their smiles and demeanor were impeccable, they were still a group of young people after all, and they were not very shrewd. Although their hostility was well hidden, with Yang Fan's experience, he could still feel it immediately. Since Yang Fan knew that these people did not have good intentions, he did not even stand up to greet them. He lazily put down the plate of garden that he had eaten earlier, and said indifferently, How is it? The one who called himself Kui Shi said with a smile, Today, you and I are attending Grand Duke Li's birthday banquet together, and it can be considered fate. I see that Brother Yang is sitting quietly drinking alone, unavoidably lonely. As the saying goes, Having fun alone is not as good as having fun together. Why don't we use this Lee residence's garden as a topic, a scene, an object, or the scene of the birthday banquet, and recite a poem to answer? How about it? Young Fan was stunned at first, and then he frowned and said with a faint smile, "Can you heavens chosen be any more bored?" Chapter 593. Quisha said in astonishment, "Reciting poems is a matter of elegance. How can you say it's boring?" Young Fan smiled faintly and directly exposed their intentions, using elegant things to do inelegant things and showing off your abilities by writing poems. There's no harm in showing off your abilities, but you people have studied the classics since you were young and have been immersed in the way of poetry for a long time. You know that I, Young Fan, can't possibly be more accomplished than you, so you want to refute me and vent Lu Binji's anger. Don't you find this kind of tactic boring? The exchange here immediately attracted the attention of a group of people sitting idly and chatting in a small pavilion. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The people sitting in that pavilion were the scions of the Guanlong Corporation, but Dugu Yu wasn't among them. Despite his young age, Dugu Yu was the lord of a clan. Therefore, he was accompanying those old fellows in the back residence. The scions of the Guanlong aristocracy weren't unfamiliar with these scions of the Shandong landowning families, but they didn't recognize Young Fan. Their curiosity was immediately piqued when they saw these scions of the Shandong landowning families surrounding a young man they didn't know at all. They didn't know who this person was, but he actually refused to get up from his seat despite the Shandong landowning families taking the initiative to curry favor. Thus, they all walked over. As soon as these people gathered around, the scions of the aristocratic families sitting and chatting nearby also followed out of curiosity. The Wei clan of Jingjiao, the Pei clan of Hudong, the Liu clan of Hudong, the Shui clan of Hudong, the Yang clan of Hongnong, the Du clan of Jingjiao, and the Xiao clan of Lanling, which was originally one of the four major overseas Chinese surnames of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties and had now integrated into the Guanlong Corporation and become an important member. In a moment, the scions of the Shandong and Guanlong aristocratic families were all gathered here. Quisha revealed an embarrassed expression after his intentions were exposed by Young Fan. He forced a smile to hide his embarrassment and said, "Young Langzhong is overthinking. We only want to recite poems and answer your questions to relieve our boredom. As for Lu Binji, the Lu family is the Lu family, and we are us. Why would we stand up for someone else?" Young Fan snickered and continued Quisha's words, "I, the young, have a great appetite for wine. I don't need boring things like poems to liven things up with wine. If you really want to answer with a poem, there are many refined people here. There's no need for me to answer." Zheng Yu was displeased and said, "How is poetry and songs considered boring?" Dozens of disciples of aristocratic families surrounded him. Young Fan sat there carelessly, without any awareness of getting up. He just smiled and shook his head. Cangjie created words to record things. Later generations evolved and created poems to express their emotions. However, words were limited, so how could they express the creation of heaven and earth? In this kind of situation, one should be complacent and forget one's words. Putting it into words is already falling behind. Isn't it boring? These disciples of aristocratic families usually had nothing to do, so they specialized in studying poems and were conceited about their attainments. They expected that it would be difficult for Young Fan to defeat them. Now that they saw Young Fan's clever refusal, they were even more certain that he was afraid. Quisha laughed. "Brother Young's words are wrong. Poems are elegant and used to express emotions. How can you say that it is falling behind? I, Quisha, have once written a poem about peonies. The beauty of a country is different. There are many kinds of peonies. After admiring them, I am frivolous with thousands of flowers. Brother Yang, do you think that using this poem about peonies will bring out the best in each other and increase the interest?" Young Fan shook his head and said, "The peonies are colorful and there are many varieties. Some are like lotus, some are like phoenix, some have dense and towering petals like a crown, some are white on the outside and red on the inside, gradually evolving like snow reflecting the morning glow. The beauty is indescribable. Brother Quisha's poem, I have only heard of its nobility and cannot think of anything else. If you are talking about nobility, Who doesn't know that peonies are rich and noble? This is superfluous. Quisha was very proud of this poem but was criticized by Yang Fan to be worthless. His expression changed. Wang Xiyuan could not help but step forward and said, "Brother Yang is talented. How about listening to my poem about pomegranates?" He did not wait for Yang Fan's reply and continued, "The cicadas whistle in the autumn clouds, the locust leaves are all together, the pomegranate's fragrance is low in the courtyard. The flowing clouds are dyed purple poppies, the yellow wax paper buds are red. The jade-carved ice bottle is wet with dew, the stains seem to carry Xiongyi's tears. Xiao Niang's first marriage is sweet and sour, chewing thousands of water drops." Although they were good at poetry, it was difficult for them to have Cao Zijian's ability to compose a poem in 7 steps. These poems were all old works, carefully chosen and revised repeatedly. It could be considered a good piece of work. Yang Fan still shook his head, "Not good. If I have the time to appreciate this poem, I might as well see the pomegranate flower and taste the pomegranate seed. It's sweet and sour, it's delicious." Wang Xiyuan's face darkened. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Just a commoner." Behind the crowd, Li Mubai and Miss Ning Ku had already walked over and were standing there listening. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Ning Ku could not help but secretly cover her mouth. Li Mubai stroked his beard and looked at Yang Fan, frowning inadvertently. "Yin Yang Zheng, you had a square face and a square temperament." He did not reject Yang Fan, but when he saw Yang Fan's disdain for poetry, he was not convinced. He stepped forward and said, "I have a poem about bamboo, Brother Yang, please have a look. Thick green and sparse stems surround the Xiong River, the spring wind pulls out the dragon's tail. The color embraces the frost and pink light, the branches support the shoe brocade and the red clouds rise. The sound of knocking is not vulgar, the forest is full of wind and swords and spears are horizontal. The black marks cannot be washed away by the bitter rain, still carrying the blood of Xiongyi's tears. The slender branches sweep the autumn moon, the shadow passes through the forest like snow. Today I am ashamed of Zio's heart, I love this gentleman's name. Good poem. Good poem. His words are magnificent, and his ambitions are noble. Artistic conception is fascinating." Before Yang Fan said anything, the people around him began to sing. It seemed that these people were also afraid that Yang Fan would continue to belittle him, so they first created a momentum for Zheng Yu. Yang Fan looked at Zheng Yu and said with a smile, "Brother Zheng, how long did it take you to write this poem?" Zheng Yu was stunned. He had never met anyone who asked him this question. But Zheng Yu's temperament was upright, he would answer any question asked, and he did not want to lie. After thinking for a while, he honestly said, "I used less than an hour to write this poem and wrote the first 7 lines. Afterwards, I deliberated over each word and changed a few words, but I did not feel anything for the last few lines. Until one day, when I came back after drinking, I walked alone in the bamboo forest under the moonlight, and suddenly realized something. When I went home, I finished the whole poem in one go. It took a total of 10 days. Yang Fan shook his head and said regretfully, "You are born into a noble family of the Zheng family, so you are naturally superior to others. If you spent 10 days doing things, who knows how many things you could have done for the benefit of the country, the people, and the family. But you did not think of progress, and wasted your good time on these small things. It really is a pity." Zheng Yu did not think that he would put on the face of an elder and arrogantly lecture him. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded, and for a moment he could not say anything. Kui said, "Nonsense. The book of history says that poets express their aspirations. Poetry is pure and beautiful, and is close to human nature. If you do not learn poetry, you cannot stand. If you do not know etiquette, you are at a loss for what to do." Confucius said, "To stand at 30 means to understand the book of poetry, only then can you stand. If you do not learn poetry, how can you say that?" Yang Fan said disdainfully, "That's just bullsh*t. Kui was stunned and angry, and said, You are a high official of the court, how can you be so rude, so impudent?" Yang Fan said, "You said that if you do not learn poetry, you have nothing to say. Isn't that what I said? You gave a long speech, and I only replied with 2 words, bullsh*t. Is it you who does not speak, Or me who does not speak? Yang Fan slowly stood up and said, poetry can cultivate one's mind, refine one's language, and can also help one's interest in traveling, drinking, and having fun. Its use is only so, and in governing the country and the people of the world, it is not the least bit helpful. You all come from aristocratic families. If you have aspirations for the world, if you have a heart for the people, who knows how many more things you can do compared to others. It's a pity that you all have wasted your good time in babbling. Yang Fan looked at them with disdain, and said, when you all chew on words, do you know how many great things Yang has done for the court, for the country, for the people of the world? Not to mention the officials of the court, even the elders in charge of the aristocratic families like you all, who would spend all day moaning about nothing? Yang Fan looked up to the sky and laughed, and said, a real man either dominates the battlefield, or governs and weaves politics. Poetry is an insignificant path, it is a pastime for us scholars to govern the world, to establish our lives, and to achieve the goals of the people. Qin Huang and Han Wu, who established their country with poetry. Fang Mao and Du Duan, who established their achievements with poetry. If there is poetry, then there is; if there is none, then there is no harm. If there is no poetry, then there is no standing. If there is no poetry, then there is no speech. Ha ha, what a big bullsh**. It's not as good as a mouthful of cured meat, a mouthful of steamed bun. Yang Fan laughed and was about to leave, but Wang Xiyuan's face turned red, and he said, you are not allowed to leave, you are insulting the refined, Wang you're in the wrong here. It was you all who insisted on dragging Yang Langzhong to comment on poetry, so Yang Langzhong can express his own opinion. Although Yang Langzhong's words are a bit crude, I think they are very reasonable. How is it an insult to the refined? The person who spoke was in his early 20s, tall, but he was Liu Yenji of the Liu family of Hudong. He had been laughing at the children of the Shandong clans, and now that he saw Wang Xiyuan not letting go of Yang Fan, he spoke up for Yang Fan. Liu Yenji's sister, Liu Yi, stood to the side and said with a smile, that's right, I also think that a real man should either render meritorious service on the battlefield, or help the country's politics. The path of poetry is an elegant hobby, but there is nothing wrong with it. To show off too much, to the point of putting most of one's energy into it, that is giving up the big for the small. That's right, Yang Langzhong is right, Brother Liu and Miss Yi are right. The Wei family of Jingjiao, the Pei family of Hudong, the Liu family of Hudong, the Shui family of Hudong, the Yang family of Hongnong, the Du family of Jingjiao, and the Xiao family of Lanling all supported Yang Fan. The aristocratic families of Shandong, represented by the Wang, Kui, Lu, Li, and Zheng families, were friends with the Zhu, Lu, Qi, and Wei families, and had been taught by Great Duke Tang. They also had the legacy of Zhu and Kong, and advocated Confucianism. They had always considered themselves to be pure and upright, so naturally, they were the most outstanding in education. The aristocratic families of Guanlong were in a dangerous position, and from the end of the Western Jin dynasty until the beginning of the Tang dynasty, wars broke out, and warlords divided their territories. In order to survive, these aristocratic families rarely practiced Confucianism, and only respected martial arts. In addition, from the northern Wei dynasty until the beginning of the Tang dynasty, a large number of Hu people entered the country, including Li Tang's royal family and a portion of the aristocratic families of Guanlong Group. Therefore, although the descendants of the aristocratic families of Guanlong Group had been educated since they were young, and their attainments in poetry were not shallow, their overall level was inferior to the aristocratic families of Shandong. The art of poetry was not their best skill, and on top of that, they advocated martial arts. Their views on poetry were the same as Yang Fan's, and they competed with the aristocratic families of Shandong openly and secretly. At this time, it would be strange if they didn't stand on Yang Fan's side and watch the fun of the aristocratic families of Shandong. As soon as these people joined the battle, it became a war of words between the descendants of the aristocratic families of Guanlong and the aristocratic families of Shandong. Both sides were pointing fingers and arguing with each other, arguing until their faces were red and necks were thick. The only difference was that one side was cursing Tian Shenu, poor quota, and the other side was cursing son of Ibi *tch, inhuman. Fighting for the Tao, all the so-called elegance was swept away. Chapter 594. The Wang family of Taiyuan was now hiding their strength and accumulating power. Therefore, the descendants of the Wang family did not want to go against the Guanlong aristocrats. But now the descendants of the two aristocratic groups were arguing fiercely. If they did not take a stand, it was hard to say whether they could win the friendship of the Guanlong aristocrats or not. Therefore, the descendants of the Wang family had to take a stand. Wang Xiyuan thought for a while and picked up a soft target. He started to make things difficult for Yang Fan, who was standing at the side and watching the two sides refute each other's arguments. Wang Xiyuan said angrily, "Yang Fan, your glib words are just to cover up your shortcoming of not knowing poetry. Our Wang family does not care about such a vulgar person. It is beneath our status to argue with you. Brothers, let's forget about it. Why do we have to hurt our friendship for such a person?" Yang Fan suddenly looked surprised and asked, "If I remember correctly, you are a descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, right?" Wang Xiyuan looked at him coldly and said, "What?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Nothing. Li Junchen, the former deputy prime minister of the imperial censor and now the county lieutenant of Tongju, is an official of the same court as me and is quite familiar with him. I suddenly remembered that Li Junchen is the son-in-law of the Wang family. I have not heard from him for a long time. I wonder how he is now. Brother Wang, would you like to tell me?" When Wang Xiyuan heard this, his face immediately turned purple and he couldn't say a word. Who was Li Junchen? He was a famous ruffian in Chang'an, a vulgar person who did not know how to read. After he became an official, he committed all kinds of crimes and was notorious all over the world. But such a person forced the Wang family of Taiyuan to humbly marry their daughter to him. Speaking of which, the daughter of the Wang family was Wang Xiyuan's aunt. The Wang family could not do anything to him, but he was defeated by Yang Fan. He fell from the high and mighty deputy prime minister of the imperial censor to Tongju and became a county lieutenant. Because Li Junchen was originally from Chang'an, everyone in Chang'an knew about his past and present. And because he forced the daughter of the Wang family of Taiyuan to marry, everyone in Shandong knew about him. Wang Xiyuan's words just now were righteous and powerful. Now that Yang Fan suddenly asked about Junchen, it was tantamount to a big slap in the face of the Wang brothers. Yang Fan was different from these sons of aristocratic families who were raised in a golden cage. Whether it was his knowledge, experience, or temperament, from his previous performance, he was very calm and honest. But today, Yang Fan was unruly, looking down on the prestigious sects. Thinking of his aggressive behavior in the Furong restaurant, Senior Li couldn't help but feel displeased. From what he knew, Yang Fan was not such a wild and unruly person. This person's behavior was like a completely different person. Li Mubai frowned and couldn't help saying, "This Yang Fan is too unrestrained." Ning Ku looked at Guanlong and the sons of Shandong's aristocratic families quarreling endlessly. Some were arguing fiercely, some were helping, and some were watching. He could not help sighing and laughing. Great-grandfather, it should be the sons of the Kui, Zhang, and Wang families who are arrogant. As for Erlang, I just think, he is quite good at making trouble. Li Mubai glanced at Ning Ku and snorted. This girl had always been arrogant. Except in front of her mother, brother, and his friend, she would show a little girlish air. Most of the time, she was as quiet as a nun who had been meditating in a nunnery for many years. She was very cold, so it was not easy to make her lively. It was rare that she looked at Yang Fan in a different light. He didn't know what characteristics Yang Fan had that made her like him so much. Although Li Mubai had lived for 88 years, there were still many things in this world that he couldn't figure out. In terms of family background and status, Ning Ku had seen many people who were higher than Yang Fan. In terms of appearance and temperament, there were 4 or 5 people in the corridor who were not inferior to Yang Fan. Quisha's face was like jade and his eyes were like stars. He seemed to be more handsome than Yang Fan. But there was no reason to talk about first sight. Li Mubai called Lin Zixiong and whispered a few words to him. Then he said to Ning Ku, "Girl, have you seen enough? Let's go." "Oh." Ning Ku glanced at Yang Fan with a smile and then slowly left with Li Mubai. 2 members of the Li mansion followed them step by step. "Ahem. What are you guys shouting for? When they were quarreling in circles, a majestic voice suddenly sounded outside. A middle-aged man who was frowning and watching in the crowd looked back. He couldn't help but exclaimed softly and quickly stepped aside. He cupped his hands and said, "Uncle Lin." Uncle Lin was Lin Zhixiong. In terms of age, he was only 3 years old, but this person who was almost the same age as him respectfully called him Uncle Lin. The person who spoke was also a disciple of the Li family. But he was not from the Li family of Longxi, but from the Li family of Zhao County. His name was Li Shangyin. He moved to Wanyan County of Chang'an when he was young. At the age of 20, he passed the Jinsha examination and became the registrar of Ji County. This time, he specially asked for leave to congratulate the old master Li on his birthday. Li Zhenghu, Li Shucai, and Li Jingyu stood beside Li Shangyin. They were all disciples of the Li family from Zhao County. As for the disciples of the Li family from Longxi, they couldn't be seen here. They were all busy with their ancestor's birthday and had no time to spare. It was not that the Li family had no servants to use. It was just that the younger generation had to take care of such a big day in order to show their filial piety. These people always bowed to Lin Zhixiong. Whether they recognized him or not, they all knew that he was an extraordinary person and made way for him. Lin Zhixiong glanced at those young men who were still flushed with anger and snorted heavily. "Today is the birthday of our Li clan's great-grandfather, but you guys are quarreling here. Is this what you call etiquette, what you call gentleness?" Wang Xiyuan knew that this person should be someone with a high position in the Li family. He respectfully defended himself. "Elder, it's not that I don't know etiquette, it's that Yang Fan is being disrespectful. The Tao of poetry, in his words." Lin Zhixiong rolled his eyes and disdainfully interrupted him. The Tao of poetry has always been a word game to cultivate one's character and add elegance to one's mood. Other than that, it has no use at all. I have done many great things for the old Master Li in this half of my life, and not a single one of them can be accomplished by relying on some dog-fart poem. Wang Xiyuan's face turned red again. He was about to argue with Lin Zhixiong again when Lin Zhixiong pointed at Yang Fan. "Yang Langzhong is younger than many of you, but he is already a minister of the Ministry of Justice, a fifth-rank official of the imperial court. All of you were appointed officials much earlier than him. Now, how many of you are more senior than him? If one's career is not as good as others, let's talk about achievement. A few years ago, Moku led 100,000 elite Turkic soldiers to attack our Ming dynasty's garrison. It was Yang Langzhong who devised a strategy and ingeniously used it to first rescue the 5,000 soldiers of Flying Fox Mouth and then drive back the 100,000 Turkic soldiers. What were you doing at that time? If I let you go to the battlefield and recite a few poems, would you be able to accomplish such a feat? A group of cruel officials from the imperial censorate ran amok in the southern frontier and incited a popular uprising. Yang Langzhong beheaded the cruel officials and appeased the people. He made rewards and punishments clear and mediated in many ways. The rebellious barbarians of the Man, Yarrow, and Pan prefectures were completely convinced. Only then did they cease their banners and cease their drums and beg for the imperial court's surrender. If I tell you to go and boast about it, can you do it? None of the aristocratic families said anything. The heads of the aristocratic families had gathered in Chang'an for the matter of the southern frontier. The aristocratic families viewed the southern frontier incident as an important opportunity to change the political situation in the imperial court. And this opportunity was created by Yang Fan. If this matter was easy, the aristocratic families would have done it long ago. Why would they only treat it as if it was a treasure today? To belittle this matter, wasn't that the same as admitting that the aristocratic families were useless? Lin Zhixiong glanced at them coldly and said, "Yang Langzhong's contributions to the country are not limited to this. It's just that some matters are confidential and I can't let you know. I can only tell you that Yang Langzhong's contributions are not inferior to Su Qin and Zhong Yi's ability to unite and form alliances. This is a contribution to the expansion of territory and a contribution to the rise and fall of the country." Everyone in the corridor was silent. Lin Zhixiong let out a breath and cupped his hands at Yang Fan. "Ignorant child, please forgive me for offending you." Yang Fan shook his head and smiled. I'm not that narrow-minded. There's no offense. Yang Fan walked in front of Quisha and cupped his hands. Quisha did not understand what he meant and hurriedly returned the gesture. Yang Fan said, "Reciting poems and composing songs is an elegant matter. If you invite me for an elegant matter, there's nothing wrong with it." Yang Fan was first arrogant and then respectful. Quisha was momentarily at a loss of how to respond. Yang Fan's tone changed. He smiled and said, "However, to use an elegant matter for a dirty purpose, that's very hateful. If the method used is also an elegant small way in my eyes, then it's like a child playing with mud. If the adult is in the mood, then play with him. But if the adult is not in the mood, then why would he play with him? Don't you think so?" Reciting poems and composing songs were not only small ways in his mouth, but also children and mud. Once these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. But with Lin Zhixiong, an elder whom no one knew of but whose status was definitely not low, no one dared to act rashly. Lin Zhixiong saw that Yang Fan was unforgiving. He couldn't help but feel angry and amused. He once patted his chest in front of Grand Elder Li and guaranteed that Yang Fan had a steady temperament and was experienced in handling matters. He had the air of a general and could be entrusted with important tasks. But in the end, from the overbearing attitude of a few days ago to today's arrogance, it was as if Yang Fan had changed into a different person. Lin Zhixiong was afraid that he would continue to show off and hurriedly said, "Yang Langzhong, Grand Elder Li invites you to meet him in the rear residence." Hearing this, Yang Fan grinned and bowed to the crowd. He performed the proper etiquette before leaving. Needless to say, the Wei family of Jingzhou, the Pei family of Hedong, the Liu family of Hedong, the Shui family of Hedong, the Yang family of Hongnong, the Du family of Jingzhou, and the Xiao family of Lanling all bowed in return. After leaving the crowd, Lin Zhixiong said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, the things that happened recently are really not like you." Yang Fan smiled and said, "After my reprimand, many of the scions of the aristocratic families kept quiet out of fear and could only cup their hands and listen." Heh! Such awe-inspiring power, not like that Lin Zhixiong from the Miaolo who was not a big shot. Lin Zhixiong was speechless and could only laugh bitterly. As soon as Yang Fan left, the crowd began to discuss him. Some praised him for his awe-inspiring power, some criticized him for being arrogant and conceited, some admired him for looking down on the scions of the aristocratic families in Shandong, and some gloated over the fact that he had offended so many scions of the aristocratic families. But no matter what, after today, the Guanlong aristocratic family and the aristocratic families of Shandong would remember the name Yang Fan. Chapter 595. Great-grandfather, Yang Langzhong is here. Hehe, invite him in. Yang Fan dusted his clothes and walked into the hall. The hall was very big. This was Yang Fan's first impression. There were many people in the hall. This was Yang Fan's second impression. In the spacious hall, there were many couches and small tables. Nowadays, only high officials and nobles would tirelessly adhere to the ancient system of separate meals. Every table was filled with sumptuous food and ancient utensils. Wooden lacquered goblets, bronze wine goblets, wooden ladles. Behind every table, there was a guest dressed solemnly and solemnly. Most of them were old people. The youngest already had white hair on his temples, which matched well with the ancient wine utensils. This empire was ruled by a 70-year-old old woman, and these millennium-old aristocratic families were controlled by these white-haired old men. No matter if it was their wisdom, experience, they were all accumulated and settled over the years. No one dared to look down on them. Yang Fan did not fear their status and power, but he maintained sufficient respect for these wise and far-sighted elders. Li Mubai had already changed into a burial robe and was smiling as he sat on the seat of honor. Yang Fan stepped forward and used a steady and powerful voice to wish the old man a happy birthday. The old men all knew that Li Mubai admired this young man in front of him and had the intention to promote another young man after Shen Mu. However, this required them to have a common ground. As long as they nodded their heads, this young man in front of them would immediately possess an inexhaustible amount of wealth and endless resources. Although this power was far from young Master Jiang's, the succession hall originally didn't have any obvious sect or hidden sect. The succession hall was the only representative of the aristocratic families elected by the aristocratic families. However, no one expected Shun Mu to pull up a force that was enough to contend against young Master Jiang from the succession hall. He turned the Dark Shadow, a peripheral organization of the succession hall, into a hidden sect that was on equal footing. As a result, the succession hall was split into two. Now, they agreed to Li Mubai's suggestion and were willing to build another force outside of young Master Jiang and Shun Mu in order to stabilize the structure of the succession hall. However, with Shun Mu's previous example, they naturally wouldn't give Yang Fan a huge force that had the hope of splitting into a third sect. Even so, such a force was what countless people dreamed of. Although they believed in Li Mubai's foresight, they also needed to further evaluate Yang Fan in order to confirm this person's ability. Today, they were only going to meet this person first. Yang Fan was neither servile nor overbearing. His well-behaved performance left a very good first impression on these old fellows. At this moment, someone tiptoed in from the side door. It wasn't just one person. They were barefooted and separately walked towards their respective masters. After whispering in each other's ears, the elders looked at Yang Fan with a slightly strange gaze. It was obvious that they already knew about the scene that happened in the garden just now. Thanks to the heavens, this old man is already over 70 years old. I'm already 88 this year, but I'm still alive and kicking. Hehe, I originally thought that there wouldn't be a birthday celebration. It would be fine if I just invited a few close friends for a few cups of wine. However, the children didn't agree, which is why many of my relatives and friends were disturbed. Grand Elder Li's face was glowing as he said, "In this hall, everyone is this old man's close friends of many years. They are all old fellows. This old man's close friends have all heard of Erlang's reputation. Why don't you sit with everyone? Everyone wants to meet you and get to know you. Erlang is a young man. If he sits here, I'm afraid he won't be able to drink to his heart's content. In a while, this old man's grandsons will accompany Erlang to the front to drink. You can drink to your heart's content, hey." As Grand Elder Li spoke, the MC walked to Yang Fan's side and led him to his seat. Yang Fan's seat was at the bottom. In terms of age, except for Dugu Yu, the youngest of the people present could be his grandfather, so there was nothing to be unconvinced about. Yang Fan came to the back of the table and meticulously knelt down according to the ancient etiquette. He tidied up his robe and then raised his head. Before looking for Dugu Yu or the appearance of the others, Yang Fan first glanced at Li Mubai and was surprised to find that Miss Ning Ku was sitting beside Li Mubai. She was wearing a long tunic with big sleeves and dark cyan clothes. If one looked at it from a slightly different angle, he would find that the clothes were faintly glowing. He didn't know what kind of material it was, but it added some redness to Ning Ku's overly white and tender face. Her beautiful black hair was combed into a swan bun, which looked like a startled bird spreading its wings and about to fly. Because she was an unmarried woman, she kept a hair tail hanging behind her shoulders, like a swallow's tail, which looked very elegant. Seeing Yang Fan looking at her, Ning Ku nodded to him gracefully. A white-haired old man suddenly asked, interrupting the exchange between Yang Fan and Ning Ku, "I heard that Erlang is from Jiaoji?" Yang Fan didn't know these people, and Li Mubai seemed to have no intention of introducing them. Today was originally a test of Yang Fan by the aristocratic families, and the important thing was Yang Fan's performance. Yang Fan glanced at him and nodded, "Yes. I grew up in Jiaoji and came to Luoyang when I was an adult." Jiaoji had been the territory of the Central Plains dynasty since the Qin dynasty. Although there were changes during the period, in the hearts of these old men, it was always the territory of the Central Plains dynasty, so they didn't regard Yang Fan as a foreigner. It was just that Jiaoji was a little remote, which inevitably gave people a feeling of being uncivilized. The old man nodded and said, "Erlang is so young and has no connections in the capital city. It's admirable that you can make such great achievements in just a few years." They knew the rumor of the affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping, but Yang Fan's achievements were all based on his real ability. Even if he really had a relationship with Princess Taiping, it only provided him with an opportunity. The important thing was that he had the ability. In order to form an alliance and unite, aristocratic families often connected through women's marriage. But who would attribute their achievements to the credit of their children's marriage? Xue Huai was the empress's gigolo. The empress had twice ordered him to lead troops into battle. He commanded an army of hundreds of thousands and had countless good officials as his assistants. What achievements did he make? So although these elders had heard of the affair between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping and believed it was true, they didn't look down on him because of it. They also didn't attribute his achievements to the help of a woman. If the knowledge of these elders of aristocratic families was shallow and vulgar, they would be no different from the people in the marketplace. Yang Fan bowed and said, "Elders, you flatter me. Although I have my own efforts, I also have the support of noble people and opportunities to make contributions." This answer was not only appropriate, but also in line with the wishes of these old men. When people were young, they often felt that their lives were in their own hands, not in heaven. These people from aristocratic families had strong family backgrounds, so it was even more so. But the older people were, the more they were in awe of heaven and earth, and the more they felt that there was a mysterious force that affected everything in the world. Yang Fan's words combined with their many years of experience made them quite agree. All the elders nodded their heads. Seeing everyone's appreciation, Li Mubai felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Stroking his beard, he was happy. At this time, another elder suddenly asked, "This old man has also heard of Erlang's heroic deeds. For example, in Xuantuo, he played a trick on the Turkic Great Yabgu, stirring up a conflict between the Ashina and Ashina tribes. In Tubo, he used a small trick to provoke open and secret strife between the king of Tubo and the great minister Lun Qinling. This time, when Wang Xiajie sent troops to Anxi, the king of Tubo refused to send Lun Qinling. Only then did our court succeed. Because of this, Lun Qinling became even more suspicious of the king of Tubo. The two sides are now like fire and water." Another example is the trip to the southern border. These people knew Yang Fan's deeds like the back of their hands. They knew even more than the empress. It sounded frightening, but to put it bluntly, it was worthless. When Yang Fan did these things, he did not hide them from the aristocratic families. In fact, many of these things were done with the help of the aristocratic families. For example, understanding the situation of the Turks, infiltrating Xuantuo, pretending to be Ashina Musi, and accompanying Xiao Fei, Zhong Yi, and the others were all members of the aristocratic families. Another example was when he sowed discord with the great minister in Tubo. His previous preparations, including the fact that the merchant from the Central Plains acted as bait, were all members of the aristocratic families. In the southern border, other than when things happened suddenly in Yaoju, Yang Fan could only rely on himself to fight. Later on, however, the aristocratic families began to participate. In one breath, this person listed all the proud deeds of Yang Fan's life. It might be an exaggeration to say that it was his life, but how old was Yang Fan? From a small commoner to a fifth-grade official, the great deeds he had done in this period of time were things that many people would struggle to accomplish in their entire lives. Just based on this, he was able to laugh proudly in the officialdom. Finishing, this person said, "This old man has always observed Erlang's conduct. He is most skilled at using intelligence. A man conquers the world and loves to kill in all directions, sweep through all directions with his sword. His achievements are glorious, and his name shines in the annals of history. As for Erlang's conduct, although it is meritorious to the present and beneficial to the future, it is not well known. Otherwise, the world would have heard of it long ago. Was it because Erlang did not have military power in his hands at that time, did not have the corresponding strength, and had no choice but to do so? Yang Fan knew that these old fellows were testing his style and method of doing things, so he answered seriously, "Intelligence and strength. If I can use both and achieve my goal, then Junior will definitely use intelligence instead of strength. If I have no choice, and use intelligence to achieve my goal, then Junior will choose strength. The reason is very simple. Kill 1,000 people, lose half 100. Although using strength is a shortcut to one's fame, the sacrifice is the lives of countless people. Moreover, the purpose of war is to obtain. If one can use intelligence to achieve one's goal, then why use force to ruin everything?" Another old man chuckled and said, "In that case, when Erlang does things, both intelligence and strength can be achieved, he must choose intelligence and abandon strength. Then, in Erlang's opinion, intelligence is the best method to achieve your goal. Yang Fan spoke frankly with assurance. In Junior's opinion, intelligence and strength are only methods. To achieve one's goal, one needs cultural education. Wisdom, on the other hand, was only an external manifestation of cultural education. Emperor Gaozu of Han once said, "The brave conquer the world, the strategist rule the world." In fact, to conquer the world, above military force, strategy is also needed. Otherwise, in terms of bravery, who can compare to the bravery of a tyrant? Why was it Liu Bang who conquered the world? Guan Yu passed through 5 passes and killed 6 generals, killed Hua Xiong while warming up the wine, galloped on the battlefield, and was frustrated and excited, but he still lost Mai Cheng. Strategists use intelligence, strategizing in a tent to decide victory from 1,000 miles away. Wise like Sun Bin, he escaped from Daliang and avenged his humiliation at Meiling Road. Being a hero is only a matter of a moment. Those who can achieve great feats are all people who can borrow power, use strategy, use intelligence, and understand cultural education. Master Gui Jiyu once talked about swords in Gui Jiyu. The sword of an ordinary man moves like the wind, taking lives. The sword of a general attacks cities and plunder lands, shaking the world, but once the sword of a king is used, it can subdue the feudal vassals and unify the world. A white-haired old man suddenly asked with a smile, since Erlang despises strength but values intelligence, especially culture, why did you mock those scholars in the back garden as playing with mud? Chapter 596. Yang Fan was startled. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, to Yang Fan, elder is a person of virtue and prestige. How can you tease Junior with your words? The white-haired old man was slightly surprised and asked, how did I tease you? Yang Fan said, a child from the countryside. His mother told him to gather pigweed to feed the pigs. He gathered a basket of pigweed and came back with a pile of mud to play with. I can't say that he only went out with a pile of mud, can I? By the same logic, Junior has never said that studying is to play with mud. Instead, I said that scholars spend all day reciting poems and composing songs, neglecting their main job. This is forgetting to gather pigweed and only caring about playing with mud. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows and said, is there a difference? Yang Fan said, there is a difference. There is a big difference. Scholars study and learn knowledge and reason. What they produce is wisdom. If you want to say that the use of poems and lyrics is like an army's command before a battle, the army's song during a battle, and the eulogy after a victory. It's like adding flowers to a brocade, but if it's not, ha. It cannot be used when an official is in charge of the country's affairs. It cannot be used when an official is writing a memorial to the court. It cannot be used when Taisha Gong is recording history. Even when Junior is being questioned by the elders here, he cannot use it during questions and answers. What does elder think it is if not the mud that is used to gather pigweed? The old man was slightly angry and said, today is Eunuch Li's birthday. The hall is full of joy and the guests are like clouds. Would Erlang be willing to put up a pile of mud to make Eunuch Li happy? Although people who were well versed in poetry and books were good at composing poems, it was not easy to make them compose a poem in a short period of time. Moreover, Yang Fan's performance was clearly not good at poetry. In the end, this old man still thought that Yang Fan's contemptuous attitude towards poetry was because he was not good at poetry and did not want to lose face in front of those aristocratic families. That was why he pretended to be arrogant. Therefore, he still wanted to make things difficult for him and cut down his arrogance. After the old man finished speaking, some people who appreciated Yang Fan felt that it was inappropriate to let Yang Fan lose face in front of so many people. Although Li Mubai also wanted to teach Yang Fan a lesson, he did not want him to lose face in front of so many people. However, the person who asked the question was the master of the Zheng clan of Yingyang. As the master and the person who recommended Yang Fan, it was not good for him to be too partial. So, he winked at Duguyu and asked him to help Yang Fan out. Duguyu understood and hurriedly coughed to find a way out of this embarrassing situation for Yang Fan. Everyone here is an elder, Erlang need not be nervous. Just recite a few lines of poetry for the elders to appraise. Erlang was an expert in military affairs, an expert in the administration of culture, plus he was well versed in the study of stratagem and change of tactics. A person's energy is limited. If he is not good at poetry, then it is nothing. He. Just now, after Elder Zheng spoke, Yang Fan lowered his head and did not speak. After Du Guyu's words to help him smooth things over, Yang Fan still did not speak. He only lowered his head and pondered. This caused everyone's eyes to focus on him. They were curious in their hearts. Could it be? Yang Fan really wants to mix with a lump of mud. After a moment, Yang Fan slowly raised his head and smiled at Elder Zheng. He said, "How can this junior dare to refuse an elder's order? Then, this junior will mix with a lump of mud in this birthday hall. I only hope that this junior can coax the god of longevity to laugh heartily. This can also be considered as doing my part." When everyone heard this, they revealed a surprised expression. Could it be that this Yang Fan really knew how to compose poetry? Could he really compose a poem in such a short time? In such a short period of time, it was not easy for him to compose a rhyme, a limerick that suited the mood and the situation. She wondered what kind of poem this young Erlang, who compared reciting poems and composing proses to mud, would produce. For a moment, all the elders of the aristocratic families held their breath, ready to see the lump of mud that Yang Fan would come up with. Ning Ku stared at Yang Fan intently with a slightly nervous look on his face. Since Yang Fan disparaged writing poetry to mud, then it was not a big deal if he could not compose a good poem. In any case, he had already said that it was mud. It was normal for him not to have any attainments in this field. However, Ning Ku rarely cared about a person, and Yang Fan happened to be one of them. Of course, she still hoped that Yang Fan could be in a good mood. This inevitably made her nervous for him. Yang Fan said, "Since Elder Zheng has set a topic, then I will compose a 7-rule poem to praise the grand occasion of the Li's mansion today." Elder Zheng was also a little surprised. He restrained his contempt and said in a deep voice, "I'm all ears." Yang Fan looked around, obviously looking for materials. He glanced at the 12 carved red sandalwood screens on the opposite side, then looked at the incense burner on the small table in the corner, and finally fixed his eyes on the red carpet in front of the hall. Before Yang Fan came here, he had just performed the green waist here. On the red carpet in front of the hall, there was a red flower left by a singer and dancer. Yang Fan smiled, raised the crescent-shaped feather cup, and recited slowly, "The painted screen covers the light of auspicious clouds, Luo Chihua flies to the white jade hall. The silver wine is poured, the fishtail is poured, the golden stove ashes are filled with the fragrance of duck heart. Gently shaking the green water, the green moth is restrained, touching the red silk, the white wrist is wild. Today, I promise to listen to the grace and honor together, I will not refuse to drink 1,000 cups." It was quiet, very quiet. In the hall were the heads of various aristocratic families and important elders, all of whom were well read. Yang Fan's poem could not be regarded as a world-shaking work, but it could definitely be regarded as one of the best poems for birthday banquets. It perfectly described the happy and auspicious atmosphere of a wealthy family in accordance with the situation and the hall filled with riches and honor. To compose such a 7-tone poem in such a short period of time was already not an easy feat. Yang Fan had repeatedly shown his disdain for poetry, so it was obvious that he had not spent much effort on it before. Thus, for him to be able to compose such a good poem, it was especially evident that he had a good foundation. This strong contrast in attitude and achievement was the most amazing. Everyone was waiting for him to make a pile of real mud, but he made a vivid clay figurine. It seemed that his previous attitude was obviously not to make excuses for himself, but to really disdain it. A strange light suddenly flashed in Ning Ku's eyes, and Li Mubai stopped twirling his beard. After a long while, he slowly smoothed it down and looked at Yang Fan with a smile in his eyes. Yang Fan finished reciting this poem. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, he had to continue the show. He cupped his hands and said to the crowd, "My incompetence. My incompetence." Yang Fan was educated by his family since he was a child. Especially after his father was banished to Lingnan, he pinned all his hopes of reviving the family reputation on his only son, so he put more effort into his education. Later, Yang Fan went overseas with his master. Although his great master, Curly Beard, had a rough appearance and was the leader of the underworld in the past, he was the son of the richest man in Yangju. He had been taught by famous teachers since he was a child, so he was full of knowledge. When he wanted to fight for the world, he did not rely on unparalleled martial arts, but on his scholarly knowledge and ability to govern the world. During these years overseas, Curly Beard did not instruct his little disciple in martial arts, but he personally taught him literature. Naturally, Yang Fan's literary talent was not bad. An old man snorted, "Respect is the head of virtue, but be cautious. Young man, since you are good at poetry, when the young masters in the back garden invite you to recite poems, no matter how disdainful you are in your heart, why not casually say yes? Why deliberately belittle and play to the gallery? You must know that one should not rely on one's power, and one should not be arrogant. Being reserved and humble is the way of a modest gentleman." Yang Fan cupped his hands and said, "This elder is," Dugu Yu answered for the old man, "This elder is Duke Kui of Bowling." It turned out to be the Kui family of Bowling. Then whether he was the head of the Kui family or an important elder of the Kui family, he was an extremely outstanding figure. Yang Fan said sincerely, "How dare I not speak frankly in front of an elder? I have no intention of playing to the gallery, but this is indeed my view on poetry. Since this junior disdains it, there is no need for me to conceal my disdain. Today in the hall, if it were not for the elder's request, this junior would not have composed this poem. If the world was at peace, this junior would not have needed to worry about the country and its people, nor would I have needed to run around for food. Perhaps I would have the leisure to recite poems with the young masters and enjoy myself. But now that the 4 towns of Anshi have returned to our court, and they have been conquered, the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate have not forgotten to cut off our path of retreat and recapture Anshi. The various upheavals in the southern border have been pacified, but what is important is the various policies of the court. Otherwise, rebellions will rise again and become a great disaster. Cruel officials run amok in the court. Since all the elders know this junior's affairs in great detail, you must also understand the bitterness of this junior's struggle with these cruel officials. In the face of such important matters concerning the national economy and people's livelihood, the path of poetry is naturally a lump of mud. If this junior's poem can enter the discerning eyes of all the elders, then in this junior's eyes, it is just a lump of mud that looks a little better and is of no great use. Kui Gong still wanted to speak, but Li Mubai smiled and said, "Old Kui, is the matter you want to discuss with Erlang about the country and the world or poetry? Are you planning to persuade Erlang to immerse himself in the path of poetry and become a master of poetry or a loyal minister of the court?" Kui Gong was taken aback, then broke into laughter. There was indeed no need for him to get entangled with Yang Fan on this matter. In his mind, the most important things were the legacy of the clan and the peace of the world. He had not cared about things like poetry for many years. Li Mubai now liked to collect, while he liked to travel. If there was a need for important matters, these elegant interests could be sacrificed at any time. He had never cared whether Yang Fan cared about poetry or not, so why did he have to argue over this matter? These elders were quite open-minded. Once they understood this matter, they dismissed it with a laugh. Kui Gong did not mention poetry at all. Instead, he sternly said, "Does Erlang know why we old men want to see you today?" Yang Fan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Junior has guessed a thing or two. Elder probably wants to groom me to work for the legacy and existence of the family." There was no one in this room who could not be trusted. Even if there were people who were willing to betray others for the sake of profit, no one would betray themselves for the sake of profit. Furthermore, no one could pay a sufficient price for the people in this room to betray anything. Therefore, Yang Fan spoke openly and honestly without hiding anything. Li Mubai smiled and said, "Erlang is a smart person, then this old man will not play dumb. As long as Erlang is willing to work for us, we can provide all the resources to help you. At the latest, in 5 years, you can become an assistant minister. In another 10 years, you can become a minister. In another 7 years, you can enter the political affairs hall. Before 50 years, you can become a minister. Below only 1, above millions. What do you think?" Chapter 597. After Li Mubai finished, He thought that young Fan would be overjoyed, but he did not expect young Fan to be so calm and not even the slightest bit excited. Li Mubai frowned and slowly relaxed. He smiled and said, "Since Erlang became an official, everything has been smooth sailing. At such a young age, you have already become a fifth-ranked official. Perhaps you think that your future will be smooth sailing? I will be frank with you. The higher you go, the harder it is to be promoted and the harder it is to find a vacant position for you. With your current rank, there will be countless people competing with you for another promotion. Moreover, each of them has a strong background and strong connections. Even if you make great contributions, it will be difficult for you to advance further. We, on the other hand, can give you what a commoner's son lacks the most after entering the officialdom: power and connections. Wei Yiqing and Hua Tubing may have made great contributions, but Li Guang's contributions are no less than theirs. Why can they have a meteoric rise and have the opportunity to make even greater contributions and be bestowed the title of Marquis? Their glory will last for thousands of years, while Li Guang's life is full of ups and downs. Erlang repelled the Turkic army of 100,000, sowed discord between the Tubo king and prime minister, and quelled the rebellion of the southern barbarians. Any one of these contributions can be announced to the world as a great merit if your surname is Wu. At the very least, you will be promoted to a fifth-ranked general. Why do you have to make an exception and promote a fifth-ranked general? If you can be of use to us, the contributions you have made will one day be repaid accordingly. Not to mention other things, 70 to 80% of the world's education is in the hands of our aristocratic families. We are the mouthpiece of the imperial court. As long as we are willing, your name will spread throughout the world in a day. Even the emperor will not be able to deny you the corresponding official position and power." Grandpa Zheng's eyes flashed and he lightly laughed. "Perhaps. Erlang is worried that we will make Erlang do things that are against his will." Qui Gong said, "This does not conflict with Erlang's personal ambitions. When a person studies hard and strives to reach the top, after entering the officialdom, all he wants is his own future and the future of his family and descendants. He also wants to express his life's worth and make his name known throughout the ages. In order to achieve all of this, he had to acknowledge his master, become friends with his peers, and unite with his comrades. It was rare to see a lone minister who did not recognize his own kin. Wasn't this a family that was bound together for good or bad? A true family would have similar goals and methods. It was just that the scope of support was not limited to the comrades of the same generation, but the entire family. However, a mediocre person sitting in an official position would not only harm others, but also himself. Even if you wanted to promote him, you would not be willing. The vision and bearing of a 1,000-year-old family would not be so short-sighted. Regardless of whether one wanted to reach the pinnacle of one's future or to have a long-lasting family legacy, peace and stability were the most basic conditions to achieve all of these. Therefore, if one wanted to pursue one's future, one's family's future, and the future of a country's future, the benefits were interlinked. Emperors wanted to live for thousands of generations, aristocratic families wanted their foundations to last forever, and officials wanted to achieve success and recognition. It was just that their abilities were different and the size of their desires were different, but there was no difference in essence. So, you don't have to worry that we will make you do something illegal. Young Fan smiled but did not say anything. This could be recorded in the family tree, an achievement that future generations could boast about. For him, the temptation was not great. The prime minister of a dynasty looked glorious, but it was too easy to become a prisoner. In the few years that young Fan had been in the court, the prime ministers had been killed, imprisoned, and exiled one after another. With the powerful Empress Wu Zetian and the two Wu brothers eyeing them covetously, when these prime ministers were in power, they were above tens of thousands of people. When they were not in power, their circumstances were more miserable than beggars. It was precisely because he had seen too many of these things that this promise, which was enough to move the world, was not moved by young Fan. He cared more about actual power and benefits. Even if he was unknown in the world, he could control the life and death of others, honor and disgrace. How free and unfettered was that? Other than satisfying one's own vanity, what was the use of an empty title? Of course, as a prime minister, one would also have great power. But a prime minister who relied on the support of others to get to his position would never be as glorious as Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda himself was the son of an aristocratic family. He relied on his family's ability and connections to get to his position. He was not controlled by others, but Yang Fan was different. If he relied on the help of the aristocratic families to become prime minister, he would inevitably become their puppet. In the process of climbing up step by step, it was unknown how many secrets and weaknesses the aristocratic families would have. The higher his position, the more power he would be controlled by others. Qui Gong saw that he was smiling without saying anything. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What? Is such a generous reward not enough? Yang Fan said, then, what does Yang need to do? Without waiting for their reply, Yang Fan answered himself, at this stage, you naturally have to continue to be enemies with the cruel officials. On one hand, you have to eradicate the cruel officials who have caused great harm to you, establish your own clean reputation, and obtain the praise of the court. On the other hand, you have to vigorously cater to the policies that are beneficial to the aristocratic families, such as the household tax, agriculture, and imperial examinations. You have to do your utmost to oppose the policies that are not beneficial to you. Next, if I can become an assistant minister, or even prime minister, I have to share honor and disgrace with the aristocratic families in matters concerning the people's livelihood, advancing and retreating together. Qui Gong said in a deep voice, all of this is beneficial to the country and the people. Isn't this your ambition? Yang Fan said, most of the time, the interests of the country and the people are the same. But sometimes, to protect the interests of the country, one must harm the interests of the people. Similarly, the imperial court and the aristocratic families are the same. Most of the time, the interests of the imperial court and the aristocratic families are the same, but there are also times when they don't match or even conflict. If I become one of your people, naturally, no matter who is right or who is wrong, whether it benefits me or not, I must brace myself and cheer for the aristocratic family. Duke Sheng said in a deep voice, if you want to gain something, you must naturally pay a price. Yang Fan nodded leisurely and said, what Duke Sheng said is correct. If you want to gain something, you must naturally pay a price. However, between the price and the benefit, only a worthwhile transaction will be done. Prime Minister? To this Yang, the position of Prime Minister is not tempting at all. Qui Gong said in shock, the conditions of an extremely high official are not enough to tempt you. What do you want? Yang Fan said, a messenger for an extremely high official. This matter was originally a part of young Master Jiang's responsibility, right? Now, you've taken out this part of the officialdom and handed it over to one person to manage. To young Master Jiang, this actually doesn't weaken his authority. On the contrary, it frees him from the part that hinders his actions, allowing him to do things more freely. As for me, no matter what I do, everything I want to do, and everything I want to achieve, all comes from young Master Jiang. I'm just a mouth and a pair of hands for him to control when I speak or do things. Unfortunately, I'm not as important as his real mouth and hands. If I'm no longer needed, he can swap me out at any time, or sacrifice me. This is not what I want. Li Mubai was quite surprised. He thought that the benefits he had given Yang Fan were things that every official dreamed of. Yang Fan had no reason to refuse, but Yang Fan simply didn't agree. This was truly out of his expectations, and also out of the expectations of all the aristocratic bigwigs present. They had thought that such a generous reward could make Yang Fan tremble in fear and weep. However, Yang Fan's current attitude towards the position of Prime Minister was like a child playing with mud when compared to his great ability to govern the country. It was just like what he said just now, comparing poetry with the great ability to govern the country, it was just like a child playing with mud. The patriarchs and clan lords looked at each other, not knowing what to say. In the end, it was Li Mubai who calmed himself down and asked slowly, then, what do you want? Yang Fan raised a finger and said, I only want one thing. Speak. Young Master Jiang's position. Everyone in the hall was stunned, but then they all broke into a smile. To them, Yang Fan's request was as laughable as Buddha hearing that the mischievous Sun Wukong had raised the banner of the great sage, heaven's equal, and wanted to sit on the Jade Emperor's throne. The group of white-haired old men shook their heads with smiles, not even bothering to get angry. Why would they get angry if something was ridiculous to the point of being ridiculous? Li Mubai couldn't help but cough while suppressing his laughter. Erlang is a meticulous thinker with a calm temperament. I don't think he would make such a ridiculous request. Hehe, Erlang, you're saying this because you want us to give you a guarantee, right? Don't worry, as long as you agree to our request, you will be one of us. All the old grudges between you and the Lu family will be nothing. As for young Master Jiang, he won't seek revenge and will do his utmost to protect you. Yang Fan shook his head. You misunderstand, Grand Elder Li. I am not joking. A Prime Minister's position cannot move me. In my eyes, a Prime Minister is just a lump of mud. Young Master Jiang has been in this position for long enough. It is time for a new person and a new atmosphere. Li Mubai's expression darkened. Absurd. How can the succession hall be controlled by you? Yang Fan said seriously, how can I not feel that it is absurd for all the elders to use a lump of mud to exchange for my service? Only by controlling the succession hall can I make my own decisions without harming the interests of the aristocratic families. Only then can I maintain my freedom and do everything according to my heart. The sea can accommodate hundreds of rivers. If the aristocratic families are so exclusive, then I can only be like before. When my goal is the same as the aristocratic families, I can cooperate with them conditionally. At other times, I can do whatever I want without interfering with each other. I refuse to become a vassal without my own opinion. After saying these powerful words, Yang Fan's expression quickly became gentle again. He stood up and bowed to the elders in the hall. He said with a smile, "Today is Grand Elder Li's birthday. Since we can't agree, let's not discuss this matter for now. If I disturb Grand Elder Li's birthday because of this, I will be guilty. I hope that all the elders can discuss my proposal in detail after the banquet. Goodbye." After saying this, Yang Fan bowed again and walked out of the hall. With each step he took, he recited a verse. He blurted out a 5-character poem. The fetus transforms into a celestial body. The long cry is in the 9 high mountains. The clear cry of the sky reflects the frosty hair of the sun. 10,000 li thinks of Liao Kui, 1,000 mountains gazes at Yu Dao. The fragrance condenses and disappears, the wind accumulates. When the phoenix climbs, the chickens think of a sudden. If the heaven responds, the fluttering wormwood flies. Yang Fan recited a verse and took a step forward. When he was halfway through, he had already left the hall. When the last verse, "If the heaven responds, the fluttering wormwood flies," reached the ears of everyone, his voice was spiraling, as if it really came from the 9th heaven. This fool. When others wanted to compete with him in poetry, he refused to say anything. Now he actually wrote a verse in one step. He wrote 12 verses at once. He was even more impressive than Cao Zijian. The opportunity to worship the Prime Minister was an official position that Yang Fan would never have a chance to reach in his life. But in his eyes, it was as unbearable as a lump of mud. Now he casually threw out such an even more amazing lump of mud, which made everyone dumbfounded. Only Ning Ku was beautiful with a little pride in her eyes. Chapter 598. The center hall of the Li family was also filled with guests. Although the people in this hall did not have the right to sit with the masters of the noble families, they were still famous people. If Yang Fan was not a guest specially invited by the Li family, he, as a 5th-rank official, would barely be able to sit at the end of the table. After Yang Fan came out of the back of the house, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to the center hall to drink. Many things did not need to be said clearly. A small gesture could subtly convey your meaning to the other party. Although Yang Fan had decisively refused the invitation of the noble families, he did not leave in a huff. This meant that his refusal was not because he was opposing the noble families, but because he was not satisfied with the conditions they offered. The hall was filled with guests drinking and chatting. Yang Fan went to the center hall and looked around. Just as he was trying to find an empty seat, the Chang'an prefectural magistrate, Liu Chetian, stood up and waved at him with a smile on his face. "Yang Langzhong, come here, come here. Yang Fan responded with a smile and walked to Liu Chetien's side. Liu Chetien said with a smile, "Yang Langzhong, please sit." After he sat down, Liu Chetien poured him a cup of wine. The two drank first, then Liu Chetien turned his body and said in a low voice, "Erlang, you are too young and impetuous. When it comes to these noble families, we still have to be polite. Previously, you fought with the Liu family for a daughter and already offended the Liu family. Today, because of your poem, you offended both Prince Kui and Li Zheng. This will have a great impact on your reputation and future." Liu Chetien's words were sincere and sincere. It was very different from the watertight and smooth official speech that he used when Yang Fan went to visit him a few days ago. Yang Fan could tell that he was sincerely advising him and was slightly surprised. Liu Chetien patted his shoulder and said sincerely, "As an official, the most taboo is to show off. People like that, no matter how powerful their backers are, they can only be arrogant for a while. The way of the king was to make peace amidst the difficulties and create good karma. Those who are not suitable to be enemies with, those who cannot be enemies with, and those who do not have any interest in the relationship for the time being, can all be friends. It doesn't matter if they are real friends or fake friends, but they cannot become real enemies." Yang Fan understood. Today, he had come to attend the Li family's birthday banquet. This matter could not be hidden. Even the emperor had sent people to congratulate him. Who knew how many high-ranking officials of the court had also sent people? How could they not see him at the Li family? What's more, there was also Liu Chentian, the empress's golden secret agent. When the empress had seized the position of empress and emperor, the Guanlong noble family and the Shandong noble family had always been a great obstacle to her. However, the power of these two aristocratic families was really too great. Even if she had a lot of tricks up her sleeve, she could only use drastic measures to slowly weaken these aristocratic families. For this domineering and tyrannical female empress, even if it was the imperial family, she would still kill them. However, she could only deal with these aristocratic families carefully, which made her even more fearful of them. She promoted the commoners of the Han clan in order to contend against the aristocratic families. She sent trusted aides like Liu Xiantian to Chang'an to keep an eye on the aristocratic families. Since Liu Xiantian was the empress's trusted aide, his attitude towards the aristocratic families was naturally the same as the empress's. Yang Fan's disdainful attitude and hostility towards the aristocratic families in the back garden had already become Liu Shentian's confidant. As the empress's loyal lackey, he would definitely report to the empress about Yang Fan's performance at the Li family today. In the information he had, Yang Fan was originally a high-ranking official of the Han clan that the empress thought highly of. Coupled with his hostile attitude towards the aristocratic families, he would definitely be favored and valued by the empress in the future. Then, according to his theory of making friends in the midst of difficulties, he naturally had to make friends with the empress in advance. Yang Fan's expression quickly became serious, and a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. He solemnly nodded and said, "You are right, Mr. Liu." Yang Fan was indeed reckless. His change of expression was seen by Liu Xiantian. Liu Shentian's smile became more amiable and gentle. He patted Yang Fan's shoulder and comforted him. "Fortunately, what you did this time did not conflict with the aristocratic families. I think the elders of the aristocratic families will not take it too seriously. However, from now on, you must remember the rules of being an official, and do not act recklessly." Yang Fan hurriedly nodded, grabbed the wine pot, and poured a cup of wine for Liu Xiantian. He raised the cup and sincerely thanked him. "I am young and inexperienced, so I do not know much about the affairs of the officialdom. From now on, I hope you can give me more advice." This young Fan was quite talented in acting. If he did not become an official, he might as well become a disciple of Master Rumei. Perhaps he could even surpass her and become a great minister of the musical house. Ning Ku sat quietly on the bed with her legs crossed and her hands gently placed on her knees. A sandalwood incense was burning on the small table in front of the bed, and the smoke curled up, giving her pure and beautiful face a sense of holiness. She wore a snow-white dress as thin as a cicada's wing. The snow-white silk clung to her arms and back, faintly revealing her ivory delicate skin. Although Ning Ku was very thin, her skin was as white as snow. She was not too thin, but looked extremely thin and slender. As soon as a girl of the Dugu family was born, the female elders of the family would use a secret formula passed down from their ancestors to bathe her every day. This secret method consumed a lot of precious medicinal materials, and it did not stop until the girl was 7 years old. After using this formula, when the girl grew up, her skin would naturally be as smooth as satin, as white as snow, and as moist as jade, and would have a natural fragrance. Holding such a girl in his arms was really like holding a ball of warm jade and fragrance, extremely ecstatic. Even a mediocre girl with such a rare skin was qualified to be called a stunner in the world. The Dugu family was not the only aristocratic family in the Guanlong group, and the Dugu family was not one of the most powerful families in the Guanlong group, but only the Dugu family frequently produced empresses, and this was not without reason. However, this formula was only in the hands of the daughter-in-law of the Dugu family, and it was only passed on to the daughter-in-law, not the daughter. And only the daughter of the official wife of the Dugu family was qualified to use it. Even the daughter of the other branch of the Dugu family was not qualified to enjoy it. At this time, Ning Ku was meditating, and this was the yoga kung fu passed down to her by a Tianju yogi. Her congenital chronic disease was difficult to cure, and she could not do other exercises because of her weak body, so she could only use medicine and this gentle yoga technique to regulate her body and mind. Although she was weak and thin, she was not emaciated, which was the credit of this technique. The sunlight came in through the window and shone on Ning Ku's bed. Ning Ku was meditating with her legs crossed, her long hair hanging down, and her graceful charm was like a flowing waterfall between the mountains and rivers. Her beautiful butterfly bones, sunken spine, small waist, and thin body formed a beautiful picture in the soft sunlight. The boat girl came to the girl's room, and after a moment of hesitation, she raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. There was no reply from the other side of the door, and the boat lady did not seem to expect an answer. She knocked on the door, waited for a moment, then gently opened the door and walked in. She stood by the girl's bedside and quietly said, "Yong Langzhong has arrived at the mansion." Ning Ku's eyelids moved slightly, and a pair of lacquered eyes were fixed on the boat girl, and there was a vague expression in her eyes. After helping the girl put on her clothes and put on her hair, the boat girl supported Ning Ku and slowly walked out of the boudoir. Ning Ku was also a lively and active girl when she was young. Later, because of her health, she gradually stayed indoors and became more and more indifferent. She seldom went out, even when she was not in her boudoir, and only occasionally sat on the railing of the building. When guests came to her house, she would not see them. She would only go out to greet the close relatives and elders of her clan when they came. She was born with a chronic disease that had been torturing her delicate body, but she would never show her illness in front of others. She was just lonely, living alone in the crowd, just like Chang'e who lived alone in the Moon Palace. She was always cold and indifferent, with a cold temperament and a cold person. Except when she discussed the family's future and important decisions with her brother, the boat girl was the one who talked with her the most. But most of the time, they would not talk more than 5 sentences in a day. The boat girl had taken care of her since she was very young and had long regarded her as her own daughter. She was very sad to see her like this, but she could do nothing until Yang Fan appeared. Yang Fan's appearance was like an elixir. The boat girl found that whenever he appeared, the young miss would talk more, smile more, and be more interested in the things that the young miss usually did not care about. Therefore, when Yang Fan came to the mansion today, there was no need for Miss to receive guests at all. But after thinking for a while, the boat girl came to tell Miss sure enough, she was willing to see him. The boat girl was very happy, but she could not show it at all. Miss was delicate, and if she noticed it, she might not leave the boudoir. Little sister, Dugu Yu was sitting and chatting with Yang Fan in the flower hall. Seeing Ning Ku suddenly coming, he rushed forward to help her. But Ning Ku broke away from his hand without a trace. It was a very inexplicable reason. Everyone knew that she was weak, but she just did not want to appear weak in front of Yang Fan. "Erlang is here." As soon as Ning Ku spoke, her voice was a little bitter because she had not spoken all day. Yang Fan smiled and saluted, "Miss Ning Ku. Erlang, take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony." Ning Ku sat down in the seat next to Dugu Yu, glanced at Yang Fan with a smile, and praised happily, Erlang's poem Crane Cries at the Nine Heights was written in one step, and it shocked everyone. After coming back, Ningku specially recorded this poem and read it over and over again. I admire Erlang's talent and learning very much, Duguyu said with a smile. I just talked about this with Erlang. Awesome. Really awesome. Erlang walked too fast, so he didn't see the clan head's dumbfounded and shocked expressions. Haha. Yang Fan said with a smile, to tell you the truth, Brother Dugu and Miss Ningku, I knew that Grand Duke Li would give me a hint before the banquet, so I wrote this poem at home in advance to scare people. Haha, speaking of poetry, I can do it, but it is impossible to write a poem in such a short time. Duguyu was stunned, and then laughed involuntarily. I knew it. I have been immersed in poetry since I was a child, but how can I be so impatient like Erlang? After going to the banquet, I was very depressed because of this. It turned out that Erlang had already written this poem. Haha, Erlang is really scheming, Ningku said sweetly. Then, what about the banquet at Li's house? Ningku's voice was a little magnetic and hoarse at first, but after a few words, her vocal cords gradually relaxed and became clear and sweet. Yang Fan replied slyly, that poem was also written a long time ago. When I was in Jiaoji, I once attended an elder's birthday banquet and wrote this poem to celebrate his birthday. Now that I am being bullied, I changed the poem a little and used it. Duguyu and Ningku were both stunned, and then laughed heartily. Duguyu laughed, but Ningku usually didn't speak much. When she laughed, she couldn't help coughing, but she still laughed even though she coughed. Standing on the side, the boat lady was so happy that she was about to cry tears of joy. She quickly turned her head and wiped her eyes with her sleeves when no one was paying attention. Duguyu laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He pointed at Yang Fan and laughed. You are so cunning. Ningku said, even if it was written a long time ago, it is still a good work. I wonder how long it took Erlang to write these two poems. Yang Fan said, as long as the poem is drawn up, all that's left is to carefully consider the specific wording and words, so that the antithesis is neat, the tonal tones are alternating, and the rhyme is easy. It's just a word game. How much effort can be put into it? An hour should be enough. When Yang Fan answered, he had already taken a crystal pear from the fruit plate and quickly peeled off the skin with a knife. By the time he finished speaking, a pear had just been peeled. Ningku praised, Erlang has never cared much about poetry, but you have such attainments. It is much better than Xingyang Zhengyu's 10 days of writing a poem. Yang Fan said with a smile, for a real poetry master, I actually admire his wonderful words and sentences very much. However, Zhengyu is a bookworm. His poems should always be lively, but his poems are very conventional. He only cares about the flat and tonal tones and rhyme easily. There is nothing special about it. He is not the material for poetry. After saying that, Yang Fan peeled off the skin of the pear that was still attached to the flesh. He put the crystal clear pear on a small plate and handed it to Ningku, saying, this is good for your throat and cough. Thank you, Erlang. Ningku gladly took it and sweetly took a bite. Duguyu and the boat lady looked at her with a strange look in their eyes. Ningku was very clean. She never ate food that was handed to her. In addition, she was in poor health and her family was very particular about food, so she was even more picky about food. But when Yang Fan handed it to her, she ate it naturally. Ningku didn't notice that her reaction was abnormal today. She took a bite, and the faint sweetness of the ripe flesh flowed between her lips and teeth. It was sweet in her mouth, and sweeter in her heart. Yang Fan didn't know that his casual action was unprecedented for Ningku. After handing over the pear, his joking expression gradually became serious, saying, despise the aristocrats of Shandong, invite Guanlong's wedding, and appease the imperial court. These 3 goals have been achieved. Next, it is time to give the aristocrats of Shandong a strong medicine to force them to bow their heads and make concessions. Is this medicine ready? Duguyu smiled and replied calmly, everything is going well. Don't worry, Erlang. I believe that in a few days, the result will be clear. Crack. Ningku took a bite of the crisp and sweet pear. Her smiling eyes turned into 2 crescent moons. Duguyu's answer was crisp, and Ningku's bite was also crisp. Chapter 599. In the Hall of Martial Achievement, Shanghai Wn was holding a memorial in her hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt someone beside her. She raised her head and saw Wu Zetian quietly standing next to her. Wu Zetian looked even older. Although her hair was still as black as ink, no matter how she took care of it, the drooping eye bags and wrinkled skin could not be hidden. However, although the old Wu Zetian had lost some of the spirited spirit of her youth, her calm bearing was more dignified. She quietly stood there, thinking about something. She seemed to be in a trance. Wan softly exclaimed. She quickly put down her brush and left her seat. She saluted to Wu Zetian. Wan greets everyone. After the greetings, Wan glared at Little Hai, who was standing at the door. She lightly said, "Everyone is here. Why didn't you call me to greet you?" Wu Zetian gently waved her hand and said, "Don't blame him. I didn't let him say it." Wu Zetian walked to the back of the imperial desk and sat down. She leaned back on the thick and soft cushion, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Wan hurriedly signaled for Little Hai to bring a bowl of the Empress' favorite fermented rice. She walked behind the Empress and gently massaged her shoulders. She softly said, "Does anyone feel uncomfortable?" Wu Zetian softly sighed and slowly shook her head. Recently, there were too many things that were bothering her. The opportunity brought by the Southern Frontiers official purge was a fat piece of meat that couldn't be given up. Her two nephews, Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi, would come to disturb her every few days. Li Zhaoda and some other factions also constantly exerted their influence on her. Originally, Li Chuntai was her favorite place to go. However, Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi, those two beauties, were also interested in this matter. Every time they went to Li Chuntai, they would beat around the bush and fight for opportunities for their families and allies. This caused Wu Zetian to lose interest in it. She was not afraid of the officials forming factions. It would be unimaginably strange if there were no such factions in the court. What she cared about was the imbalance. The role of the emperor was balance, and the value of the emperor lay in balance. Only by balancing the various powers could the various powers rely on her and submit to her, and only then could she give orders. Otherwise, if it was serious, it would affect her throne and rule. Even if it wasn't that serious, if the courtiers disobeyed her on the surface but disobeyed her in secret, her thunderous words in the court would become drizzling rain when it reached the people, and it would be difficult for her orders to be carried out. However, it was difficult to strike a balance in this matter. That wasn't all. The barbarian officials and various leaders also learned from painful experiences. In the past 2 days, whenever they heard that there was a possibility of an official being appointed to their place, they would do everything they could to inquire about this person's identity, background, and character, and then they would run in front of her, weeping in front of her, obstructing her in places that weren't suitable or that weren't convenient. The Empress was in a hurry to stabilize the rule of the court in the western regions and consolidate the results of the court's recapture of the 4 garrisons of Anxi. She urgently needed the stability of the southern borders, but she couldn't turn a deaf ear to their requests. This caused the Empress to feel like she was besieged both internally and externally. Her energy was becoming less and less, and if she thought about things for too long, she would feel a headache. She was unable to think of a solution to these difficult situations. Moreover, the Zhong brothers' favor and interference in power had aroused the vigilance of the important officials of the court. The issue of the crown prince had also become a topic that they would frequently admonish the Empress about, causing Wu Zetian to feel even more exhausted. Wu Zetian casually picked up a memorial, and with her presbyopic eyes, she casually skimmed through it. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she said, "The supervising imperial censor of the Guanay Road, Qiao Wenda, has accused Yang Fan of being lustful and staying in Chang'an. What is going on? Oh. It is said that when Yang Fan went to Chang'an to bring Taiping back to the capital, he coincidentally met the only daughter of the Dugu family, Ning Ku, and fell in love with her at first sight. For her, Yang Fan even got into a dispute with Lu Binji, a direct descendant of the Lu family in Fanyang. The two sides fought fiercely, and for this, he even used force and mobilized the dragon guards to intimidate them. As Wana answered, a strange look flashed across her eyes. But her soft hands, which were rubbing Wu Zetian's shoulders, did not slow down in the slightest, and there was no change in the strength. She was still so gentle and steady. Humph! Wu Zetian was very displeased, and casually threw the memorial on the table. But then she thought again and said, No. Why did young Fan stay in Chang'an? Wan softly answered, Everyone is wise. Xiao Man was pregnant for 10 months and was about to give birth. She and young Fan were both orphans and had no relatives or elders at home. Xiao Man was adopted by Gongsun Bufan's wife, Aunt Pei, when she was a child and regarded her as a mother. So after she was pregnant, she moved to Chang'an so that she could live closer to her elders and take care of her. When young Fan finished his business in Nanjiang and rushed to Chang'an, Xiao Man was already about to give birth. Young Fan wanted to take care of his wife and wait for the birth of the child before returning to the capital. So he begged the princess to temporarily stay in Chang'an with the excuse of illness. After returning to the capital, the princess had already told Wan the reason. Because everyone has been busy with the affairs of the state recently, Wan has not had time to report this matter to everyone. Wu Zetian suddenly understood and nodded, I see. Wu Zetian had always believed in the relationship between young Fan and her daughter. So she did not believe that young Fan would dare to flirt with other women under her daughter's eyes. In her view, since young Fan had a relationship with her daughter, then the female must also be young Fan. After all, her daughter was a descendant of the emperor. If young Fan was a greedy cat, it might be possible for him to have an affair. But it was impossible for him to make such a big fuss over a woman. There must be a secret. She could still accept this secret. Wu Zetian snorted and said, This young Fan has always looked down on the way of the emperor and ministers. He lacks respect for the emperor of the dynasty. If he had been honest and asked for my permission, I would not have been so unreasonable. Why did I have to put on so many pretense? At this time, Wan had changed from rubbing to hammering. She clenched her fists and gently hammered her shoulders. She sweetly said, Yes, although this young Fan is a 5th-rank official, he is still a man of character. He has some of the habits of the marketplace and does not seem like someone from the bureaucracy. However, Wan feels that this kind of person is more worry-free than those scheming and calculating officials. At this time, Little Hai came in with a bowl of fermented rice. He tiptoed and placed it in front of Wu Zetian. He then glanced at Shanghai Wan and slightly lowered his eyelids. Wan understood and her small fists hammered even faster. Wu Zetian closed her eyes in satisfaction and let out a long sigh. After a while, Fu Qingqing quietly appeared at the door. After Shanghai Wan saw her, she went around to Wu Zetian's front and gently picked up the bowl of fermented rice. She softly said to Wu Zetian, Everyone is working so hard for the state. Wan's heart aches seeing this. This fermented rice has been heated up. Everyone should drink a bowl. It will invigorate the blood, refresh the mind, and relax the muscles and arteries. Wu Zetian opened her eyes. She held Wan's hand and took a sip of the fermented rice. She raised her eyes and saw Fu Qingqing holding something that looked like a book. She was standing respectfully at the door of the hall and seemed hesitant to enter. She asked, What is it? Fu Qingqing quickly walked into the hall and bowed. Sage, there is a secret memorial from Chang'an. As soon as she came closer, Wu Zetian clearly saw that there were 2 yellow ribbons tied to the book in her hands. This was a secret book that only the emperor himself could read. As soon as she heard that she came from Chang'an, Wu Zetian immediately sat up straight. Shanghai Wan placed a paper knife and a pair of silver scissors in front of Wu Zetian and then took 2 steps back to avoid suspicion. Wu Zetian checked the secret records on the book and confirmed that it had not been opened before. She then took the scissors and cut the yellow silk ribbon. She then used a small knife to cut open the wax seal and took out a secret book from within. She carefully read through it. This was Liu Zetian's secret letter. The secret letter described in detail the recent events in Chang'an, including Li Mubai's birthday, the unusual enthusiasm of all the aristocratic families, and the fact that all the heads of the aristocratic families went to congratulate him. Wu Zetian's mouth twitched slightly. She knew that the aristocratic families would not give up this great opportunity to arrange a future for their descendants. However, She also knew that the royal family and the aristocratic families were both enemies and allies. They had things that they protected together and also things that they fought over. It was inevitable that the aristocratic families would benefit from it. How much she wanted them to benefit, without causing a strong backlash from the aristocratic families. This was what she, as the emperor, needed to consider. Wu Zetian continued to read and saw what the supervising imperial censor had mentioned. Because Liu Zetian was the person involved, he spoke in more detail than the supervising imperial censor who was making groundless accusations. Because his memorial was a secret memorial, he did not need too many flowery words. He only needed to tell the emperor everything in detail. Therefore, Liu Zetian described everything in detail. He even described the scene at Furong restaurant, Lu Binji, Yang Fan, and the others' actions and expressions in detail. It was as if he was writing a novel. Wu Zetian could not help but laugh when she read. Next was the matter that the supervising imperial censor did not mention in the impeachment memorial. In his report, Liu Biantian described in detail what he had seen and heard at the Li residence's banquet, as well as the various actions of the aristocratic families. He mentioned Yang Fan once again. When he mentioned that Yang Fan had only brought a box of longevity cakes and 2 longevity candles as gifts, Wu Zetian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then, she saw the conflict between Yang Fan and the 4 aristocratic families of Kui, Zheng, Wang, and Li. Wu Zetian slapped the memorial on the table and smiled at Shanghai Wana. Yang Fan was born into a military family. What he hates the most is the babbling of scholars. They are too crude. Although Shanghai Wana had not seen Liu Zetian's secret memorial, she knew everything about Yang Fan in Chang'an. However, she naturally could not show it. Therefore, she only responded casually with a confused expression. Wu Zetian did not explain. She only said, "Poetry conveys love, poetry expresses ambition, poetry reminisces about the past, and poetry makes friends." Confucius said, "There are 300 poems. In a word, they say, thinking is innocent." How can he belittle poetry to be worthless? This Yang Fan, is he not afraid of offending all the scholars in the world? Although she was criticizing Yang Fan, Wu Zetian was beaming with joy. She loved to see aristocratic families suffer. Those aristocratic families were high up and looked down on everyone. Whether it was the royal family of Li Tang or her, Wu Zetian, they had never been taken seriously by those aristocratic families. What Yang Fan had done was exactly what she wanted. Wana smiled and responded, still looking confused. Wu Zetian laughed and handed the secret letter to her. She said, "Take a look. See what kind of shameful things he has done in Chang'an." Wu Zetian handed over the secret letter. Without waiting for Wana to finish reading, she said, "However, Yang Fan was born in a poor family. It is normal for him to dislike the actions of those aristocratic families who eat their fill all day long and only know how to talk big and act like they don't eat the food of the world." Looking at her appearance, she was happy from the bottom of her heart about the shameful things Yang Fan had done. Wana pretended to look through the secret letter. She joked, this is really his usual style. When everyone asked him to work in the Ministry of Justice, didn't he make a name for himself in a few days? I heard that people in the officialdom call Yang Fan a hothead. A hothead is good, a hothead is good. If there are more hotheads in the world, it will be easier for me to govern, Wu Zetian said with a smile. She suddenly had an idea. She seemed to have found a way to untie and straighten out the mess that had been troubling her recently. In other words, she had found a sharp knife to cut through the mess. Chapter 600. After the birthday banquet at the Li mansion, Yang Fan only went to the Dugu mansion occasionally. The rest of the time, he stayed at the Gongsun mansion with Xiaoman and Anu. Ever since Yang Fan returned to Xiaoman's side, the child in Xiaoman's stomach was not as noisy as it was a few days ago. It was probably because his father was back and his mother was happy. Her mood was calm, and he was comfortable in her stomach. Occasionally, when he was happy, he would punch and kick to show off his existence. That was the happiest time for Yang Fan and his wife. They could feel the baby's every move and couldn't stop smiling. Although Xiaoman's due date was approaching, the specific time was still uncertain. The young couple was muddle-headed at the beginning. At first, Xiao Man didn't even know that she was pregnant. How could they be sure of the specific date of delivery now? The baby stayed firmly in his mother's belly and didn't look like he was about to be born. His mother, on the other hand, wanted to move. She was bored staying with her Langjun in the back garden of the Gongsun mansion, so she pestered young Fan to take her out for a walk. Although she had a big belly, young Fan saw that it was easy for her to walk. He couldn't resist her repeated requests, so he took her to tour around Chang'an City these days. Sometimes, they went to the Great Mercy Temple and the Green Dragon Temple to watch the barbarians in the western region swallowing swords and spitting fire. Sometimes, they went to the east and west markets to buy things. When they went out, Anu and Xiaoman would also wear a fengli to cover their whole body like the noble women of Chang'an. Because Miss Gongsun also went with them, it only took a few days for the Hu people who performed illusions in front of the Great Mercy Temple and the peddlers who sold strange trinkets in the east and west markets to grasp a rule. When a young and handsome man accompanied 3 women wearing Bai Li headgear to them, the man would generously tip them and casually buy a pile of junk. If the man was reluctant to spend money, the tallest of the 3 Bai Li women would yell at him. Therefore, young Fan soon became their most popular guest. While young Fan was wandering around with the 3 bored women, young Master Jiang had been staying in the Lu family's mansion, not going out at all. Under the setting sun, young Master Jiang carried a pot of Toad Hill's languanqing and slowly walked on the red leaves on the ground. The red leaves on the ground were as red as snow, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. Occasionally, he would also take a sip of wine from the pot. His slender back seemed rather lonely. Because the original owner of the manor had retreated back to Fanyang with his family, the manor appeared very desolate. Young Master Jiang, who was slowly walking through it, appeared especially lonely. Although there was someone next to him, there was still a boundless loneliness that seeped out from his bones. The man following behind him was softly reporting, "We didn't get a single Arabian horse this year because all the horse traders from the river region were captured by the Turkic tribes. The Khitan and Huehe horse traders who provided us with ordinary horses are getting closer and closer to Zhongyi. This year, the number of ordinary horses they provided us is 60% less than last year. Next year, I'm afraid it will be even less." The more the man spoke, the more fearful he became. He stealthily raised his head to glance at young Master Jiang's face. From behind, young Master Jiang's face was as calm as still water, without the slightest hint of anger. But young Master Jiang was like this when he was calm, and the same was true when he was angry. The man did not know if young Master Jiang had already flown into a rage and his heart was filled with apprehension. Young Master Jiang calmly said, "Arabian horses are able to understand human speech, and they are loved by officials and generals. This isn't just a matter of income, it's also a link between us and the generals in the army. We can't let it go. As for ordinary horses, those Turkic and Huehe horse traders only care about profit. No matter how much Shenmu pays, as long as we pay 10% more than him, we might be able to snatch them back." Yes. Seeing that young Master Jiang was not angry, the man inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt a little bitter in his mouth. The 4 garrisons of Anshi were important routes to the east, and Shenmu had long ago established a relationship with the 10 western Turkic tribes. Even Great Chief Uzhail of the Turkic tribes had been able to replace Ashina Huzero as the true Khagan of the 10 western Turkic tribes because of Shenmu's financial support. Now that the 4 garrisons of Anshi were in their hands, the 10 western Turkic tribes had returned to their homeland and were finally beginning to report back. And this report was the precious horses. Arabian horses were tall and mighty, and they were beloved by the generals of the great clans and clans. A precious horse was extremely difficult to buy, but the precious horses from the kingdoms of the western regions had all been monopolized by the Western Turks and ended up in Shenmu's hands. Not just horses, but camels as well. Camels were boats in the desert, and Shenmu's investment in the 10 western Turkic tribes had allowed him to monopolize 80% of the camel business in the western regions. Camels were not only the fastest and safest means of transportation for caravans traversing the deserts and plateaus, but the imperial court's army had also expanded to the 4 garrisons of Anshi, spreading its influence to the river regions, and the demand for camels was only increasing by the day. Arabian horses were excellent, but they were far too expensive. The Tang dynasty could not afford to equip them in large numbers, so the ordinary war horses for the army were still primarily Mongolian ponies. The Tang dynasty also raised horses, but they were far from enough to satisfy the demands of the army. Every year, they had to purchase large numbers of war horses from the Western Turks and Huayhe. And in the years that Zhongyi had spent roaming the western regions as a bandit, Xiao Fei had unwittingly established a relationship with the largest horse suppliers of the Western Turks and Huayhe. Ever since young Master Jiang had lost the duel in Chang'an and been forced to abandon Chang'an and flee to Luoyang, these horse merchants who had worked with him for many years had switched sides to Shenmu's side. Just as young Master Jiang had said, this was not just a matter of massive income. Rather, it was the close relationship he could establish with the military and the major factions of the western regions through the horse business. With these things, he was the uncrowned king who could summon the wind and summon the rain. Without these things, who could he influence? Young Master Jiang seemed to understand that this matter was easier said than done. After slowly walking for a few moments, he said, "The urgent task at hand is to establish a new source of horses. Shenmu has been working hard in the western regions for many years, and now that he's in the limelight, we can't overshadow him for the time being. Let's establish a partnership with the Swanni, Shui, and Shi tribes." At this point, young Master Jiang suddenly stopped and stared at the sky. After a long while, his face suddenly paled. Shenmu has gone to Goryeo. The two had fought in Chang'an for power, but to the great clans, it was no different from internal strife. After the duel, the great clans had acknowledged Shenmu's strength and young Master Jiang's defeat, but they had also punished Shenmu, banishing him to Goryeo to open up a trade route. But young Master Jiang suddenly thought of a frightening question: would young Fan be content to stay in Goryeo? Did he go to Goryeo because he had no choice, or did he take the initiative? Thinking back to the various means he had used when he was in the western regions, if his investment in Uzheil, the great leader of the Turks, was still traceable, then his sending Zhongyi to be a horse bandit was completely unrestrained. Who would have thought that his real purpose was not only to train a private army through war, but also to establish a relationship with the Turks and Huayhe horse merchants? Given his habit of hiding his true intentions, he was probably going to Goryeo for the powerful forces in the northeast such as the Swanni, Shui, and Shi tribes. The more young Master Jiang thought about it, the more frightened he became. His heart was burning, and his palms were sweating. Seeing his extremely ugly expression, the person beside him said carefully, "I will immediately arrange for someone to contact the Swanni, Shui, and Shi chiefs." Perhaps Shenmu may not have thought so far ahead. Young Master Jiang's neck seemed to be rusty. After a long while, he shook his head with difficulty and said, "Oxen and horses are an important business for us. If we abandon this business and find another way to make money, it is easy, but the connections we have built over the years will be wasted. All the powerful forces that we have connected because of this business will be cut off." Not only did his neck seem to be rusty, but his voice also seemed to be rusty, very rough and unpleasant to hear. "You can try. If it is impossible, then turn to the southern border. Although the Sichuan and Yunnan horses are shorter, they have long legs. They are not as good as the great Wan horses for short distances, but they are better for long distances. Based on our past friendship, they may not refuse. If Shenmu wants to trap me and completely destroy my business, it is impossible." Before he finished speaking, a person came from afar. Although he was not running, his strides were very large, and his speed was extremely fast, even faster than a normal person's running. Along the way, the scarlet maple leaves under his feet kept flying, as if there was a pair of wind and fire wheels under his feet. Along the way, there were raging flames. Young Master Luo Jing sent an urgent report from 800 miles on horseback. The person arrived in front of young Master Jiang and did not even have the time to salute, but hurriedly handed over a secret letter. Young Master Jiang hurriedly opened the secret letter and could not help but gasp. His hands began to tremble slightly. Empress Wu Zetian transferred young Fan to the heavenly official Yamen. He was appointed as the heavenly official Yamen and had the authority to know the heavenly official assistant minister. Since Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she changed the 6 departments of officials: household, rights, military, punishment, and works to the 6 departments of heaven, earth, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The heavenly official Yamen was the Ministry of Appointments. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Ministry of Appointments was the head of the 6 departments of the Shongshu province. Yang Fan had been promoted. Young Master Jiang did not care about Yang Fan's promotion, nor did he care that he was transferred from the Ministry of Justice to the Ministry of Appointments. The problem was why he was promoted at this time. Why was he appointed as the Heavenly Official Assistant Minister? The Heavenly Official Assistant Minister was the acting Heavenly Official Assistant Minister. That meant that the Ministry of Appointments, the Seal Department, the Merit Department, and the Examination Department of the Ministry of Appointments were all under his control. He had the right to decide the appointment and dismissal, examination, promotion, conferment, and transfer of all the civil officials in the world. At this moment, Wu Zetian suddenly transferred Yang Fan to the Ministry of Appointments and gave him almost all the power in the Ministry of Appointments. What was her purpose? Young Master Jiang immediately thought of the imperial court, aristocratic families, and other forces that were in high spirits and were carrying out a great purge in the southern border. He immediately thought of the fat piece of meat that everyone was staring at with red eyes. The Empress was going to give this fat piece of meat to Yang Fan to divide. Chapter 601. Young Master Jiang was in a daze and only thought about the terrible consequences of Yang Fan taking control of this matter. He did not think that if Yang Fan took charge of this matter, many of the officials dispatched to southern border would be recommended and evaluated by Yang Fan. His control over southern border would also increase greatly. Moreover, Yang Fan and Shen Mu were allies. At that time, young Master Jiang's plan to create a new horse import channel in southern border would also become a bubble. Young Master. That person waited for a long time and did not see any movement from young Master Jiang, so he tried to call him. Young Master Jiang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Qin lost its deer, and the whole world chased it. This deer is now in the hands of Yang Fan. The deer is not his, but whoever he is willing to throw the deer at, that person will be able to eat a mouthful of meat. If this matter is not handled well, he will be smashed to pieces, and together with that fat piece of meat, he will be chewed to pieces by the jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. But if it is done well..." Young Master Jiang's face darkened. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "I know. Call Yuan Tingyun to see me." That person heaved a sigh of relief and left. Young Master Jiang waved his hand to the person behind him and said, "You go, just do as we said just now." The person behind him cupped his fists and like a gust of wind, he quietly left with the maple leaves on the ground. Young Master Jiang slowly raised his head and muttered to himself, "How can this be? Could it be that even God was helping him? I asked Qiao Wenda to write a memorial to impeach him, accusing him of lust and staying in Chang'an. With the Empress's usual cold style, he should be severely punished. But why? He was not beaten back to his original state, but received such an important task." Although young Master Jiang was smart, he was limited by his status and did not understand the emperor's mind. He also misjudged the current situation. If the world was at peace and the court was calm, Yang Fan would abandon his official duties for his private interests. With how much Wu Zetian valued her empire, she would definitely not tolerate such a person and would punish him as a warning to others. However, in the current situation, Yang Fan's usefulness was far more useful to Wu Zetian than his mistakes. Therefore, if he had some flaws, it would make Wu Zetian feel that this person could be trusted. People with flaws were not scary. Wu Zetian was troubled by the fact that she couldn't solve this problem perfectly. At this time, Liu Xuantian handed over the secret report and Yang Fan came into her sight. Thinking about his loyalty, his closeness to the Wu clan, his friendship with the southern tribe's chiefs, then thinking about his instinctive resistance and hatred towards the aristocratic families as a commoner's disciple, Liu Xuantian's report made Wu Zetian value and trust Yang Fan even more. Moreover, Yang Fan's relationship with the various powers in the competition was the most suitable for Wu Zetian's interests. Choosing Yang Fan to take on this heavy responsibility was inevitable. Therefore, it would be strange if Wu Zetian didn't want the hothead Yang Fan to take on this matter. For Dugu Ninka, this was his design. For Wu Zetian, this was her own choice. She wouldn't find out that there was someone else's inducement. When the canal is formed, it will come naturally. Many aristocratic families had been using this method to induce the introduction and implementation of national policies that were beneficial to them. They had never openly opposed the imperial court and advocated their own ideas. Now, Dugu Ninka was just using the same method on one person and one thing. Thinking of the increasingly disadvantageous changes in the situation, young Master Jiang felt more and more bitter in his heart. He couldn't help but raise the wine pot and take a big gulp. He had always been self-disciplined and temperate. Usually, he only drank tea and didn't drink wine. But now, he felt that everything tasteless in his mouth except for this wine. Although the strong wine only tasted bitter when it entered his throat, it was the only thing he could swallow. Yuan Tingyun hurried over and stood beside young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang's slender fingers clenched the wine pot as if he was tightly strangling someone's throat. He said, "Kill young Fan, quickly." In the Zhongnan Mountains, there were 1,000 peaks and a deep and elegant valley. In an unknown and elegant valley, there were a few houses built with bamboo and wood, surrounded by fences. There were chickens and geese walking leisurely in the yard. The sky was clear and blue. The geese flying south swept across the sky like a boat gliding on the blue sea. In the distance, there was the sound of a flute. In front of the bamboo fence, there was a big tree. In front of the tree, purple chrysanthemums were either in bud or in full bloom, painting the picture of late autumn with the most gorgeous color. In front of the tree, there was a flat rectangular stone with a chessboard on it. On both sides of the stone, there was a person sitting cross-legged on a futon, playing chess. Both of them were very old, with white hair and white beards. They wore loose and comfortable white shirts with a pair of wide black trousers. The two old men looked like a pair of mountain hermits playing chess for fun. However, they didn't move the chess pieces in their hands and only whispered to each other. If Yang Fan were here, he would immediately recognize the old man on the left as Li Mubai of the Longxi Li clan. The one on the other side was the lord of the Xingyang Zheng clan. Elder Zheng's tone was very solemn, but the thick wrinkles on his face made it difficult to bring out any lively expressions. Yang Fan has been transferred to the position of Heavenly Official Minister, Assistant Minister of Heavenly Official. The demotion, appointment, and removal of officials below the third rank will depend on his hands. It seems the Empress wants to throw the hot potato of the southern border to Yang Fan. Li Mubai stroked the black chess piece in his hand and said slowly, "If it was only the appointment and removal of a position, it could be decided by the Ministry of Appointments. But now that there are so many vacancies in the southern border, the Emperor himself will definitely ask about it." Elder Zheng raised his white brows and said unhappily, "Of course I understand. Although the matter has been handed over to Yang Fan, the list he provides must satisfy the Emperor and all other parties before it can be implemented. But since he is in charge of this matter, it will be more convenient than others. 70% of the vacancies in the southern border will inevitably be divided among the various powers. Everyone is well aware of this. What's left is the 30% gap. There are too many variables in this 30% gap. Therefore, regardless of the gains or losses, it's all within an acceptable range. And it's precisely this 30% gap that's the key to disrupting the balance. Aren't we fighting for these gaps?" Young Master Jiang was the first to know that Yang Fan was about to be appointed as a doctor of the Heavenly Official Mansion and had the right to know the position of Assistant Minister of the Heavenly Official Mansion. Then came the other aristocratic families. At this time, the Zhongguan who delivered the decree was still on his way to Chang'an, so Yang Fan did not know. In such matters, the efficiency of the officials would always be ranked last. Elder Zheng immediately came to discuss this matter with Li Mubai as soon as he heard the news. Li Mubai lowered his eyes and said slowly, "What is Elder Zheng's opinion?" Elder Zheng leaned forward and said in a deep voice, "Then negotiate with Yang Fan." Li Mubai chuckled and said, "Elder Zheng, Yang Fan's appetite is too big. What he wants is the lord of the obvious sec." Elder Zheng's face darkened and said, "In my opinion, that Lu Binmi should have given up his position long ago. What has he done since he was in charge of the succession hall?" The so-called hidden sect was only in charge of some matters that the obvious sect should not be involved in. It was just a few hidden characters under him. What about now? Not only are they on equal footing with him, but they have even surpassed him. Lu Binmi is obstinate and self-opinionated. He has high standards but low abilities. It is difficult for him to take up this heavy responsibility. Li Mubai held the chess piece and smiled lightly without a word. This could be said by others, but not by him. Because Shen Mu was nurtured by him, but he didn't expect Shen Mu to be so capable. He only appreciated this junior and bestowed him a lake. Who knew that this kid had painstakingly managed it for so many years and actually turned the lake into a sea? But in the eyes of outsiders, they couldn't help but think that he had been planning and supporting behind the scenes, intending for Shen Mu to steal young Master Jiang's authority. Therefore, he had to avoid suspicion at this time. Elder Zheng saw that he smiled and didn't reply. He angrily threw the white chess piece in his hand onto the chessboard and said angrily, "You and I have been friends for many years. Do you still have to be afraid of me? You old thing, say something." Li Mubai gave a long sigh and said, "Elder Zheng, you should be clear what it means once young Fan sits in this position. He will control enormous wealth and power. Also, he will not only have to be responsible for the aristocratic families, but also for the succession hall, this semi-independent existence. Therefore, all of his decisions, under the premise that it does not affect the interests of the aristocratic families, he can make his own decisions. We cannot control him at all times. This is different from the Prime Minister. All of the power of the Prime Minister comes from the Emperor and the court. He can be removed at any time and replaced with another person. But the person who becomes the sect leader of the Xian clan can control enormous personal power. It is fine if it is a short period of time, but once it is long enough, not only will he become part of it, his children and grandchildren will become an important part of it. He is not one of us, but he will definitely have a powerful family that is rooted in the succession hall. How can we ensure that his family will always have the same interests as us and will always be used by us? Then we will make him one of us." A loud voice suddenly sounded from the side. Li Mubai and old Zheng paled in fright and suddenly turned their heads to look. This place might seem like a hut for hermits in the mountains, but the perimeter had long been cleared of people. The two of them were discussing business here. There could not be a single person within 3 li of them. Unless one cultivated the all-seeing eye and wind-hearing, who could see their shadows and hear what they were saying. Turning his head to look, he saw an old man with a white beard walking towards them with a walking stick in his hand. This old man's body was very robust. Li Mubai and old Zheng sighed in relief at the same time. The person who had come was the leader of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Li Mubai frowned and said, "Old man, why have you come? Be careful not to let the eyes and ears of the court find out and raise their guard." Old Wang snorted heavily. Leaning on his walking stick, he walked in front of them and said, "If this old man doesn't come, do you think you two old fellows will be able to argue here? You are not in a rush. If you miss this chance, you will have other chances. But my Wang family places great importance on this chance and sees it as a key to the Wang family's rise again." What old Zheng cared about was how to make young Fan one of their own. He hurriedly asked, "Old Wang, tell me, how do we make him one of our own?" Geezer Wang mumbled, "Isn't that simple? This old man still has more than a dozen little granddaughters. We can just randomly pick one to marry to him, and then wouldn't he be one of us?" Chapter 602. Old man Zheng's eyes lit up. Marriage was indeed a good idea. The purpose of a marriage alliance was not the marriage itself. It did not matter if the relationship between the husband and wife was good or not, but through this action, others would see them as a whole. This was the reason why Xue Shao's 2 elder brothers had been put to death. In this era where families were the basic units of society, marriage and kinship were undeniably the strongest alliances. Later on, there was a gifted scholar named Li Shangyin. He was a student of Ling Hu Chu, an important member of the Ox clique, but he married the daughter of Wang Maoyuan, an important member of the Li clique. Even though he had never done anything hostile to the Ox clique, he was regarded as a member of the Li clique. After the Ox clique gained power, they tried their best to suppress him. Li Shangyin had a body full of talent, but he was never able to display it in his life. Although the aristocratic families were arrogant, it wasn't that they never married people outside of the 5 surnames. It was just that most of their children would only marry within the 5 surnames. Hearing this idea, Elder Zhang was delighted. He quickly invited Elder Wang to sit down and excitedly discussed the matter of finding a son-in-law. It was no wonder that old Wang was anxious. The Wang clan of Taiyuan was one of the first clans to become a first-rate aristocratic family. Wang Yun of the Eastern Han dynasty had used his efforts to turn the tide for the country and the people to promote the Wang clan to become a renowned family. From then on, the winds and clouds changed, but the Wang family still stood tall, until the current dynasty suffered another great calamity. Gaozong Li Ji's Empress Wang was the daughter of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Hence, after Wu Zetian came to power, the Wang family was suppressed the most. If not for this, even though Li Junchen was arrogant, he would not have the guts to forcefully marry the daughter of the Wang family. For this reason, the Wang family of Taiyuan needed this opportunity more urgently than the other aristocratic families. Elder Wang said proudly, "We established the succession hall to help the other aristocratic families, not to let them use the power of the aristocratic families to kill each other and fight for power. Now, the obvious sect and hidden sect are like fire and water, and Yang Fan is on good terms with the hidden sect. If he were to become the head of the obvious sect, the obvious and hidden sects would be a harmonious family, and we would be able to avoid internal conflicts." Li Mubai sighed and said, "If Yang Fan becomes the son-in-law of an aristocratic family, what will the emperor think? Will he still entrust this important task to him?" Mr. Wang and Mr. Zheng, who were discussing excitedly, were startled at the same time. Could it be that they wanted Yang Fan to imitate Li Junchen and forcefully marry as a cover? But this way, in the eyes of the world, a fake forced marriage would become a real forced marriage. The Wang family had already lost face once. Could they afford to lose face a second time? Li Mubai added, "In addition, there is another problem. How do we explain to the Lu family? Although the succession hall was powerful, it was also fragile. It is said to be powerful because it has us aristocratic families secretly providing it with financial, material, manpower, and all kinds of support. That is why it possesses great power. It is said to be fragile because the entire succession hall, no matter if it is the obvious sect or the hidden sect, they all rely on the aristocratic clans to support them from behind the scenes. The core members are all from the various aristocratic clans. Therefore, they have to protect the interests of their clans first before the succession hall. Once they infuriate the Lu clan, would the Lu clansmen in the succession hall agree?" The anger on Mr. Zheng's face gradually faded. He pondered for a moment and said with uncertainty, "Since the succession hall is formed by the elites from the various aristocratic clans, of course, the capable ones should be promoted and the mediocre ones should be relegated. Lu Binmi's skills are not as good as others. If we ask him to step down, I believe the Lu clan will have nothing to say." Li Mubai shook his head and said, "This is deceiving oneself and others. If Lu Binmi is mediocre and incompetent and asks him to step down, the Lu clan will have nothing to say. However, Lu Binmi's way of doing things might not be brilliant, but he didn't make a huge mistake. The Lu clan had just retreated back to Fanyang due to their oath. If we remove Lu Binmi's authority now, what will the Lu clan think?" Mr. Zheng's face sank and didn't say anything. Li Mubai continued, "You all know how powerful the Lu clan is. Among the aristocratic clans in Shandong, the Lu clan is currently ranked second. There are countless small clans that are attached to the Lu clan. If our actions incite a strong backlash from the Lu clan, the alliance of the aristocratic clans in Shandong will collapse. Do you think the Empress will let go of such a good opportunity?" Mr. Zheng and Mr. Wang looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. Mr. Wang asked, "Then, what good plan do you have?" Li Mubai threw the chess piece back into the chess box and frowned, "I still haven't thought of it." Yang Fan accompanied Xiao Mang around Chang'an for a few days. The baby in her belly began to grow restless again. Yang Fan didn't dare to bring her around anymore. These 2 days, the young couple settled down and only stayed in the Gongsun mansion. Unexpectedly, even though Yang Fan didn't go out, the number of people who came to visit suddenly increased. There was an endless stream of distinguished guests coming and going. Most of them were descendants of the aristocratic clans of the Guanlong group. Although the Guanlong group started with military merits, it had only risen for a short time and its foundation was still lacking. However, the core figures of the Guanlong group today were the four families of Guanzhong, Wei, Pei, Liu, and Shui. These four families were also thousand-year-old families. The Wei clan of the capital Zhao was now the leader of the Guanlong group even though it was dead but not dead. The Pei clan of Hedong was the most famous family in the world. Among the 100 families, the four families are first. Among all the clans in the world, there is no one like the Pei clan. Although the Guanlong group as a huge group had declined, the Wei clan of the capital Zhao, the Pei clan of Hedong, the Liu clan of Hedong, and the Shui clan of Hedong were all aristocratic families that existed long before the formation of the Guanlong group. It was only after the rise of the Guanlong group in Guanzhong that they became important members. Now that the huge group was declining day by day, the vitality of these aristocratic families was still there. They wouldn't decline so easily. In fact, these aristocratic families could completely get rid of the Sunset group that had become a burden. However, once the group declined, they would be alone and would definitely not be able to compete with the aristocratic families of Shandong. As the saying went, it was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a cow. They still fantasized that the Guanlong group could rise again and were unwilling to give up on their efforts to revive the Guanlong group. Naturally, they wanted to have some contact with young Fan. However, the people who had been visiting the Guanlong family these past few days were mostly the younger generation of the Guanlong family. First, it was a matter of their foresight. Although they had already sensed that young Fan was a key figure, they had yet to estimate how useful he would be. Second, judging from the storm at Grand Duke Li's birthday banquet, young Fan had already become enemies with the aristocratic families of Shandong. Naturally, it would be easy to recruit them. There was no need for the elders to lower themselves to befriend them. Gongsun Bufan's wife, Aunt Pei, was a member of the Pei family. Although in the Pei family, Aunt Pei's branch was just a side branch and wasn't an important figure, the younger generation of the Pei family's main branch often came to visit this distant aunt. After visiting aunt, he would go find young Fan for a chat. Clearly, he had ulterior motives. How astute was Madame Pei? She sensed that something was wrong when her family visited for several days. Early this morning, her nephew, Pei Choli, came to the Gongsun residence again. He first went to the temple to see aunt before going to find young Fan for a chat. Madame Pei stopped him and said, "Choli, tell aunt the truth. Why have you been visiting frequently these days?" Pei Choli was a young man who had just reached his 20s. When he heard aunt's question, he stood still with his hands by his side and answered, "Uncle has never liked to involve himself in aristocratic family matters. Thus, father has instructed that if aunt doesn't ask, there is no need to mention it. Now that aunt is asking, nephew does not dare to not answer. In a few days, there will be a decree from the court. Young Fan will be transferred to the heavenly official Yamen and will be the assistant minister of the heavenly official." Madame Pei's brows twitched and she said disapprovingly, "So what? Although the Ministry of Appointments is the Yamen for selecting officials, it cannot cover the sky with one hand. Those above 3rd rank must be chosen by the emperor himself. Those above 5th rank must be approved by the prime minister. Those below 6th rank must be reported to their subordinates for review. Young Fan has become the Minister of Appointments. Is he worth the Pei family's currying favor with?" Pei Choli smiled bitterly. "If you want to say currying favor, it is not so. Nephew has always liked his character and wanted to associate with him. Moreover, aunt is focused on Buddhist cultivation and is unaware of the changes in the world. The southern border now." Pei Choli told Aunt Pei everything that happened in court today from beginning to end. He added, "Coincidentally, this 5th rank official, young Fan, has become one of the key figures. Although the weight of a stilliard is small, it can weigh 1,000 catties. Thus, he cannot be treated as a lump of iron." Aunt Pei finally understood. Since this matter involved her own family, even though she had been focused on Buddhist cultivation and her temperament had become more tranquil, she could not ignore it. Aunt Pei thought for a moment and said, "Young Fan is a very alert person. Although he does not know the details, there have been many aristocratic children visiting him in the past 2 days. He must have his own considerations. If you want to build a relationship with him and slowly develop your relationship, I am afraid others will beat you to it. It is better to talk to him openly. Pei Choli and young Fan had a good time these past few days. Unfortunately, they had not been able to talk about the main topic. He was still young and had the loftiness of an aristocratic child. He was somewhat ashamed to talk about it. Now that he had received his aunt's advice, he made up his mind. He bowed deeply and said, "Aunt's teachings are correct. Nephew knows what to do." However, nephew is not the only one around him. It is difficult for nephew to talk about the main topic in front of so many people. Aunt Pei said, "Since that is the case, come early tomorrow as usual. Aunt will create an opportunity for the two of you." Pei Choli was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Aunt." The Gongsun family had guests coming and going. Most of them were people who had never visited before. In contrast, the Dugu family, which they occasionally visited in the past, did not make any movements. When Miss Ning Ku, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, heard the news of the Guanlong group's children visiting the Gongsun residence, Miss Ning Ku only smiled and looked a little proud, like a little fox who had stolen 2 chickens. In the Lu residence, young Master Jiang stared at Yuan Tingyun, who was kneeling in front of him with a gloomy face. He knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "It has been 2 days and you have not made any movements. Are you going to disobey my words?" Yuan Tingyun said with a bitter face, reporting to young Master. This lowly one immediately made preparations after young Master gave the order. However, young Fan has not left the residence for the past 2 days. This lowly one inquired and heard that his wife is about to give birth and the fetus is moving frequently. Young Fan has been guarding the residence every day and has not left. "Then let's go and kill him," young Master Jiang said coldly. He turned to Lu Boyon, who was sitting in the corner, and said, "Elder Lu, please go with us. We must kill young Fan." Chapter 603. A candle like the moon shone bright and soft light on the head of the bed. Young Fan leaned over the bed and looked at it with awe. In front of him was a big round meatball. The meatball would occasionally move slightly, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the left. Every time it moved, young Fan's face would show surprise, curiosity, happiness, and joy. Xiao Man was lying on the bed with a soft cushion behind her. There was a sweet smile on her face as she gently stroked her belly. She was afraid to block her Longjuan's sight, so she only gently stroked the edge of her belly. "What's the little guy doing inside?" Young Fan asked curiously. At this time, young Fan was not a righteous Jianghu ranger, nor was he a powerful minister of the court. He was grinning from ear to ear, and his words were full of childishness. Xiao Man slightly frowned and guessed, "I feel, the little guy is gently tapping with his fingers, one by one, like a chick pecking an eggshell." "Ouch! What's wrong?" Young Fan became nervous, but Xiao Man giggled, "This kid kicked me." As she laughed, her belly trembled, and the little fellow in her belly seemed to be excited, punching and kicking here and there. Young Fan gently placed his hand on Butch's belly, feeling the little fellow's powerful punches and kicks. He first beamed with joy, then said nervously, "The little fellow is making a lot of noise tonight. Do you want to find a doctor to take a look?" Xiao Man didn't care and said, "No need. When you were not here a few days ago, the little guy was even more noisy than now. I think I'm about to give birth. Don't worry, Auntie has already invited a doctor and a midwife to the house. If something happens here, they will come at any time." Only then did young Fan feel relieved. He turned around and took a bowl of supper from the small table. It was a bowl of red date and chestnut porridge, and the rice used for the porridge was lucheng rice. The rice was as green as white jade, and the porridge was like milk, shiny and fragrant. Young Fan adjusted the porridge with a spoon and said to Xiao Man, "It's not hot anymore. Here, have some." Xiao Man put down her clothes to cover her belly, got up and took the bowl of porridge from young Fan, and ate the porridge bit by bit. Since she was pregnant, Xiao Man's appetite had become amazing. Her appetite was at least twice as big as before. Young Fan naturally wanted her to eat more. Yang Fan happily watched as Xiao Man finished the small bowl of porridge. He took the small bowl with a smile and handed a wet towel to her to wipe her mouth. Xiao Man's meticulous consideration made her heart sweet. After eating supper, the two of them sat on the bed and whispered for a while. A third of the red candle on the bedside had burned out. Xiao Man yawned. Seeing that she was tired, Yang Fan immediately said softly, "It's getting late, you should rest." "Okay." Xiao Man, who was nestled in his arms, rubbed her head against his chin like a lazy cat. Yang Fan helped her to sleep carefully, and put a small cushion under her calf. Her calf was a little swollen because of pregnancy, so she had to put a small cushion under her calf when she slept. This was the method that Aunt Pei told Yang Fan. Otherwise, this young man, who was about to become a father, wouldn't know these things. "Okay, have a good rest." Yang Fan gently kissed Xiao Man's smooth forehead and gently put down the curtain. Through the thin curtain, he saw Xiao Man looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Fan gently blew out the candle and walked out of the door. Outside the door was the side room. Two middle-aged maids were sitting in the side room. As soon as they saw him come out, they quickly stood up and respectfully sent him off. Aunt Pei was worried that the young maids were sleepy, so she specially sent two middle-aged maids who were vigilant and had given birth to children to take care of Xiao Man's daily life. "Thank you for your trouble." As usual, Yang Fan politely greeted the two of them. Then, he passed through the side room and walked outside. The pregnant woman had a big belly, so she often had to sleep on her side. The husband was also young, so he couldn't sleep well. It was bad to bump and bump. So, according to Aunt Pei's instructions, Yang Fan was deprived of the right to sleep with his wife. But, as long as it was beneficial to his wife and child, Yang Fan would naturally carry it out. He didn't dare to go against it in the slightest. Yang Fan walked out of Xiao Man's room, but he didn't immediately go back to rest. Pacing around the deep autumn pond, stepping on the frosty moonlight, Yang Fan held his hands behind his back and his mind gradually calmed down. It was the Dugu family's doing to instigate the southern barbarian leaders to interfere with the officials stationed there. How could the Dugu family not pay attention to every move in the capital? At the same time that young Master Jiang received the news, the Dugu family also received the news. Soon after, Yang Fan also received the news. Although the official who passed the decree had yet to arrive, Yang Fan already knew that he was about to go to the Ministry of Personnel and take over this hot potato from the Empress's hands. He already had a plan on how to resolve this matter, but he was still lacking the most important thing: Shandong's aristocratic family's compromise. Make contact with the Guanlong Corporation. The Dugu family was originally a member of the Guanlong Corporation. They knew better than anyone that the Guanlong Corporation's decline was already a foregone conclusion. Unless the Guanlong Corporation was on its last breath and still had a certain amount of influence in the military, they would immediately cause chaos in the world and 72 rebellious emperors. Only then would they have a place to use their skills. Otherwise, no one would be able to reverse their decline. Furthermore, Yang Fan had been maintaining a close relationship with the Succession Hall's hidden sect, which meant that he was maintaining a close relationship with the aristocratic clans of Shandong. He couldn't possibly abandon this powerful ally and form an alliance with a group that was destined to decline. During Li Taigong's birthday banquet, he had ridiculed the aristocratic descendants with the goal of winning the admiration of the martial Guanlong Corporation. If Zheng Yu, Kui Yi, Wang Xiyuan, and the others hadn't initiated the provocation, Yang Fan would have found another opportunity. Including the information that he was about to become a key figure in the allocation of the southern border's official vacancies to the various aristocratic families of the Guanlong Corporation. All of this was planned by Dugu Yu and him. Attracting the Guanlong Corporation's recruitment was to exert pressure on Shandong's aristocratic families. Exerting pressure on Shandong's aristocratic families was the ultimate goal of combining with Shandong's aristocratic families. Refuting the aristocratic descendants of Shandong's aristocratic families and winning the admiration of the martial Guanlong aristocratic families was still the goal of Shandong's aristocratic families. Such a small conflict would never be placed in the eyes of those experienced and profit-oriented elders of Shandong's aristocratic families. It wouldn't result in an irreconcilable conflict. Yang Fan had always paid attention to this sense of propriety. At present, whether it was the Guanlong Corporation or the aristocratic families of Shandong, they all knew that the opportunity in the southern border that they coveted was largely dependent on Yang Fan. However, the Guanlong Corporation had only sent some juniors who didn't have the face to make friends with him. From this, one could see how slow they were in politics, how short-sighted they were, and how lacking they were in courage. As for the fact that Shandong's aristocratic families hadn't taken any action yet, in Yang Fan's opinion, it was actually a good thing. During Li Taigong's birthday banquet, he had already met with the leading figures of the various aristocratic families and made his attitude clear. Shandong's aristocratic families really didn't need to send some juniors who couldn't make decisions to make friends with him. Shandong's aristocratic families either didn't show up, or when they did, they had already decided to compromise with him. It was a closely linked plan, without too much scheming or calculation. It was completely based on taking advantage of the situation, changing the entire environment and conditions, forcing the other party to make such a choice. When they made such a choice, they would only think that it was the objective situation that led to such a result, and they wouldn't realize that someone was manipulating it. However, Yang Fan had always thought that this ingenious method, which was like cooking a small fish, was designed by Du Guyu, who was known for his meticulous planning. He had never thought that it was Miss Ning Ku, who looked so delicate that she would sweat every time she took a few steps. Yang Fan raised his head with his hands clasped behind his back. Looking at the bright moon on the horizon, he secretly calculated in his heart, the imperial court's edict will arrive soon. How will Shandong's aristocratic families decide? What he didn't know was that because of this matter, the aristocratic families of Shandong were now in frequent contact with each other, but they still couldn't come up with a plan that could satisfy all parties. Those old men were so anxious that they were about to slam the table and curse. The path beside the pool rustled. Hearing the sound, Yang Fan looked over and happened to see a beautiful figure slowly walking over. A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Yang Fan's mouth. He stepped forward to greet her. "Are you having a sword fight with Miss Gongsun again? She simply takes pleasure in torturing me." Anu looked angry. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, she complained to her man. "She bullied me like this. Why didn't you help me? Teach her a good lesson and let her know that there is always someone better than her. You don't know how hateful it is when she triumphs over me every time." Anu originally didn't want to compete with Gongsun Lanji again. But she couldn't resist her repeated begging. As a result, it was inevitable that she would be tormented. Yang Fan laughed and said, "She is a woman. It's not fair to win. Besides, she knows that your swordsmanship is not as good as hers. She forced you to fight again and again to force me to support you. I just don't fight with her. If I don't fulfill her wish, I will win even if I lose." "Win my ass." Anu pouted coquettishly. She raised her leg and stepped on his foot. "Do you feel proud that I am bullied by her?" Not really. Of course, Anu didn't feel any pain when she stepped on him. She just wanted to act coquettishly in front of her man. So Yang Fan didn't dodge. He just opened his arms and gently hugged her. He said with a smile, "I just like it." Anu was furious. She stared at him and said, "Like? You like me being bullied?" Yang Fan held her shoulders and said softly, "I like you complaining to me. I like you looking for me to support you. I like you acting like a little girl." Anu pushed him with her elbow. She didn't listen to his sweet words. She demanded in a domineering manner, "Don't. You help me defeat her. Help me vent my anger. Otherwise, don't touch me in the future." "Really? What will happen if I touch you?" Yang Fan pretended to be a pervert. He lifted her delicate chin in a flirtatious manner. Her innocent, charming, and cute little face was completely presented in front of him. The moonlight covered her pretty face with a layer of gauze. Her facial features were slightly hazy, but her eyes were as bright as the stars. Yang Fan's vision was filled with her soft and charming eyes. He couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. He slowly leaned down. Anu's face was slightly red. Her pigeon-like chest rose and fell slightly. Her plump lips opened and closed slightly. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes shyly closed. In front of Miss Gongsuan's long sword, she was defeated. In front of Yang Fan's intimacy, she was simply a captive and female slave. The pond rippled slightly. A few birds suddenly broke through the surface of the water. Yang Fan's lips were only an inch away from Anu's cherry lips when she suddenly pushed them away. Yang Fan was surprised. Is the female slave going to rebel tonight? Chapter 604. Someone is coming. Someone is coming from the forest. Tin Ano pushed Yang Fan away and said hurriedly. She still had a sword on her waist. She had just fought with Miss Gongsun, so she unsheathed her sword. It was not a big deal that someone was coming. This was the Gongsun family, so it was inevitable that some servants would pass by. Although it was inappropriate to be intimate at this time, it was suspicious if someone came from the forest. It was night time. Even if it was not night time, the servants of the Gongsun family would not pass through the forest instead of taking the road. RNU just walked along the forest path and did not disturb any birds. The birds also knew that there were often people passing by on the road, so they chose to rest in the forest. Now that the birds were startled, someone must have sneaked into the forest. The Tian Renu was young Master Jiang's maid and bodyguard, and she often carried out assassination missions for him, so she was very alert to such things. Yang Fan did not notice anything strange when he noticed the birds flying across the pond, but the Tian Renu had already sensed danger. Tin Ano drew her sword. Seeing that they had been exposed, the people sneaking in the forest quickly jumped out. For people, tall, short, fat, thin, old, middle-aged, young, all had their own characteristics. The most special thing was the things in their hands. Under the moonlight, the first one was a short and fat old man with a bamboo pole in his hand. It seemed that he was going to fish by the pond. The bamboo pole swayed, and a faint brilliance suddenly flashed under the moonlight. There was a line on the pole, but no one knew if there was a hook on the end of the line. Although the moonlight was like frost, it could not be seen clearly. The second person was a middle-aged woman. She stood there with her hands empty, just on the left side of Yang Fan and Tin Ano. Her arms were hanging, and no one knew whether she intended to fight the enemies with her bare hands or she did not take out another weapon. The third person blocked the retreat of Yang Fan and Tin Ano. He held a pair of Kuei-shing pens in his hands and looked at them covetously. The Kuei-shing pens were made of fine steel and were very dazzling under the moonlight. The fourth person stood on their right. He was tall and burly, and he clenched his fists tightly. Similarly, he did not hold any weapons. Strange weapons were rare, and not many people practiced them. However, once they succeeded in practicing them, they would definitely have something special about them. Therefore, when Yang Fan looked at the four people's postures, he felt a sense of danger in his heart. 4 kills of heaven and earth. Tin Ano cried out in shock. The 4 men were about to surround and attack, but when they heard Tin Ano's words, they turned to look at Tin Ano and couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Miss Anu? You're alive. Before he could finish his words, Yang Fan had already moved. No matter who they were, with this posture, it was obvious that they wanted to kill. Therefore, when he saw the 4 people surrounding them, he decided to make the first move. When Tin Ano cried out the 4 people's nicknames, Yang Fan even knew where they came from. Yang Fan didn't have a sword or a saber in his hand, but he was at the side of the pool. There was a stone bench at the side of the pool. Yang Fan's figure stretched out, and he pounced towards the tallest and most majestic-looking man. At the same time, he had already picked up the stone bench and threw it. Before he could, the stone bench smashed towards the man's face. As soon as Yang Fan moved, the short and stout old man immediately waved his arm. The invisible fishing line and hook brought along a strange wind sound as they streaked towards Yang Fan's slanted figure. However, Tin Ano was right in front of him. A sword ray immediately chopped down towards his face. At the same time, he shook his shoulder in a strange posture, lowered his body, and pounced forward. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and a clump of mud flew towards the thin man holding the judge pen behind him. RNU had been by young Master Jiang's side for many years. Not only did she know who these people were, but she was also very familiar with their martial arts. RNU's martial arts were very complicated, and the 4 killers of heaven and earth had also taught her killing skills. The reason why she had been defeated by Gongsun Lanji in the sword competition was because she did not only know how to use the sword, but she also practiced killing skills. She used all kinds of killing skills. If she only used the sword in the competition, she would only be able to display 50% of her fighting strength. She was very familiar with the characteristics of the four people's martial arts. At this time, she attacked with all her strength, and taking advantage of the four people's stunned expressions, she immediately seized the initiative. Not only did she avoid the soft sword that the middle-aged woman pulled out from her waist, she also forced the fat old man to withdraw his pole to defend himself. She also used a clump of mud to force the thin man to take a step back. The two judge pens in the thin man's hands were originally aimed at Yang Fan's thigh, and the other at Enu's back. But because of the clump of mud, he was forced to retreat, and his move was resolved. Roar! Yang Fan pounced quickly and urgently. If the burly man wanted to dodge, it was barely too late. But when Yang Fan threw out the stone stool and smashed it at the burly man's face before he could move, the burly man couldn't dodge it. He hurriedly shouted and punched the stone stool with his pair of iron fists. Yang Fan could even play with a stone lock that weighed more than 100 pounds as he pleased. How much force would it take to throw a stone stool that weighed more than 20 pounds with all his strength? The burly man's fists hit the stone stool fiercely. With a bang, the stone stool was broken into countless pieces. Yang Fan saw that the burly man actually smashed the stone stool with his flesh and blood, and couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly straightened his waist, and the two fists that originally wanted to hit the burly man's chest and abdomen changed direction, and like two meteors from outer space, hit the burly man's temples. Yang Fan saw that the burly man was really powerful, and didn't know what kind of hard qigong he practiced. He was afraid that hitting the burly man's chest and abdomen wouldn't break the burly man's hard qigong, so he immediately changed his target to the burly man's temples. There were always some parts of the flesh and blood that couldn't be trained, such as the back of the head, the temples, the eyes, and the genitals. The internal qi couldn't be used to form a barrier, and there were no muscles to provide physical protection. The burly man's fists smashed the stone stool with all his might, and his arms were shaken until they went limp. The iron gloves on his fists, which were made of cast iron, were also smashed by the impact, and the stones fell to the ground. His fingers were stained with blood, and he could clearly feel that 3 of his finger bones were broken. The crushed stones were of different sizes, stirring up a cloud of stone powder. Although the crushed stones fell to the ground, the stone powder still flew up like mist. Then, 2 fists passed through the mist, like 2 iron hammers, and heavily smashed the big man's temples. The burly man let out another loud roar, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets by Yang Fan's punches, and 2 streams of blood spurted out from his nostrils. Then he was hit by Yang Fan's body again, and his whole body flew up and fell into the pond on his back, and with a bang, he splashed a large area of water. One of the 4 killers of heaven and earth was killed as soon as they fought. The burly man died with his eyes wide open. In the middle of the night, when people suddenly ran into your house and surrounded you, armed with knives and guns, you should at least ask, "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" But Yang Fan didn't. They came to kill Yang Fan, so they didn't want to talk nonsense with Yang Fan, and they didn't want to reveal their identity. Originally, they wanted to wait for Yang Fan to ask for his purpose, and then they would make their move at the same time. But they didn't expect that the woman by Yang Fan's side knew martial arts, and even more so, they didn't expect that this woman who knew martial arts was Tin Ano, who they thought was already dead on Mount Hua. When they discovered Tin Ano's identity in surprise, the 4 of them were stunned at the same time. It was only a split second, but the opponent's skill was higher than theirs, and that split second was enough to destroy their advantage of encirclement. The burly man wearing the iron gloves was smashed in the head by Yang Fan's bare fists, and he died. These 4 people were all experts in killing, and the moment of surprise caused by a moment of helplessness was resolved in a flash. Seeing the burly man die, the other 3 were really angry, and immediately pounced forward. Tin Ano knew that among the 4 of them, the short and fat old man's martial arts was the highest, especially his fishing rod, which could be used as a spear or a staff, and the hook and flexible fishing line on the rod were even more erratic. It was better during the day, but at night, other than himself, no one would know where the weapon would come from. This person would be the biggest threat to her and young Fan, so she seized the initiative and attacked with her sword, pressing hard against the short and fat old man who was holding the fishing rod. As long as she got close, the old man's advantage in weapon would become a weakness, so Tin Aino became one with his sword, pressing hard step by step. The fat old man retreated 6 steps, and 6 flashes of sword light flashed in front of him. Before he could steady himself on the 7th step, another flash of sword light pierced his throat, and the old man was forced to retreat again, not even having the time to let out an angry roar. But because they didn't expect that young Fan would have Tin Aino by his side, whom they thought was already dead, the 4 of them lost the initiative, and their advantage was gone. Tin Aino forced the short and fat old man back, and the middle-aged woman and the thin young man immediately joined forces to attack young Fan. Although Tin Aino's resurrection was an accident, their mission target was young Fan, so they naturally wouldn't entangle with Tin Aino before killing young Fan. Young Fan was not afraid of the thin young man's Kuei-shing pen. Although it was said that an inch shorter was an inch more dangerous, and the Kuei-shing pen in the young man's hands pierced, pointed, and stabbed like a storm, young Fan was confident that he could seize the Kuei-shing pen and pierce his throat within 20 moves even if he didn't have a weapon in his hand. But with the middle-aged woman's soft sword, young Fan couldn't cope with it. The woman's sword was bent like a hook and twisted like a bowstring, and when it danced, the wind rustled like a spirit snake. Although the soft sword wasn't suitable for hacking and stabbing like a hard sword, it could cut and easily sever blood vessels and ligaments at joints. The soft sword in the woman's hand was like a whip, constantly lashing at young Fan. If one strike missed, she could quickly strike again with a shake of the sword. She didn't need to restrain the sword or bend the elbow at all. Her movements were so fast that it was impossible for young Fan to cope with the soft sword and the 2 judge pens with his bare hands. Thief! Murder! The 2 miserable cries of the iron-fisted man summoned the 2 patrolling servants. The 2 of them thought that a thief had come to the Gongsun mansion, and if they caught the thief, the patriarch would definitely reward them. So, they excitedly ran over with lanterns in their hands. When they saw the 2 groups of people fighting each other, their weapons flashed, and their momentum was astonishing. The 2 servants were so scared that they threw away the lanterns and ran away. While running, they screamed in a shrill voice that was even more excited than the crowing of a rooster. "What are you screaming for? There's a thief there." The 2 servants used all their strength to run. They had only run a few steps when a girl in red came running towards them. She was carrying a large sword that was even longer than the Tayar sword. She was so excited that she looked like an old lady who heard the sound of her little hen after laying eggs for the first time. She was beaming with joy, and her face was flushed. Gongsun Lanji tortured Tin Aino for a while. When Tin Aino ran away in anger, Miss Gongsun played with her sword for a while more complacently. She was about to go back to take a bath and rest when she heard a scream from the side courtyard where young Fan lived. The side courtyard was only separated from the training field by a wall. Miss Gongsun was considering whether she should jump over to take a look, but she hesitated that this was not the behavior of a lady. Suddenly, she heard another scream. This time, she really couldn't hold back. Regardless of whether she was a lady or not, she shot up the wall like an arrow. When the 2 servants saw that Miss Gongsun, who loved to play with her spear and stick the most, had arrived, they were relieved and quickly turned around to give directions. However, they couldn't get rid of their fear immediately. Their teeth chattered, and they couldn't say a word. Gongsun Lanji was so angry that she pushed them away. When she saw the situation by the pond, she immediately shouted with joy, "RNU, Erlang, you 2 are so disloyal. You didn't call me for such a good thing." Chapter 605. The moment Gongsun Lanji arrived, she became one with her sword and pounced towards the middle-aged woman wielding the flexible sword. Gongsun Lanji loved swords as much as her life. Seeing that the woman was also using a sword, she naturally chose her. The woman was playing with the snake when she saw a sword beam suddenly appear. It was like Huyi shooting the sun, illuminating the 9 heavens. She could not help but be shocked. She hurriedly circled her flexible sword and headed towards Gongsun Lanji. With a kung sound, the 2 swords clashed. Gongsun Lanji landed on both her feet and said excitedly, "Good swordplay." Again. Gongsun Lanji brandished a long sword that was longer than the Tai divine sword and slashed at the middle-aged woman wielding the flexible sword. With the two of them fighting, the pressure on Yang Fan was greatly reduced. He immediately launched a counterattack against the thin youth wielding the Kuei-shing brush. The Tian Renu had been living in the Gongsun mansion for a long time now, so she did not have any of the little toys she used to kill people with her. With just a sword, she was no match for the short and fat elder. Right now, she was only relying on the fact that she was one step ahead of the old man. She was pressing forward step by step, not giving the old man a chance to recover. Once the old man stabilized his position, RNU would definitely lose, and Yang Fan could only end the battle quickly. Swords were supposed to be light and nimble, but in Gongsun Lanji's hands, they were wide and powerful. It was as if she wasn't holding a sword in her hand, but a spear or a staff that could support the heavens and the earth. Everything within a radius of several zhong was enveloped by her sword light. The moonlight was like frost, reflecting off the long sword, and the layers of cold light were like wheels. But when the middle-aged woman wielded her sword, her momentum was far inferior to Gongsun Lanji's, but she would not be defeated for a while. Her sword was like a snake struggling in the mouth of a tiger. Although it was destined to fail, it would not give up for a while. With its tenacious willpower, it still struggled with all its might. The cold light was like stars, and every stab would dissolve Gongsun Lanji's biting cold attacks. Gongsun Lanji could fight to her heart's content. The sword in her hand was so powerful that it could split mountains and break mountains. Even Yang Fan, who was not far from her, had a feeling of trepidation. He thought that if he was not as good as her in terms of sword breaking, he could only use the saber art that he was best at and use the domineering aura of the overlord of weapons to suppress her. Without a middle-aged woman wielding a flexible sword, the skinny young man wielding the Kuei-shing pen was no longer Yang Fan's opponent. He used the move fairy needle guide, but he did not really guide the needle. Instead, he led Yang Fan's hand to him. Yang Fan's martial art skill was far superior to his, so it was more than enough for him to catch the blade with his bare hands. He swung the Kuei-shing pen against the man's elbow. The man cried out in pain, half of his body went numb, and was pulled in front of him by Yang Fan. At this time, the long sword in Gongsun Lanji's hand circled the air 3 times, like 3 bright round moons, covering the middle-aged woman wielding the flexible sword in the middle. The middle-aged woman could no longer rely on her delicate martial arts skill to evade, so she could only use the flexible sword in her hand to block. The two swords collided, and with a kung sound, the flexible snake-like longsword was unexpectedly cut in half by Gongsun Lanji's sword. With a whistling sound, Gongsun Lanji's sword burst out, as fast as a rainbow. Her body followed the sword borrowed the momentum of her body, and with a pu sound, a silver stripe dyed the middle-aged woman red, and cut her waist into 2 halves. Even Gongsun Lanji herself could not control the power of this sword. The 4.5-foot long sword whistled through the middle-aged woman's waist, and then circled around her body, rolling towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan had just caught the Kuei-shing pen user, but he did not expect that the sword in Gongsun Lanji's hand would become like a wild horse that ran away from its reins. Seeing the bloody sword coming towards his waist again, without thinking, he handed over the skinny young man in his hand. Pu. The long sword swept over as if it was nothing. Yang Fan's hand became lighter, and he was only carrying half of the young man's body. The lower half of the young man's body fell to the ground with a pu sound. At this time, the 2 halves of the middle-aged woman's body separated and fell to the ground separately. Gongsun Lanji could not stop her momentum in time, and staggered. She stopped and stuck out her tongue towards Yang Fan, and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, my sword can only control its momentum now, but it still can't control its momentum. When I attack with all my strength, you'd better hide 5 feet away, otherwise." Yang Fan stared at Gongsun Lanji in astonishment. He reached out his hand and touched his lower abdomen. When he raised his hand, he saw that it was wet. It was not the blood of the 2 halves of the young man, but his own blood. He was not injured by the assassin's encirclement, but he was injured by Gongsun Lanji's fierce sword. Fortunately, he used the young man's body to block the attack, and he raised his buttocks in time to let his waist pass. Otherwise, even if Gongsun Lanji wanted to apologize, he would not know whether to say the first half or the second half. That short and stout old man was also a martial arts expert in Jianghu. Since he was recruited by the Succession Hall, with the financial and material support of the Succession Hall, he carried out missions together with the other 3 people, and had always been successful. Because of this, he was respectfully called the 4 killers of heaven and earth by the martial arts experts in the Succession Hall. Now, as soon as they started fighting, he was slashed by Tin Ano's sword one after another. Until now, he still could not fight back, and his heart was full of grievance. Speaking of which, Nu's sword was light and agile. If it was in the past, she might not be able to force this short and stout old man to be unable to fight back. But these days when she sparred with Gongsun Lanji, not only did her sword skills improve greatly, she also absorbed many of the strengths of Gongsun swordsmanship. If one wanted to be like a storm, one step ahead, one step ahead, one step ahead, and pressuring people to the point that they could not breathe, what was more suitable than Miss Gongsuan's fierce swordsmanship? When the short and stout old man saw that 2 of his 3 companions were dead, and the other fell into the lake and did not move again, he guessed that it was more likely that they were dead than alive. He alone could not fight against 3 people, so he immediately escaped into the forest. Gongsun Lanji has been practicing swordsmanship since she was young, but it was her first time killing people. But it was unknown whether it was because her fierce and terrifying swordsmanship could arouse the murderous intent in people's hearts, or because she knew that these 4 people were carrying sharp blades and entering a private house at night and deserved to die. She did not have any psychological trauma after killing them, and did not have the apprehension and panic of killing someone for the first time. As soon as the short and stout old man escaped into the forest, Gongsun Lanji immediately shouted excitedly, "I'm coming." Like a big bird, she leaped into the air, became one with her sword, and chased into the forest. Just as Gongsun Lanji entered the forest, she let out a cry of surprise and flew back like a big bird. Bang! Miss Gongsun landed on her butt and fell hard, scaring Yang Fan and Nu who had just rushed to his side. Then Miss Gongsun leaped up. This fall did not hurt her at all. Miss Gongsun stuffed the long sword into Yang Fan's hand and said, "You do it." Yang Fan took the sword in his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Tin Ano, on the other hand, looked at Gongsun Lanji cautiously. The short and stout old man was called Yu Haoyang, originally a ruthless pirate leader of the Eastern Sea. Although his martial arts were extraordinary, it was not enough to force Miss Gongsun to admit defeat as soon as they fought. This Miss Gongsun had always been competitive, but now she obediently handed the sword to Yang Fan. At this moment, the dense forest seemed to move even though there was no wind, even the tree trunks began to sway. Yang Fan and the other 2 suddenly turned their heads to look into the forest. The forest was quiet, except for the occasional wind that rustled the branches. The entire atmosphere was completely quiet at night, when had there been any movement? If the external objects did not move, then their hearts were pounding. What kind of power could be so terrifying? A white-haired old man slowly walked out of the forest, step by step, into the moonlight. Lu Boyon. When she saw him, Tin Ano's pretty face immediately turned pale. If it was someone else, she would still have the confidence to fight, but this old man was definitely not her match. Lang Jun. Xiao Man, who had already fallen asleep, was also awakened by the 2 exclamations. She hurriedly dressed and called 2 middle-aged servant women to accompany her out of the small courtyard. She originally wanted to ask what happened, but when she saw the situation by the pond under the moonlight, she immediately understood and could not help but call out worriedly, "RNU. Escort Xiao Man back to her room, don't call her out." Yang Fan had once fought with Lu Boyon, and when he saw it was this terrifying old man, his face immediately became solemn. RNU knew that Lu Boyon's martial arts was powerful, and only wanted to live and die together with Yang Fan, so how would she be willing to leave his side? But Yang Fan's tone was not to be questioned, so RNU did not dare to disobey. She hurriedly went to support Xiao Man, and persuaded her to return to her room with kind words. Xiao Man also knew that she could not help her husband now, and staying here would only distract him. Although she was worried, she still followed Yang Fan's order, and looked at him worriedly, allowing RNU to support her back to the courtyard. RNU ordered the 2 servant women to take good care of her, and rushed into the room to take off young Fan's scabbard before rushing back to the pond. Lu Boyon was still standing there, and when he saw her return, he smiled and said, "You are still alive." RNU cupped her fists and said, "Lu Wang." Lu Boyon looked at the scabbard in her hand and smiled again. "As long as you are alive, I am very happy." RNU took the opportunity to say, "Lu Wang, please, let go of Erlang." Lu Boyon shook his head and sighed, "I have no choice but to obey young master's order." RNU took a step back and stood side by side with young Fan, and said, "If that is the case, then RNU can only offend you." Lu Boyon laughed, "You want to fight with me?" RNU pursed her lips and said firmly, "RNU knows Lu Wang's martial arts very well, and I do not dare to fight with Lu Wang, but Erlang is RNU's man. RNU can only offend you." Lu Boyon shook his head, "You better watch from the side." RNU still wanted to say something, but young Fan had already stopped her, and lightly pressed on her shoulder. He said, "Senior Lu is doing this out of good intentions, you can help me." RNU was a little confused, and turned to look at young Fan, but the scabbard in her hand had already been snatched away by young Fan. Young Fan was not used to the long sword that looked like a saber, and if he were to use the ordinary sword instead of the Pei family's unique sword art to wield this long sword, this good sword would probably break in a few moves, so the scabbard was more comfortable to wield. Young Fan had fought with Lu Boyon before, and he knew that when fighting with this old man who was skilled in martial arts, but limited by his age, his movements were slightly slow. His greatest reliance was his flexible and ever-changing movements. If he were to fight with this old man, an additional RNU would not be of much help, and with the old man's profound martial arts, grasp of opportunities, it would be easier for them to drag each other down, and it would be easier for them to defeat each other. Lu Boyon did not let RNU participate in the battle, and it was indeed out of good intentions. This was his second battle with Lu Boyon, and in the first battle, he was saved by the 3 fake immortals, but this time, the 3 fake immortals would definitely not appear. Even if he stretched out his head and withdrew his head, it would still be the same. Young Fan never ran away. He took a deep breath, gripped the scabbard tightly, and strode towards Lu Boyon. Chapter 606. Young Fan used his sword, the number 1 sword in the southern wilderness, which could cut iron like mud, the scabbard. Lu Boyon used his palm, which was soft and light as a feather, as if he could not even swat a fly. Young Fan wanted to use his nimbleness to offset his opponent's strong power and high attainments in martial arts, so he rushed into the forest after a few moves to take advantage of the terrain. Most of the gardens in the Tang dynasty were formed by the natural power of heaven and earth. Although some aristocratic families used some ingenuity in garden construction, the flowers, trees, and rocks used were also local materials. They would not travel thousands of miles to the south to buy rare flowers and trees in the north, nor would they use horses and boats to get strange rocks in Jiangnan. Therefore, this forest was the native elm and poplar trees in Chang'an. The trees were tall and straight. Young Fan was moving back and forth between the trees, moving up and down. Sometimes he was like a ghost, sometimes he was like a spirit ape. He held a scabbard sword in his hand that could cut through iron like mud, but he did not forget to use his fists and legs. The scabbard, which was like a broken halberd blade, was wantonly waving, and broken branches and leaves fell from the sky, which were also used by young Fan as a weapon. The broken leaves could confuse the enemy's eyes, and the broken branches shot like arrows under the sword. Young Fan used all his strength to fight with Lu Boyon. At the beginning, young Fan not only had nimbleness in his movements, but his sword was also light and agile. He would run away when he missed, shuttling back and forth in the forest, looking for an opportunity to strike with his sword. But he soon found that this tactic was not practical. His movements were like a spiritual ape, and indeed much faster than the octogenarian. Even if Lu Boyon saw through his movements, he might not be able to catch up. But when young Fan took the initiative to attack Lu Boyon, all he had to do was wait there calmly to break it. Lu Boyon, who could see through young Fan's moves, had an advantage. As soon as young Fan saw that this trick didn't work, he quickly changed his fighting style. His movements were still agile, and he didn't stop at any place for even a moment. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he immediately moved away, not giving Lu Boyon any opportunity to take advantage of him. Since his speed was not enough to break through Lu Boyon's defense line, he could only rely on brute force. Therefore, Yang Fan used a sword with a long and narrow blade to launch a saber attack, a straight stab, a horizontal cut, and an oblique strike. Although his moves did not lose their flexibility, they were full of an indomitable momentum. So long as he was given an opportunity to attack, he would definitely use all his strength, and his moves would be firm and powerful. This wasn't a sword move at all, but a blade technique. However, Lu Boyon only had a pair of palms and no weapon in his hands, so Yang Fan didn't have to worry about destroying the treasured blade in his hands if he clashed head-on. Gongsun Lanji watched the battle between Yang Fan and Lu Boyon. Fan's mouth opened wider. She had always wanted to force Yang Fan to fight with her, but Yang Fan had always refused. If it was someone else, she might have thought that the opponent was not as skilled as her and was afraid to fight with her. But judging from the courage and eyesight that Yang Fan showed when he first stepped into the Gongsun residence, it did not seem like it, so she did not give up. Now, she finally gave up. Yang Fan's martial arts were indeed better than hers. If the two of them really fought, she would lose without a doubt, unless her mother. Thinking of this, Gongsun Lanji's heart suddenly moved. With such a big commotion here, how could mother not know? Why hasn't she appeared yet? Yang Fan used all his skills, but still could not break Lu Boyon's defense. When his attacks were as sharp as needles, Lu Boyon's palms were like a pair of anvils. When Yang Fan's attacks were like a hammer, Lu Boyon's palms were like a ball of cotton. What was the use of a sledgehammer smashing into a pile of cotton? When Yang Fan's attacks were like a hammer, Lu Boyon's palms were like a ball of cotton. What was the use of a sledgehammer smashing into a pile of cotton? Sharpness cannot be relied on, hardness cannot be relied on for long. Yang Fan's all-out attack could not be effective in a short period of time, so how could he persist for long? Actually, with his skills, if he had tried to escape from the beginning, he might not have fallen into such a predicament. But this fight was different from last time. Last time, his goal was clear from the beginning: to draw the enemy away, not to hurt WNR, and to find a chance to escape. But this time, it was different. He was sitting at home, and a strange disaster fell from the sky. Young Master Jiang wanted to kill him. Now that he knew that RNU was still alive, and young Master Jiang wanted to kill him, this was a situation that would not end until he died. He could escape, but his woman, his child, and everything that he was willing to use his life to protect, how could he escape? If he could kill this strong enemy today, young Master Jiang would have one less power, and his family would have one more guarantee of safety. So he went all out from the beginning, but the result was that he put himself in danger. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Boyon's palms were still as light as a feather, flipping up and down, flashing left and right like a pair of butterflies. But Yang Fan, who was in the middle of it, felt like a pair of heavy and powerful iron hammers. As long as he was hit once, it would be enough to break his bones and snap his tendons. Not good. RNU had been closely following their figures, but even if it was not night and they were not in the forest, with her eyesight, she could not easily see through the changes in the offensive and defensive strength of the two. Until now, she realized something was wrong, and hurriedly wanted to rush into the forest to help Yang Fan, but it was too late. Yang Fan's sword swung away, and his middle door was wide open. It was just a moment of weakness, but his body movement was not as fast as before, and he could not use the agility of his body movement to resolve this weakness. Lu Boyon raised his hand and slapped down on his chest. A slap, as heavy as a mountain. If this slap hit, Yang Fan would be like the big tree that was slapped by Lu Boyon in the ancient gold garden. There would be no scars on the surface, but his internal organs would be shattered, and even the gods could not save him. As Lu Boyon slapped out, a figure of a person suddenly appeared in his mind. Leopard eyes, red beard like a dragon, a majestic figure, like a mountain. Thinking of that person, the palm that he slapped out suddenly trembled, and the force of the palm slightly lowered, avoiding the vital point on the left side of Yang Fan's chest, and also reduced the force by 30%. He had long been sure that Yang Fan must be that person's descendant, and thinking of that incense, how could he bear to kill him? But young Master Jiang grew up under his care. Although young Master Jiang regarded him as a servant, he regarded young Master Jiang as his own grandson. This person was young Master Jiang's mortal enemy. How could he let him go? Lu Boyon struggled in his heart, and this palm of his reduced force, thinking that it would be better to beat Yang Fan into a bedridden cripple for the rest of his life. Lu Boyon's palm pressed down, his fingertips had just touched Yang Fan's chest, and the force was about to be released, but suddenly, like a startled rabbit, he jumped more than 10 feet away, both his palms crossed, and his feet were in a straight line, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Yang Fan was only pressed by his fingertips, as if his chest was hit by a hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Before his body landed on the ground, he was caught in the arms of Tin Ano, who rushed over to help. Anu anxiously shouted, "Erlang, how are you?" Yang Fan clenched his teeth, forcefully swallowed back the mouthful of sweet blood that gushed up to his throat, and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I won't die." Lu Boyon stared at the spot where he had just been standing. There was no one there. He looked forward and saw that about 10 feet away from where he had been standing, there was a tall and cold figure leaning quietly against a tree. The figure slowly walked out from the shade of the tree, the moonlight reflected on her face. Gongsun Lanji joyfully shouted, "Mother!" The person who came was Aunt Pei. Just like when Lu Boyon appeared just now, the murderous aura hidden in the bottom of his heart aroused a strong feeling in the hearts of Yang Fan and the others, as if the whole forest shook violently. Lu Boyon had a stronger feeling than them just now. He felt a thick and overbearing sword light chopping straight towards his neck. Until now he knew that it was not a real sword, but an invisible and intangible murderous aura of this graceful noblewoman. The noblewoman's eyes were like ice, staring coldly at Lu Boyon. Gongsun Lanji shouted, "Mother, quickly avenge me, this old man just threw me heavily." The noblewoman unhappily snorted, "Shut up. If he had not been lenient, even if he had only thrown you once, you would not have the strength to shout now." Gongsun Lanji stuck out her tongue, not daring to continue complaining. Lu Boyon smiled, "Madam has good eyesight, is it Aunt Pei?" "It is me." Lu Boyon smiled bitterly, "I have long heard that the Pei family's swordsmanship is unparalleled. This old man came here to avoid as much as possible, not wanting to compete with Madam Pei, but who would have thought that Aunt Pei would come? Can the two of us not fight?" "Yes." Lu Boyon had just rejoiced, when he heard Aunt Pei coldly say, "Stretch out your neck, let me chop it with my sword, whether you live or die, we can stop fighting." Lu Boyon's face was bitter. "So, Aunt Pei is determined to settle this feud?" "Nonsense. You can kill my family's guest just because you want to. You came to my house to kill, and you want me to retreat." As Aunt Pei said nonsense, her sword also moved. She used a short sword, and when she said "you can kill my family's guest just because you want to," she only said a total of 10 words, and it was unknown how many times she had struck, only to see the sky full of flashes of sword light. One sword light not extinguished, another sword light appeared, and Lu Boyon was surrounded by silver light, the rays of light shining in 10,000 rays. He was about to become a Buddha. Old man Lu's martial arts were truly exceptional. If it had been anyone else, they would have been riddled with holes long ago. Old man Lu hopped and jumped, his movements as ugly as a monkey's. He had completely lost the graceful bearing he had when he was fighting Yang Fan, yet he managed to avoid all of Auntie Pei's sword strikes. Not a single stab was made. Old man Lu hurriedly took a few steps back, keeping a safe distance from Aunt Pei. Although he tried his best to suppress his breathing, his chest was heaving up and down like a bellows. Usually, for an old man of his age, if he could eat normally and walk without the help of others, he would be considered to be very strong. How could he use a sword and a spear like Lu Boyon? Just now when he accompanied Yang Fan to jump up and down, he looked relaxed, but he had also consumed a lot of physical strength. Now that he was forced by Aunt Pei's sword art, which seemed to pull the sky full of stars, his breathing became a little short. Lu Boyon's eyes were fixed on Aunt Pei, his hands reached behind his waist, and when they reappeared in front of him, there was a pair of crescent moons in his palms. The 2 crescent moons were like hooks, floating in Lu Boyon's palms. It was a spectacular sight. "Rings. This kind of weapon is rare." Aunt Pei's eyes suddenly lit up. That kind of excited look was exactly the same as when her daughter, Miss Gongsun, saw a master swordsman. Only then did Yang Fan, RNU, and Gongsun Lanji see clearly that it was not 2 crescent moons floating in Lu Boyon's palms, but a pair of iron rings. The outer edge of the jet-black iron ring had been polished into a sharp bowstring edge, while the rest of the ring was still black. Under the dim light of the night, one could only see the edge of the ring that had been polished into a sharp edge, and one would think that 2 crescent moons were floating above his palm. "Mother, take the sword." As soon as Gongsun Lanji saw Lu Boyon reveal his weapon, she was afraid that her mother would be at a disadvantage, and immediately threw her extraordinarily long sword towards Aunt Pei. Aunt Pei did not even turn her head, she just grabbed the hilt with a backhand, and with a flip of the long sword, a vast expanse of autumn water was placed horizontally in front of her. The short sword in one hand was no more than 1.5 feet, while the long sword in the other was more than 4 feet long. From the looks of it, Aunt Pei was using 2 swords, one long and one short, the short one extremely short, and the long one extremely long. These 2 people's weapons were very strange, and the corresponding martial arts were naturally also very strange. This was a real battle between masters. If Yang Fan could clearly see the whole process of the 2 people fighting, his martial arts attainment would certainly be greatly improved. Unfortunately, the night was dark, and Aunt Pei and Lu Boyon were fighting in the forest, sometimes under the shadow, sometimes under the moonlight. The 2 people's movements were extremely fast, and the changing of moves was also too much for the eye to take in. Yang Fan and the other 2 people standing at the edge of the forest could not see clearly at all, and could only treat it as a show. At this time, Lu Boyon was just like Yang Fan. With ingenious and agile movements, he danced the sharp edges of the 2 rings. Originally it was a pair of crescent moons, but when he danced, it became a full moon, and Lu Boyon looked like he was dancing between the 2 bright full moons. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered, and the bright moons flew around. It was extremely strange and beautiful. And Aunt Pei, who spent all day in the temple, had long cultivated to the point where she was no longer tainted by the mortal world, but the 2 swords in her hands, one long and one short, were like 2 meteors piercing through the sky, persistently chasing after the 2 crescent moons, sometimes exploding into a sky full of stars. The momentum of the sword was fierce and overbearing. Her posture was as elegant as a sword immortal, but the pair of swords did not have the slightest bit of elegance. Instead, they were extremely overbearing, extremely powerful. Yang Fan, RNU, and Gongsun Lanji stood at the edge of the forest, nervously watching the 2 meteors chasing after the 2 crescent moons. While their eyes were busy, Lu Boyon shouted loudly, waved the 2 rings, and retreated hastily. The 2 small bright moons protected his body as he slowly moved away, and in a moment, he disappeared without a trace. Only Lu Boyon was left in the forest, exclaiming in admiration, "What a good Pei family swordsmanship." Aunt Pei stood in the forest, her long sword slightly hanging down, a bloodstain attached to the long sword, like a flowing shadow, quickly moving to the tip of the sword, and then immediately dripping onto the grass. The light of the sword was as bright as snow, still like a pool of autumn water. "Ha! Nyang Chin is still the best." Gongsun Lanji rushed into the forest, hugged Aunt Pei's arm, and said happily. Aunt Pei asked coldly, "Who are they?" Supported by RNU, Yang Fan walked in front of her, panting, "They are people from the aristocratic families of Shandong." Aunt Pei raised her eyebrows, and then slightly frowned. She was born in the Pei family of Hudong, so she was very knowledgeable. She knew that Yang Fan only said one sentence, and she knew that there was a big mystery in it. Naturally, the less she knew about these things, the better. When she heard the 4 words aristocratic families of Shandong, she actually did not pursue the matter. Instead, Gongsun Lanji heard it and said indignantly, "The aristocratic families of Shandong are so overbearing, have they changed their profession to become bandits?" RNU shook her head, and said, "They just did not expect me to be here, or else no one would be able to see through the identities of those 4 people. Yang Fan said, "Although I do not know them, but I know Lu Boyon." RNU said, "The 4 of them have already exposed their identities. Why does Lu Wang still need to cover his head and face? Otherwise, he may not be willing to show his face to you." Yang Fan finally understood. Aunt Pei glanced at him, and said, "Go and bandage your wounds first, we will talk later. Lanji, ask someone to clean up this place." RNU supported Yang Fan to leave, but Yang Fan was suddenly shocked, and a feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. Something is wrong. Why is there no movement from Xiao Man? If I ask her to go back to her room to rest, will she obediently go back to her room? If she saw the movement from the crack of the door, would she not come out at this moment? The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more afraid he became. He grabbed RNU's arm and said, "RNU, quickly, go see Xiao Man." Looking at his frightened eyes, ANU suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She hurriedly turned around, rushed to the door of the courtyard where Xiao Man lived, and pushed the door open, and let out a cry of alarm. Chapter 607. Yang Fan was restless and uneasy. When ANU exclaimed, Yang Fan couldn't bear it anymore and pounced on her. The courtyard door was unlatched and had been pushed open by ANU. The moonlight was like frost, shining on the empty courtyard. The courtyard gate cast a slanted shadow. The shadow cast half of the two people lying on the ground in the frosty moonlight, and the other half in the shadow of the courtyard gate. Judging from their bodies, these two people were the two middle-aged servant women who took care of Xiao Man. The current situation was obvious. Xiao Man didn't want him to worry, but she was still worried. So she went back to her room to wait for his news. After returning to the courtyard, she unlatched the courtyard door and observed his movements. However, where was she now? When Yang Fan saw this situation, his pale face immediately lost all color. He stood there in a daze and didn't dare to step into the courtyard. Aunt Pei flew past him and bent down to check the breath of the two maidservants on the ground. She said in a low voice, "They are not dead, but just knocked out." When Aunt Pei flashed into the courtyard, Gongsun Lanji also followed closely. She quickly rushed into the room to search and returned to the door. She gently shook her head at Yang Fan and Tin Ano, who were looking at her expectantly, and said in a low voice, "Xiao Man is not here." Yang Fan's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. He tightened the scabbard and turned to leave. ANU grabbed him and asked in a trembling voice, "Erlang, what are you doing?" Yang Fan gritted his teeth and said word by word, "I'm going to find her." ANU said, "Chang'an is such a big city. Where are you going to find her?" Yang Fan said, "I'll turn Chang'an upside down. I'll definitely find her whereabouts. Don't act rashly." Aunt Pei slowly stood up and turned to Yang Fan. She said, "The person they want to kill is you?" At this moment, Yang Fan's face was as cold as ice, but his heart was in a mess. He had completely forgotten to think. When Aunt Pei asked, he subconsciously answered, "Yes." Aunt Pei said, "Then why did they kidnap Xiao Man?" "And for you. Therefore, Xiao Man would not be in danger now. If they wanted to kill someone, they could just kill her directly. There was no need to kidnap her. If you lose your mind now and even cause a scene in Chang'an, can you save Xiao Man? Once things get out of hand, they might kill Xiao Man to vent their anger. You must stay calm." Yang Fan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His mind was no longer in his spiritual aperture. His heart was only filled with waves of anxiety and pain. "Then what should I do? What should I do?" Aunt Pei said, "Wait. They must have an explanation for kidnapping Xiao Man. Just wait patiently, they will come to you on their own." Yang Fan blurted out, "What if they don't come?" Aunt Pei said in a low voice, "Chang'an is not the backyard of the aristocratic families in Shandong. They can do whatever they want. I still have some connections in Chang'an. Don't worry, I will find someone to help tomorrow morning. I don't believe I can't find their whereabouts. No matter what, it is better than you running around like a headless fly." When Yang Fan thought of Xiao Man and his unborn child, his mind was in a mess. He was muddle-headed and did not know what to do. It was RNU who thanked her. "Thank you for your help, Aunt." Aunt Pei sighed. Looking at Yang Fan's lost look, she wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Then she told RNU, "It is curfew now. Other than coming and going, there is no way to go in Chang'an. You keep a close eye on him. Tomorrow morning, I will use all my power to find him." "Yes. Thank you, Aunt." Aunt Pei turned her head and looked. The servants had come to the pond with lanterns and torches to clean up the scene. Someone had taken a fishing hook and was fishing out the dead man in the pond. Aunt Pei said again, "Help Erlang back to his room to rest. Bandage his wounds first. We will discuss the countermeasures tomorrow morning." Aunt Pei brought her daughter back to their residence in the backyard. Mr. Gongsun had already put on his clothes and was sitting in the hall. Gongsun Bufan was a scholar and had never practiced martial arts. But his wife had inherited the unique skills from her family. When she was young, She had traveled around the world with her sword. Mr. Gongsun was used to it, but he would never get involved in martial arts. It was not that he did not care about his wife and daughter's safety, but after many years of living together, he knew that he could not get involved in this kind of thing. If he insisted on getting involved, he would be a hindrance and his wife would have more worries. Aunt Pei vaguely heard two shouts. When she put on her clothes and got up, he also put on his clothes and waited quietly in the hall. Seeing that his wife and daughter had returned safely, Gongsun Bufan let out a long sigh of relief. He got up and greeted them. He smiled and said, "What happened? Did thieves break into our house?" "Father, the aristocrats of Shandong sent assassins to our house to kill Erlang. Their martial arts are very powerful. Later, they could not kill Erlang, so they took Xiaoman away." At that time, Gongsun Lanji rambled on and on about what had happened. She held her father's arm and said, "Father, the aristocrats of Shandong are too arrogant. You have to ask our friends in Chang'an to help rescue Xiaoman and get justice." "All right. You talk too much. Father and mother have their own plans for this matter. You're already a big girl, but you're still like a child who hasn't grown up yet. You're always in a rush. Mother shouldn't have brought you around the world in the past. You've brought your temperament wild, and you're still talking about others. Just you alone is enough to make father and mother worry." Aunt Pei reprimanded her daughter and waved her hand like she was waving a fly. "Go to sleep. What can you do to help with this matter? The more you help, the more chaotic it will be." Gongsun Lanji pouted and threw a tantrum at her mother. She twisted her buttocks and staggered out, stomping the ground loudly. She didn't look like a lady at all. Gongsun Bufan and his wife held their foreheads in pain. After Gongsun Lanji left, Aunt Pei briefly told her husband what had happened. She said to him, "Lang Jun does not want to be involved with the intrigues of the aristocratic families, so don't worry about this matter. Tomorrow, I will ask my family to help investigate and find Xiaoman's whereabouts to rescue her. Our Gongsun family will not be involved in this." Gongsun Bufan frowned slightly and nodded. Then, he shook his head and sighed softly. Aunt Pei said softly, "It's still early before dawn. Lang Jun, rest first. This matter, you don't have to worry about it. I will handle it well." The couple returned to the room and undressed. Gongsun Bufan lay on the bed and tossed and turned like a pancake. After a while, Aunt Pei whispered in his ear, "Lang Jun, you really don't have to worry about this matter. I will handle it well and not let our family be involved in any karma. Lang Jun, rest in peace." Gongsun Bufan was silent for a moment. He called her by her nickname and said in a low voice, "Motherbug, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" The room suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of an insect outside the window could be heard clearly. Gongsun Bufan lay on his side and put his hands behind his head. He looked at the top of the bed and sighed. "The juniors of the Pei family rarely visit us except during the New Year, but they have been coming every day recently. It is obvious that they want to befriend young Fan. You know that I don't like the aristocratic families fighting for fame and wealth, so there are some things that you don't tell me. But even if you don't tell me, it doesn't mean that I don't understand. There are some things that I can still understand. You allowed Xiaoman to be kidnapped in order to infuriate young Fan and make him side with the Guanlong family, right?" Aunt Pei hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Lang Jun, I rushed over at that time and happened to see an old man with extraordinary martial arts wanting to attack Erlang. I immediately helped him and really had no time to care about other things. I don't know about Xiaoman." "Shut up." Gongsun Bufan suddenly sat up. Although the tent was dark, his eyes were bright and his face was full of anger. "You can hide things from me that I don't want to know, but you can't lie to me." Aunt Pei quickly sat up and said in a low voice, "Lang Jun." Her voice was slightly trembling. She was actually a little timid. Aunt Pei was an extraordinary person of her generation. She had outstanding swordsmanship and rarely had enemies in the world. But when this weak husband of hers got angry, she couldn't help but be terrified. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say a word. Gongsun Bufan said angrily, "You saved his life. This is kindness. Yang Fan is a person who can distinguish right from wrong and can distinguish kindness from hatred. Will he not remember this kindness? Will he return this kindness to your Pei family? Why plot against him? Although Xiaoman has only been in our family for a short time, I treat her like my own. Lanji also treats her like a sister. What about you? Do you really not love that child in your heart? Aunt Pei said in a panic. Whether it's Guanlong or Shandong, there are many places that need Yang Fan's help. Tonight's assassination is definitely not the unanimous opinion of Shandong's aristocratic families. Even if the Guanlong family doesn't do anything tomorrow, there will be disputes among the aristocratic families in Shandong. Although Xiaoman has been kidnapped, her life won't be in danger. I can guarantee Langjun. Shut up. Gongsun Bufan was usually smiling and had a good temper. But when he was angry, he was like a thunderbolt. He angrily hit the bed and said, Xiaoman is still pregnant now. Once something happens to the child in her womb in panic and fear, how can your husband feel at ease? You obviously love Xiaoman, but when it involves the interests of your Pei family, you can be so heartless. Auntie Pei explained in a low voice. When the situation was urgent, I rushed over and understood the cause and effect of the matter. I did see that short and fat assassin sneakily kidnapping Xiaoman. But because I was sure that their target was still Yang Fan, they definitely wouldn't hurt Xiaoman. Moreover, if it happened tomorrow, even the aristocratic families in Shandong would be furious. They might even take the initiative to send Xiaoman back. That's why I beat them at their own game. If there was a slight possibility of hurting Xiaoman, I wouldn't stand by. After all, the Pei family is my maiden family, and they value Yang Fan very much. Get out. I don't want to see you now. Gongsun Bufan pointed to the door and shouted, Get out. When Aunt Pei saw that her husband was angry, she didn't dare to say more and timidly got off the bed. A woman couldn't sleep on the inside of her husband, lest she had to step over him when she got up at night. So she slept on the outside, so it was convenient for her to get out of bed. Gongsun Bufan said angrily, Gongsun Bufan, will never learn to be selfish like those so-called aristocratic families. If anything happens to Xiaoman, I'll divorce you. The more Gongsun Bufan said, the angrier he became. He pulled Aunt Pei's pillow and threw it out. Aunt Pei didn't dare to anger him anymore. She picked up the pillow and walked out quietly. Chapter 608. The wound on Yang Fan's abdomen was not big, but there was a lot of blood, and the hem of his clothes was stained red. Although the candlelight was glowing red and reflected on his face was still as pale as paper. Nu helped him deal with the wound on his abdomen. She applied the best ointment on it and carefully wrapped it with a layer of white cloth. Looking at the bruises on his chest, she was at a loss of what to do. Yang Fan's chest was poked by Lu Boyan, and only 4 fingers touched his chest. Now his chest was swollen with 4 tall lumps, which had faintly connected into one. They were greenish-purple and looked terrifying. Yang Fan gently stroked his chest and said to her, Don't worry, the sternum is not broken. It will be fine after some treatment. Anu gently lowered her neat and fine eyelids and whispered. Yang Fan heaved a sigh of relief and picked up a tigerskin hat from the bedside. After a while, he slowly grasped the tigerskin hat in his hand, and the veins on the back of his palm bulged. Anu's delicate body trembled slightly, and she gently held his palm with both hands, and whispered, You, don't worry too much, Xiaoman will be fine. Yang Fan did not speak, and now he only wanted to find young Master Jiang's nest with a knife, and save Xiaoman and his children. The impulse in his heart kept hitting his body, but his reason told him to stay calm, and not to be swayed by emotions. He did not know what to do. In the past, no matter how big the crisis was, he had never panicked like this, even when he was in a desperate situation. But this time was different, because he valued his wife and children more than his own life. He did not know what would happen to Xiaoman, and did not know if she, who was about to give birth, would be hurt. He sent Xiaoman to Chang'an to avoid young Master Jiang, but he did not expect that he would send his wife and children to the claws of young Master Jiang. Thinking of this, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Nu squatted in front of his knees, her nose suddenly turned sour, and hot tears rolled down. Yang Fan felt a little warm on the back of his palm, and when he looked down, Enu was crying. Hot tears fell on the back of his palm. Yang Fan gently pulled her up and let her sit beside him. He whispered, "What's wrong with you?" Enu lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. She sobbed with tears in her eyes, "I'm sorry, I've implicated Xiaoman. It's all my fault." Yang Fan shook his head and bitterly smiled. "Don't be silly. When they came, they didn't know that you were still alive. They came for me, so you don't have to take responsibility for it." Enu choked with sobs as she said, "I know, but, if you weren't determined to go against young Master Jiang for me, he wouldn't have." Yang Fan said, "It has nothing to do with you. My Dao and his are different, but, there is only one Dao that can be achieved. If we both wish to achieve our own Dao, we will inevitably become mortal enemies. From the moment I decided to walk the same path as Shen Mu, young Master Jiang and I were destined to be enemies. Even if I've never known you, something like this would still happen tonight. If it wasn't because you were by my side tonight, and if it wasn't because your resurrection stunned the 4 assassins for a moment, I might have already died under their encirclement." Yang Fan wiped away her tears and said softly, "In my heart, Xiaoman and my child are my dearest loved ones. I can give my life for them, and so can you." Enu hugged him tightly. Her tears flowed even faster, but her heart was much lighter. She cried for a long time until her tears soaked Yang Fan's shoulder. Then she gently let go of Yang Fan and said in a low voice, "I have followed him since I was a child, and I know his temperament very well. He has always been arrogant, and the way he kidnapped people's wives and daughters is really not like him." When Enu said this, she was afraid that Yang Fan would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, "I'm not defending him, I just think, kidnapping Xiaoman is probably not his idea, but his own decision after the failure of the 4 murders of heaven and earth. If this is the case, then it is unlikely that Xiaoman will be hurt." Yang Fan was silent for a moment, and slowly said, "You are wrong. If Xiaoman's kidnapping is not his idea, I will be worried." Huh? Enu raised her eyes in surprise, and there were still tears in her eyes. Yang Fan said, "If it is his idea to kidnap Xiaoman after the failure of the assassination, then he will definitely take action next. No matter what he wants to do, we will always have a talk. I am afraid that he is really arrogant to the point that he will not bow his head even if he dies." Then, when Yang Fan said this, there was a kind of fear in his voice. Enu grasped his big hand, and Yang Fan's hand was cold. Enu stammered, "No, if it is not his idea, maybe he will take the initiative to let Xiaoman come back. He will not let such a despicable thing tarnish his reputation." Yang Fan shook his head coldly. The people standing beside him are not necessarily the people who know him the best. For a high and mighty person like him, he has always taken whatever he wants, and has always been successful. That is why he pays attention to his demeanor and reputation. But when he was defeated by Shen Mu and fled from Chang'an like a stray dog, he had already trampled on his dignity. For a child who lives in luxury, if the food is not good, it will be difficult for him to swallow. But if he has been hungry for a long time, will he still be so picky? A person like him will never eat food given out of pity. But if he is about to starve to death, will he put down his dignity and beg for food? Even if he would rather die to preserve his dignity, if his loved ones were also dying from hunger, would he trample on his dignity to beg for food so that his loved ones could live? A desperate and exasperated noble child will not be much more noble than a ruffian. Enu was worried. Then what should we do?" Yang Fan's cheeks twitched a few times, and a trace of fierceness condensed in his anxious eyes. Wait until dawn. I will only wait until dawn." It was late at night in the Lu family's house, but the room was as bright as day. A dozen butter candles brightly lit up the room. Young Master Jiang was barefooted, wearing a loose nightgown, and walked back and forth on the spotless, mirror-like floor. Yu Haoyang, the short and fat elder of the 4 killers of heaven and earth, knelt in front of the door, bowed his head and said nothing. Young Master Jiang's face was green with anger. He hurriedly walked a few rounds, then suddenly stopped and shouted at Yu Haoyang, "Bastard! Why did you kidnap his family? Did I change my profession to become a thief who kidnaps people and kidnaps people, huh?" Yu Haoyang reported, "Young Master, I thought, since we can't kill him, he will definitely be more vigilant, and it will be difficult for us to kill him. Now that we have kidnapped his wife, he will be obedient, Yu Haoyang said proudly, and his face also showed a sinister and complacent smile. You, young Master Jiang was furious. He pointed his trembling finger at Yu Haoyang and stammered, You, for a long time. Finally, he flicked his sleeves, turned around, and sat down behind the table. He said angrily, Tell me the details. Yes. I rushed to the Gongsun mansion. Ah. Yu Haoyang suddenly cried out, and said, Just now, young master asked about the pregnant woman's background, and I was busy reporting, so I forgot to say something important. Young master, do you know? Miss Enyu, she is still alive. What? Young Master Jiang was shocked, and suddenly half of his body popped out from behind a few tables, and asked in shock, Who did you say is still alive? Enyu. Yu Haoyang hurriedly nodded, Yes. I was also shocked at that time. I didn't expect that Miss Enyu didn't die on Mount Hua, and instead came together with Yang Fan. If it wasn't for Miss Enyu helping Yang Fan, I wouldn't have failed. Wait. Young Master Jiang suddenly interrupted him, and his face became gloomy. You guys, were your identities exposed by him? Yu Haoyang shamefully lowered his head, and said, Yes. Because outsiders who have seen us are all dead. Those who are unrelated to us won't know who we are even if they see us, so, we didn't hide our appearances when we went, but who knew that there was someone beside Yang Fan who recognized our identities? Young Master Jiang sat down, and his usually straight back felt as if it was being pressed by a heavy mountain, and he couldn't help but bend down. How could this be? How did things develop to this stage? Why? Yu Haoyang was stunned to see young Master Jiang's angry look, and he didn't understand what was so strange about exposing his identity. He was just a killer with high martial arts skills, and he was very good at killing people. He really couldn't plot against him, and he couldn't think of the pros and cons of this matter at the moment. If Yang Fan was just a pure official, he might understand the trouble of exposing his identity, because it would lead to the wanted and pursuit of the government, but Yang Fan was not. Just like when he failed to commit a crime, his identity was exposed, and all his family members fell into the hands of the government. He bribed 2 jailers with a lot of money, and wanted to rescue his family members. He led people into the prison and successfully rescued his family members. One of the jailers saw the mess in the prison, and he stabbed another jailer when he was unprepared, intending to take all the benefits for himself. The other jailer survived the disaster, but he could only grit his teeth and bear it. He didn't dare to ask the county magistrate to make a decision on this matter. Yang Fan was in such a situation now. Since he didn't dare to use the power of the government, even if he knew it was young Master Jiang who sent people to kill him, what was there to be afraid of? Yu Haoyang didn't understand what young Master Jiang was worried about, and he could only blink his eyes and wait for young Master Jiang's explanation. Young Master Jiang didn't explain. He fell to the ground and thought for a long time, and suddenly laughed. Yu Haoyang licked his lips and asked in surprise, Young Master, this matter. What's wrong? Young Master Jiang changed from a low laugh to a loud laugh. He laughed for a long time, and then he waved his hand to Yu Haoyang and scolded fiercely, Get out. Yu Haoyang's eyes were full of humiliation, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had to bow his head, got up, opened the barrier door, and retreated outside. Young Master Jiang's face darkened, and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. He made a gesture of cutting his neck. The 2 guards in white who were standing on both sides of the barrier door originally stood there straight, expressionless, like 2 pottery figurines. As soon as young Master Jiang gave the signal, the 2 of them moved together. One of them suddenly stretched out his hand, and like a claw, he grabbed Yu Haoyang's short and fat neck. Yu Haoyang was putting on his boots with his head down and was completely defenseless. His neck was grabbed and pulled upwards. Yu Haoyang couldn't help but raise his head, and the other person's palm was like a knife, ruthlessly cutting his throat. With a crack, Yu Haoyang's throat was completely shattered. His eyes suddenly popped out in anger, and his throat made a gurgling sound. He tried to turn his head, but the hand that was grabbing his neck was like an eagle's claw that was grabbing a young rabbit. He couldn't move his head at all. At this time, the white-clothed guard with amazing finger strength slowly raised his other hand, spread his 5 fingers, and pressed on the top of Yu Haoyang's head. With a crack, Yu Haoyang turned his head around as he wished, but his body didn't move. It was just that his head seemed to have a bearing on it, and he stared straight at young Master Jiang. He wanted to know, why did young Master want to kill him, why? But he only saw a lonely back. That back was looking up at the sky, murmuring in a low voice, "This heaven wants me dead, not because of war." Chapter 609. Young Master Jiang opened the barrier door and walked out. He put on his wooden clogs and walked along the wooden corridor. Yu Haoyang's corpse had already been disposed of, so the corridor was very clean. 2 guards in white followed behind him like ghosts. Their thin-soled boots landed noiselessly on the ground, as light as a cat. Young Master Jiang stopped at the entrance of a room, opened the barrier door, and walked in. The room was brightly lit, and the white-haired Lu Boyan reclined on the couch. His upper body was bare, and even though he was an old man, his muscles were still strong and powerful, like a lion lying there. His bronze-colored skin was full of scars, and they were old wounds that had long healed. The wounds were like black metal centipedes, quietly lying on his body. A white cloth was wrapped diagonally on his chest, and blood seeped out, forming an irregular circle on it. Aunt Pei's sword pierced through his chest, injuring his lungs. At that time, he forced himself to escape, and after returning to the Lu residence, he could not hold on any longer. Seeing young Master Jiang enter, he wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he coughed a few times. Beside him, a doctor was washing his hands in a copper basin. When he saw young Master Jiang, he quickly wiped his hands dry and walked to him. Young Master Jiang asked, "How is old Lu?" Lu Boyan laughed, "This old man is very lucky. Don't worry, young master, I won't die." The doctor also said, "Rest assured, old Mr. Lu's body is strong. Although his injuries are serious, as long as he applies medicine on time and rests for a few days, he will recover." Young Master Jiang heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand to dismiss the doctor. After the barrier door was closed, young Master Jiang gently sat down beside Lu Boyan's couch. Lu Boyan was a little surprised. The young master had always liked cleanliness and was very particular about his living environment. Not to mention the fact that the room was filled with the smell of medicine that annoyed the young master. At least the young master never allowed others to touch his bed. He also never touched things that others had used or sat on, but at this moment, he was actually sitting on his bed without a care. Young Master Jiang did not seem to notice what he was doing. He sat down dejectedly, and his shoulders slightly drooped. After a while, he softly said, "When I was young, I read history and hated those rulers who lost their countries the most. I hated them for being muddle-headed and tyrannical, burying the foundation of their ancestors. But now, my thoughts are different. Muddlehead rulers were probably mostly people who said that the winner was the king and the loser was the thief. They blamed all the failures of the world on the emperor alone. When ruling the world, it was never the son of heaven's business alone. When the country collapsed, it was all the son of heaven's responsibility. He. Who could understand the regret and pain of wanting to kill the enemy but being unable to reverse the situation? Who could understand the sorrow of leaving the temple in a hurry, of having one's country destroyed and one's home destroyed? If the right time, the right place, and the right people don't help you, when you run out of luck, even if it's those founding emperors, they would still be helpless. Lu Boyan frowned and struggled to sit up. He asked worriedly, "Young master, what's wrong?" Young Master Jiang shook his head sadly and continued to talk to himself. "The succession hall was built by me. In the beginning, it was only a place for the aristocratic families to exchange ideas, unify opinions, and work together. It was me who made it grow step by step. Not only did it become an indispensable place for the aristocratic families to create wealth and absorb talents, but it also gradually became independent and became an aristocratic family among the aristocratic family." Young Master Jiang slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with tears of sadness. "Today, it's about to break away from my control. Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and Chu Hegemon are just a stepping stone under Liu Bang's feet. 18 rebellious kings come one after another just to help Li Yuan achieve his hegemony. I thought I was the son of heaven, but sadly, I'm just the Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and Chu Hegemon. I'm just a rebellious king paving the way for Li Yuan. First." Shenmue took away half of my country, and now those old guys are planning to take the other half from me and hand it over to a young boy. Young Master Jiang gritted his teeth, the muscles on his cheeks twitching. Young Master. Lu Boyan put his hand on young Master Jiang's arm. He suddenly remembered that young Master was very clean and didn't like people getting close to him. He quickly retracted his hand and comforted, "Young Master, I've taken care of you since you were young and watched you grow up." Young Master is a descendant of an aristocratic family. Deep in his bones, you have the same arrogance that ordinary people will never have. But young Master is completely different from those aristocratic families who rely on their family background and only know how to talk. Young Master is a person who does great things. You're resourceful and resourceful. After so many years, who knows how many difficulties and problems there are that young Master can't solve. Now, young Master is only temporarily in a weak position. You're not at the end of your rope yet. I believe that young Master will definitely have a way to get out of this predicament. Young Master Jiang suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan nodded at him with full trust and said word by word, "Think about it. How many difficulties have you gone through since you established the succession hall? Didn't you still make it? Although this old man can't think of a way, this old man still has a body full of strength and a life. Young Master, if you have any plans, just say the word. Lu Boyan will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." Young Master Jiang was stunned for a long time. His eyes gradually lit up, and for a moment, they were even brighter than the candlelight on the table. "That's right. As long as you put your heart into it, there will always be a way." Young Master Jiang suddenly stood up and paced around the room. He suddenly turned his head and said to Lu Boyan, "Elder Lu, take care of your injuries. I still have many things that I need Elder Lu's help for." Lu Boyan saw that young Master Jiang had finally pulled himself together and smiled. He covered his chest and coughed a few times. He choked with laughter and said, "I'm willing to serve young Master." Young Master Jiang nodded and strode out. "Guards." Young Master Jiang walked along the long corridor for a moment before he suddenly stopped and called out. 2 guards in white followed behind him like shadows. Of course, he wasn't calling out to them. A man in green suddenly appeared from the shadow under the tree and saluted young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang asked, "The woman that you Haoyang kidnapped, where is she now?" The man in green reported, "She's being held in the dungeon. She seems to be about to give birth." Young Master Jiang was startled. Originally, he didn't care about Xie Xiaoman's life or death. Just as Yang Fan expected, it wasn't his idea to kidnap her. But since he had already kidnapped her, letting her go was a sign of weakness. He wouldn't kill Xiaoman, but he wouldn't take special care of her either. Whether she lived or died, it was up to the heavens. But young Master Jiang's fighting spirit was reignited. He had already thought of a way. If he could implement it, although it would make him infamous, it was not impossible to achieve his goal. In this way, he couldn't let anything happen to Xiaoman. Of course, that included Xiaoman's child. Young Master Jiang frowned and asked, "Is there anyone in the mansion who knows how to deliver a child?" The man in green was startled. He didn't know how to answer. Young Master Jiang frowned and said, "Where's the doctor just now? Call him to see me." After a while, he carried the medicine box back to his residence and unbuttoned his robe. The disheveled doctor who had just laid down was brought to young Master Jiang. Yi Xiaopeng greets young Master. The doctor didn't know why young Master Jiang had summoned him in such a hurry. His heart was perturbed. When he heard that young Master Jiang wanted him to help a pregnant woman give birth, he panicked and waved his hands. I can't. This old man doesn't know anything about gynecology. How can I help a pregnant woman give birth? This old man has never seen a woman give birth. I don't know what to do." Dr. Yi's forehead was dripping with sweat as he spoke. He was a doctor who specialized in treating injuries. When he was an apprentice, he learned to look, listen, question, and feel the pulse from his master during the day. He was responsible for picking out medicine and identifying medicinal ingredients. At night, he learned to read and memorized prescriptions. Just like that, he became a famous doctor. But when it came to a woman giving birth, it wasn't a doctor's responsibility. He couldn't even treat common gynecological diseases. It wouldn't be difficult for him to help a woman give birth. Dr. Yi was anxious. He closed his eyes and stamped his foot. With a sobbing voice, he said, "If young master wants this old man to help a woman give birth, then this old man will do it. But if something happens to the pregnant woman, this old man won't be able to do anything." Young Master Jiang stared at him for a long time. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled and suppressed the anger in his heart. In a deep voice, he ordered, "Send an order to the entire residence. Whoever knows how to help a woman give birth, bring them to me immediately. If there isn't anyone, then go outside and catch a woman who has given birth." The strangest order young Master Jiang had ever given was quickly passed down. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a woman was brought in front of him. The woman standing in front of him was about 35 or 36 years old. She was dressed in a light cyan close-fitting outfit. However, she exuded a valiant spirit. Her waist was slender and her curves were in the right places. Her gourd-shaped figure was very beautiful. Under the light of the torch, while there were fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, her pair of large eyes were bright and flashed like stars. They were extremely agile. Young Master Jiang had come from Chang'an, so he naturally had brought many skilled guards with him. Even if Shun Mu left the fortress and went to the western regions, while he did not have many people with him, 10 li away, there were his subordinates in all directions that would help him eliminate all threats. Young Master Jiang's light travel was not so simple. However, while all of Xianzong was under his control, it was not just his confidants. The succession hall was made up of the powers of the large families, and the members were extremely complex. So if he wanted to do something that was too secretive, the people he had to put by his side were people he could absolutely trust. This woman was the person that had been placed on the outside to guard the Lu residence. Naturally, she was not his confidant. However, he did not need to worry that this woman would detect something just because she was helping a pregnant woman give birth. Right now, he did not have time to find a more suitable woman. At this time, he was standing at the door to the prison. He could clearly hear Xiao Man's pained shouts. Young Master Jiang frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. He said in puzzlement, "How come I have never seen you before?" This woman in her 30s who had the eyes of a young girl and was full of energy replied, "This subordinate is not usually like this. Young Master naturally does not know me." "Ian, you are good at killing." Young Master Jiang stopped. He coughed and said, "I mean, you know how to deliver." "Oh, this subordinate knows how to deliver. There is a woman in this prison who is about to give birth. Yes. I want the mother and child to be safe. This subordinate will do her best." The iron door suddenly opened behind young Master Jiang. The blue-clothed female assassin charged in. A moment later, a shocked exclamation came from inside, "This woman is having a difficult birth." Young Master Jiang's feet gave way and his expression instantly became ugly. Chapter 610. Watilda. The loud cries of a baby woke up the dawn. The group of people guarding the entrance of the dungeon all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. These people were all heroes from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. They had been recruited by young Master Jiang. Their only mission in life was to kill. Each of them had taken countless lives, and each of them was a devil who killed without blinking an eye. However, it was these great devils who killed without blinking an eye who gathered here for the first time for a woman giving birth and the birth of a newborn. Listening to the cries of pain from the pregnant woman, they clenched their fists tightly and worked with her. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. When the female assassin in charge of the delivery shouted, "Difficult labor. The pregnant woman has already fainted," they were also frightened and on edge. At first, they had gathered here only because they knew that this pregnant woman and the baby she was about to give birth to were of great use to young Master. Whether young Master would be at the end of his rope or come back from the dead largely depended on this woman and son. In their hearts, they only treated this pregnant woman as a bargaining chip. However, after standing at the entrance of the dungeon for an entire night and listening to the female assassin shout out the current situation of the pregnant woman from time to time, listening to the hardships and pain of the birth of a new life, their minds were unknowingly attracted. They gritted their teeth and breathed rapidly together with Xiao Man, who was in unbearable pain. When the loud and powerful cries of the newborn came out, they also heaved a long sigh of relief as if a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. All of them were beaming with joy. They were already used to sending people to death. This was the first time they were facing a new life. This incomparably long night was undoubtedly a baptism and an enlightenment for them. Young Master Jiang sat cross-legged in his room, thinking over and over again about the possibility of turning the situation around. The chances were slim, but it was not completely impossible. The only variable now was whether Xiao Man and her daughter were dead or alive. However, no matter what, there was one thing that needed to be done immediately: evacuate at dawn. After thinking for a long time, young Master Jiang slowly opened his eyes, picked up the bell on the table, and shook it. The barrier door opened, and a guard in white stood solemnly at the door. Young Master Jiang said, "Pass down the order. Quickly make preparations. Once the city gate opens, everyone is to leave and return to Luoyang." "Yes." The man in white bowed, but just as he bent down, he was pushed away by someone. The beautiful female assassin walked in weakly from the outside. She was sweating profusely, as if she had just been fished out of the water. She bowed to young Master Jiang and said, "Young Master, I, fortunately, didn't disappoint you." However, young Master Jiang's spirit was lifted at first, but when he heard her say "but," he became a little nervous. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Probably a few months ago, there was a fixed vendor under the locust tree opposite Gongsun Bufan's mansion. This vendor only sold freshly made cakes. The cakes he made were bright and moist, soft and sweet, with a strong aroma. Not only did the children in the alley like to eat them, even the adults often bought a piece to try. Because he set up his stall early in the morning, some lazy women who were too lazy to cook in the morning would buy a piece of cake from his stall. They would add hot water and boil it, turning it into a thin porridge similar to 8 treasures porridge. It was used as breakfast for the whole family, so his business was quite good. Early this morning, the vendor appeared under the locust tree on time again. He set up the big clay steamer and put the red dates first, followed by the raisins, glutinous rice, and then the red dates, layer by layer, methodically. There was already a charcoal fire under the clay steamer, but the steam had yet to rise. Cakes needed at least 4 to 6 hours to be steamed. This jar of cakes that were being made was to be sold in the afternoon. There was also a piece of cake left to cool on the chopping board. It was made at home last night and was sold early in the morning. The main gate of Gongsun Manor opened, but the vendor didn't even raise his head. He only focused on his business. Yang Fan wore a dark green robe with a narrow blade hanging from his waist. It was the most common kind of steel. He walked up to the vendor like a tall and straight pine tree. He used a pair of earth-grabbing tigers to forcefully knock on the ground. The vendor put on the most common smile of a businessman. He blinked his small eyes that still had some eyesores and said, "Sir, you woke up too early. Do you want to buy cakes?" Yang Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the low roar of a lion. That voice that wasn't too loud had a faint rumbling feeling. "I want young Master Jiang's residence." The vendor blinked his eyes. He still didn't know what was going on. Of course, he wasn't a real businessman. He came here from the day Xiao Man moved into Gongsun Manor. His mission was to take care of them nearby and inform them of any signs of trouble. But he really didn't know anything about what happened last night. It was fine to occasionally not sleep for a night, but he really didn't expect that someone would come to Gongsun Manor to kidnap someone. Of course, he also knew who Yang Fan was, but he didn't expect Yang Fan to expose his identity so openly. Although it was still early and there were no other customers on the street. Yang Fan didn't give him time to continue blinking. His hand fell on the chopping board with a bang, causing the big ball of cakes to jump. "I want news about young Master Jiang." The vendor was startled. He hurriedly pushed the cart and said repeatedly, okay, I'll." Yang Fan lifted his foot and the cart flew up. The cart of steamed cakes and the glutinous rice jujube all flew into the deep drainage ditch on the side of the road. Yang Fan's roaring voice rang in his ears, immediately. The vendor didn't say anything and ran out of the alley. He didn't doubt that if he was a moment slower, he would be punched by Yang Fan's iron fists until he was as soft and chewy as the steamed glutinous rice. This was the first time young Master Jiang walked into a place that he thought was very dark and dirty. When he walked in, he even used a snow-white handkerchief to cover his nose. Fortunately, the Liu family's dungeon wasn't very useful. It was usually used as a cellar. There wasn't any dirty smell inside, but it wasn't as fresh as the air outside. Only then did young Master Jiang put down the handkerchief. The place where Xiao Man was lying was a pile of weeds. When she was locked in, the servants carried it from the stables. The withered grass was clean and soft. After a night's work, it hadn't been soaked by the humidity in the dungeon. It wasn't very uncomfortable to lie on it now. The subordinates all knew that young master loved cleanliness. The room had been cleaned, and the blood and water stains were also covered with dry soil. Young Master Jiang stood a few steps away from Xiao Man. He saw Xiao Man lying on her side in the firewood. Her cheeks looked pale and haggard. It was only because someone had wiped her face when she was unconscious that her face wasn't covered with sweat. Young Master Jiang frowned and said, "She still hasn't woken up." One of the subordinates immediately walked over. The female assassin who was responsible for taking over didn't follow. She wasn't young Master Jiang's confidant, so she wouldn't hear what was going to happen next. Xiao Man had a difficult labor last night. Fortunately, the female assassin not only knew how to deliver a baby, but also had the guts to handle it boldly. After a lot of trouble, she finally saved the mother and child's safety. However, Xiao Man had also exhausted all her strength and hadn't woken up until now. The assassin gently pushed Xiao Man's shoulder. Xiao Man weakly opened her eyes. At first, she was confused, but she gradually regained consciousness. Young Master Jiang stood in front of her, tall and straight like a white lotus on a snowy mountain, but she didn't see him. She quickly thought of the child she was unable to give birth to because of the difficult labor before she fainted. "My child. Where's my child?" As soon as Xiao Man realized that her child wasn't beside her, she immediately became like a crazy female leopard. She clearly didn't have a trace of strength in her body, but at this time, her strength was so great that the assassin almost couldn't hold her down. Young Master Jiang gently and elegantly said, "Your child is fine, he's very safe." "You. My child, where's my child? Return the child to me." Xiao Man regained some consciousness and stared at young Master Jiang with red eyes. She was about to pounce on him. The other assassin also hurried forward to help and firmly held her down with his companion. Young Master Jiang said, "I said your child is safe and sound. You, child. Return the child to me." Xiao Man didn't listen to what he said at all. When she woke up, she couldn't see her own flesh and blood. That kind of panic and fear almost scared her out of her wits. Young Master Jiang frowned. He couldn't understand. He had clearly told her that the child was safe and sound. Was there a need to be so panicked and afraid? But looking at her current expression, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to say anything if he didn't return the child to her. Young Master Jiang waved his hand and ordered his subordinate, "Go, get the child." When Xiao Man heard this, she immediately calmed down. She strenuously and expectantly stared at the back of the assassin who left in a hurry. Her eyes no longer looked to the side. If it wasn't for the fact that she was really weak and couldn't walk now, perhaps she would have chased after that person. Young Master Jiang took out a handkerchief and coughed while covering his mouth. He slowly said, "The child needs to be bathed and cleaned, so I temporarily took him out. Don't worry, I don't want to do anything to a child." Xiao Man didn't seem to hear it at all. Her bright eyes were only staring at the exit of the dungeon. Young Master Jiang sniffed in boredom. The assassin hurried back with the child in his arms. Perhaps he was used to holding a knife and a gun all his life. This was the first time he had held a child. The little person looked very fragile, but he was terrified. He clumsily and carefully held the child. As soon as he saw Xiao Man, he grinned and said with a boastful smile, "Don't worry, the child is asleep." As soon as he finished speaking, the child opened his mouth and cried. The assassin was shocked and quickly handed the child to Xiao Man. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Baby, my baby." Xiao Man picked up her child. The little guy's little face was wrinkled and a little rosy because he had just been born. He had been washed clean and wrapped in a soft white silk cloth. His little hands were scattered, and his eyes were closed as he cried. Xiao Man cried tears of joy. She pressed the child against her chest and hugged him tightly. She murmured, "My child. My child." Listening to the familiar heartbeat coming from his mother's chest, the little guy seemed to have a sense of security. He gradually stopped crying, but occasionally sobbed. Xiao Man held the child as if she had found her soul. She let out a long sigh of relief, and her expression became calm and serene. Seeing this, young Master Jiang subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. His face bloomed with a confident smile again. He slowly said, "Your child, I have returned him to you. Now, can we have a good talk?" Chapter 6:11. Xiao Mang moved the child closer to her arms and asked warily, "What do you want to talk about?" As soon as he was close to her chest, the sound of his mother's heartbeat became clearer. It was exactly the same as when he was still in his mother's womb. Although his mother's heartbeat was a little rapid now, the child could tell that it was the same sound he had been hearing ever since he had a sense of hearing. So, the child became even quieter. He closed his eyes and gently stroked his mother's chin with his little hands. His sparkling and tender lips squirmed, trying hard to squirm a little bubble. Originally, at this moment, his parents and many of his parents' relatives and friends should be surrounding him and laughing at his cute and childish actions. But now only his mother was by his side, and even his mother didn't notice his cute action. She was nervously hugging her baby, watching the man in front of her with vigilance, as if she was looking at a murderous bandit. Young Master Jiang smiled helplessly. In Xiao Mang's eyes, he was like a robber who killed and robbed people. But he was not. He was the young master of an aristocratic family that had been passed down for thousands of years. He was more noble and virtuous than the royal family. He had always looked down on the world from a high point of view. He never thought that he would be looked down upon like this. He tried his best to speak in a calm and elegant tone. "It wasn't my idea to kidnap you, but since you're already in my hands, there's no need for me to send you back. Your husband is overestimating himself and wants to go against me. I don't want him or anyone else to think that I'm afraid of him." Young Master Jiang paused. He didn't wait for Xiao Mang to retort and quickly changed the topic. "You are here, especially when you are pregnant for 10 months and about to give birth. Your disappearance must have made your husband very worried. So, you can write a letter to him and tell him that you are safe. Then, I can talk to him calmly." Xiao Mang stared at him for a long time. She gently pursed the corner of her mouth and smiled proudly. "I have heard about you from my Langjun. Your background, your status, your power, everything is beyond my Langjuan's reach. But, you are very afraid of my Langjun now, aren't you?" The corners of Xiao Man's mouth curled up, but the corners of young Master Jiang's mouth turned down. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke. Young Master Jiang snorted and curled his lips in disdain. "Young Fan? How could he be worthy? I just have some things that I want to talk to him about, and I don't want to be disturbed. With a letter from you, he can calm down and talk to me calmly. Other than that, there's nothing else I can do." Young Master Jiang refused to admit that he was very afraid of young Fan. Even though he knew that Yu Haoyang, that idiot, had made a big mistake and put him in an absolutely passive position, and today, he would have to bear the pressure from many powerful forces, but he would not admit that it was young Fan's ability. This was a mortal world, and there were no superhumans. No one could rely on their own strength to call the wind and summon the rain, and control the world. Whether it was Empress Wu Zetian or the 1,000-year-old aristocratic families like the 7 sects and 5 families, they could do whatever they wanted because they could use their common interests to control more people and more power for their own use. Young Master Jiang was the same. If he stripped away the financial, material, and human resources under his control, he would be like a phoenix without feathers, not much stronger than a chicken. But in front of young Fan, he refused to admit that the forces under young Fan's influence now belonged to young Fan. Xiao Man's face was still very haggard, and her lips were a little pale, but her smile was getting sweeter and sweeter. Who didn't like their man to be a great man? She could see that with young Master Jiang's arrogance, if it was in the past, He would not even bother to defend himself. You can slander me, but I am me. Who would insist that an ant admit his greatness? But now, young Master Jiang was not only explaining to her, but there was also a hint of embarrassment in his seemingly impeccable demeanor. She smiled and shook her head. You are very arrogant, so you don't want to admit that the person you looked down on before. Now, you can only raise your head to talk to him. So, you are clearly doing very despicable things, but you work hard to maintain your elegant demeanor. Do you know that all of this makes your words and actions very awkward and laughable? Nonsense. Young Master Jiang could no longer maintain his calm and feigned disdain. He began to refute, his tone fierce. Is the rise and fall of the southern frontier something he can control? Everything today is half decided by the will of heaven, and half by the emperor. He was just muddle-headedly pushed to such a crucial position and coincidentally became an important person. Even so, his life and death are still in my hands. Xiao Man interrupted his boastful words and said coldly, the so-called control is like a bandit wielding a knife. Even if you had a way to deal with my Lang Jun, you would not use such a method. Young Master Jiang, you are just a person who has never encountered real setbacks and tribulations. You are extremely arrogant and conceited. Other than that, you are nothing. She raised her head and proudly and firmly said, Lang Jun will definitely come to save me, but I don't want to tie his hands and feet and let him be at your mercy. If I do that in exchange for the safety of me and my child, even if we can leave alive, what will I have left? I am not a very smart woman, but I know what you are afraid of and what you are worried about. I will do what is right. So, I will not write anything. I will only wait here, wait for him to come. Young Master Jiang glared at her fiercely, but Xiao Man was no longer looking at him. She lowered her head and looked at the sleeping child in her arms. She kissed his tender cheeks, smiled sweetly and contentedly, and said softly, Good baby, your father will come to save you soon. When he sees you, I don't know how happy he will be. The light at the entrance of the dungeon flashed. A guard quickly walked in and whispered something in young Master Jiang's ear. His breath sprayed on young Master Jiang's face. Young Master Jiang immediately moved away in disgust. He didn't hear what the guard said clearly. He immediately took out a white silk handkerchief and wiped his cheeks and ears as if someone had just spat on his face. After rubbing his face for a long time, even his skin was red. He frowned and asked in disgust, What did you say? The guard raised his voice and said, Young Master Zheng Yu of Xingyang's Zheng family is here to visit. Young Master Jiang stared at him and asked, The Lu mansion is already empty. Who is he here to visit? Open the door, open the door. When I, Zheng Yu, come to your Lu mansion, do I have to wait outside with my carriage? This is outrageous. Even when my brother was in the mansion, he didn't have such a grand entrance. When did you servants become so arrogant? Zhang Yu led a few Kunlun slaves into the Lu mansion and gestured for them to open the door to the left courtyard. This mansion was the private property of one of young Master Jiang's brothers. Because the whole family had moved back to Fanyang, there was only a steward and a dozen servants to take care of it. The master was not in the mansion at all. Moreover, the whole family had moved away and would only return after 3 years. There was no reason for Zheng Yu to visit, but he still came. The old steward of the Lu mansion said with a bitter face, Young Master Zheng, my families are Lang and his family have returned to Fanyang province to visit their relatives. It is said that they will only return after 2 or 3 years. I know. Zheng Yu said excitedly, I didn't come here today to visit Brother Lu. Then you are, I want to entertain guests, but the old master thinks it is too noisy. I am afraid of being scolded by the old master, so I have to find another place. Brother Lu's mansion is quiet and spacious, just right for me to use. Is it all right if you lend it to me for a while? Just based on my friendship with Brother Lu and the friendship between our Zheng and Lu families, I believe that Brother Lu won't refuse. Don't tell me that you, an old servant, have to quickly go and ask Brother Lu. The old steward was dumbfounded. Then he saw a row of carriages rush in from the corner door that had just been opened. One by one, gorgeously dressed singers and dancers came out of the carriages. They were all wrapped in colorful clothes and had painted eyebrows and lips. It seemed like they were about to sing a big opera. At the same time, The door to the right of the Lu mansion was also opened. The Lu family members who answered the door saw a dozen plump chefs walk in with their heads held high, followed by a group of young disciples carrying all kinds of ingredients, iron stoves, copper basins, iron nets, bamboo sticks, and the like. It seemed like they were about to have a barbecue party at the Lu mansion. The two brothers, Wang Xiyuan and Wang Xiyuan, from the Wang family of Taiyuan, swaggered in, laughing and not taking the people of the Lu family seriously at all. A few docile and beautiful Xinluo maids, like little wives who had been bullied, took small steps and followed behind their masters. The succession hall experts hiding in the shadows were also at a loss at this scene. Their masters behind the scenes were these aristocratic families. What could they do now that these descendants of aristocratic families had barged in so brazenly? These succession hall experts lying in ambush outside were not young Master Jiang's trusted subordinates. Many of them were martial arts masters sent to the succession hall by the aristocratic families. The two experts squatting on the two shady trees at the right door of the Lu mansion were from the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Seeing their young master come, they were completely at a loss as if they had been petrified. At the gate of the front house of the Lu family, the four young masters of the Kui family, Kui Chang, Kui Kai, Kui Yi, and Kui Di, were waving their fans amidst the rustling autumn wind. They strode in unison, as if they were walking on a stage. A group of musicians followed behind them. Some were carrying pipa, some were carrying ancient sheng, some were playing bamboo flutes, and some were carrying jedrums. Almost at the same time, at every entrance of the Lu family's mansion, there were a few servants in fresh clothes knocking on the door. Then, without any explanation, they barged in and opened the door to let their young master's carriage in. The carriage didn't stop far after it came in and blocked the entrance. Young Master Jiang had already left the dungeon in a hurry and returned to his own room. News came in one after another. The aristocratic family's disciples had blocked the entrance, but they did not do anything excessive. They did not barge into the Lu family's private residence, but gathered in the most spacious parlor and began to arrange a banquet. The cheerful music and melodious voices had clearly entered young Master Jiang's ears. Young Master Jiang quickly understood the intentions of the aristocratic families. His extreme actions last night had angered the aristocratic families. If he had succeeded in killing young Fan last night, it would have been fine. At most, he would get a stern warning, and the mess would still be cleaned up by him. But young Fan didn't die, so the aristocratic families were determined to clean up this mess that wasn't beyond repair. His, under house arrest. Chapter 612. Young Master Jiang was under house arrest in a dignified manner. His whereabouts could be hidden from others, but it was impossible to hide from the aristocratic families of the 7 sects and 5 families. Originally, no one would take the initiative to poke at his secret return to Chang'an. However, following his assassination attempt on young Fan last night, this layer of window paper had to be poked. Assassinating young Fan was indeed the only way for him to solve his predicament. On the one hand, the aristocratic families gradually felt that the succession hall was too big to handle due to the open and veiled strife between the 2 sects. To a certain extent, it had already broken away from their control. Therefore, they wanted to set up another spokesperson and divide part of the authority from young Master Jiang's hands, forming a tripartite structure. The 3 complemented each other and balanced each other, which could better ensure the stability of the succession hall. On the other hand, the emperor felt that there were too many forces coveting the southern border. She intended to use young Fan as the key figure in distributing the interests of the southern border. In this way, she could not only avoid the intensification of the conflict between herself and the aristocratic families, but also use the friendship between young Fan and the chieftains of the southern border to appease them. She could also maximize the needs of the forces standing on her side. With the 2 things working together, young Fan stood out and became young Master Jiang's biggest problem. Young Fan came with the momentum. He was in line with the emperor's wishes and the aristocratic family's wishes. He was also the only person who was not opposed by the chieftains of the southern border. Other than letting him die, young Master Jiang had no other solution. Even if he was unparalleled in intelligence, it was impossible to affect the leaders of so many forces at the same time with one clever plan. After killing young Fan, No matter how great the advantage young Fan once had, a dead person could no longer pose any threat to him. Of course, young Fan's death would certainly set off a great uproar, but compared to the unsolvable predicament, he could still withstand this storm. Therefore, assassinating young Fan was no doubt a dangerous move, but it was also a good opportunity for him to reverse his defeat. However, young Fan did not die. If only young Fan did not die, then he would really be like the two prison chiefs bribed by the pirate Yu Haoyang. Even if young Fan hated him to the core, he had to find another opportunity to retaliate. Although he lost again and was forced to divide part of his power to young Fan, he might have a chance to fight back after hibernating. Unfortunately, Yu Haoyang's smart move had ruined him. Kidnapping a pregnant woman who was 10 months pregnant, even the aristocratic families that sided with him had nothing to say. Even the real bandits and robbers would not do such a thing, not to mention these aristocratic families that boasted of passing down the family and inheriting benevolence and righteousness. The aristocratic families of Shandong were not the only ones in the world. At the very least, this matter could not be hidden from the local bully, the Guanlong family. If this matter was not handled fairly, the aristocratic families of Shandong would lose all their reputation. From now on, they would no longer be able to raise their heads in front of others. The consequences were too serious for them to bear. That was why young Master Jiang sorrowfully said, "Heaven will kill me, but not because of war." Young Fan, the victim, would never let go of this opportunity to fight back with justice and justice. Guanlong Group had a rare opportunity to suppress the Shandong aristocratic families, so they would certainly make a big deal out of this matter. Moreover, the aristocratic families in Shandong were not united. This matter did not concern the gains and losses of all the aristocratic families. On the contrary, if it was handled properly, they would obtain a better spokesperson, and they could confidently eliminate him, a person who had lost his value. They could also pull down the Lu family's ranking, and everyone's status would rise. Would they let go of such a good opportunity? Young Master Jiang was very clear in his heart that the reason why he was under house arrest now without shedding all pretenses of cordiality was because the aristocratic families had yet to come up with a perfect solution. When that bunch of old fogies came up with a solution, it would be time to put him on trial. But young Master Jiang, who had always been proud and arrogant, was not one to sit and wait for death. He had Butchie and young Fan's children in his hands, which was tantamount to controlling young Fan. Perhaps after this matter, his reputation would be ruined, but at least he still had the most practical benefits, and he still had the power to fight. At this point, young Master Jiang finally abandoned all his narcissism and self-satisfaction, turning himself into a businessman who had to compete. He did not want to wait for that group of old men to decide his future. He wanted to leave here, return to Chang'an, and rely on Fan Yang as his foundation. With the power of the Hall of Succession completely under his control, he would come back to bargain with the aristocratic families. But would it be so easy to leave? Since the aristocratic families had directly sent their children to block his door, how could they not guard against his escape? The people young Master Jiang brought to Chang'an this time were not his absolute confidants, and the people he sent to the periphery were not. Some of them were confidants of other leaders in the Hall of Succession, and some were from the aristocratic families. They only followed orders, and in reality, they did not know what the headmaster was doing. Now with the intrusion of the young masters from the aristocratic families, these people were already confused and vigilant. The female assassin who had delivered Butchie was from the Kui family of Qinghe. At this moment, she was puzzled and thought, "Headmaster, what is he doing?" The people around young Master Jiang were not very reliable. If he wanted to escape, he had to keep these people in the dark. But it was easier said than done to hide from so many people. The peddler who sold cakes stood in front of young Fan, sweat meandering on his face like a few streams. He had run in a hurry, was very nervous, and was under a lot of pressure. Standing in front of him, young Fan was neither tall nor short, not fat nor thin, but just standing in front of him, the peddler felt as if a tall towering mountain was in front of him, as if it could fall down and crush him into meat paste. This kind of psychological pressure was too heavy, so as soon as he stood in front of young Fan, his sweat rushed out. "There is news." Young Fan's hands were hanging as he stood in front of him. His fingers were clenched as though he was holding a knife. The peddler raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. He stammered out, I found out. In Chang'an, there are a total of 10 mansions that belong to the Lu family, and 4 other properties on the outskirts of the city. Where is young Master Jiang? Yang Fan shouted in a deep voice and scared the peddler. He instantly stopped stammering and crisply answered, there are 3 places. Yang Fan's eyebrows furrowed and he said harshly, there are 3 places? Yes. In the rush, we could not confirm his exact location. We used all of our people, but we only found 3 mansions that are the most suspicious. As the peddler spoke, his eyes lowered slightly. He felt slightly guilty. They had already found young Master Jiang's exact location, but they did not dare to directly say it to Yang Fan. Although they fought openly and covertly with Xianzong, all of their methods were within the rules. Occasionally, there would be some extreme actions, but it was done under the tacit understanding of both parties. It was different now. Yang Fan might be their ally, but he was still an outsider. Looking at how Yang Fan was acting, it was as though he was about to kill someone. If they told him young Master Jiang's location, it didn't matter if he led his troops or killed his way over alone. This matter would go out of control. By then, what kind of role would the hidden sect play? Would they be helping an outsider? No matter if it was Yang Fan leading his troops to kill young Master Jiang or killing his way over alone and getting killed by young Master Jiang, those weren't the results that they wanted to see. However, Yang Fan was clearly enraged, and they didn't dare to offend him. 2 choices, 2 results. They were all consequences that they couldn't afford to bear. Shenmu wasn't here, and no one could make this decision. Thus, he said 3 places. Xingning Lane, Jing'an Lane, and Perpetual Peace Lane. One of the 3 places was real. This way, it wouldn't infuriate Yang Fan. Out of the 3 places, the furthest one would be the real one. This way, it would give young Master Jiang ample time to hide. If Yang Fan wasn't leading his troops over, and young Master Jiang didn't have to hide, it wouldn't be a problem. These 3 places were located in the east, south, and west of Chang'an City. Running 1 round around all of them would be equivalent to wandering around half of Chang'an City. This amount of time would be sufficient for those aristocratic clans to step forward and mediate. They had put in a lot of effort, but they already knew that Yang Fan was so infuriated because his wife had been kidnapped. Furthermore, his wife was already 10 months pregnant and was about to give birth. It was inevitable for them to feel guilty and didn't dare to look at Yang Fan in the eye. Yang Fan was burning with anxiety and didn't notice the behavior of this hawker's guilty conscience. He was only worried about not being able to find the place. He couldn't possibly be wandering around Chang'an City with his saber and barging into every household he saw, right? Yang Fan then asked for the exact location of the Lu family's residence in the 3 workshops and memorized it before saying, thank you. Just as Yang Fan walked to the door, Tin Ano slid down from the pillar like a snake. She was wearing a green robe with her sleeves and trousers tightly tucked up. It was obvious that she had long been prepared. It was likely that the deadly things that she hadn't brought with her for a long time were all prepared. Ah Qian's delicate brows were filled with a murderous aura. In a cold voice, she said, I'll go with you. Yang Fan nodded. The 2 didn't speak and rushed out side by side. Me too. Gongsun Lanji was wearing a red robe and a red cloak. She carried her big sword on her shoulder and came out from behind a cluster of flowers and trees. She said in a majestic and manly voice, how can I be left out of such a matter? Yang Fan hesitated and said, Miss Gongsun, this is my family's matter. You. Gongsun Lanji slammed her big sword on the ground and said in a sonorous voice, Xiaoman is my junior sister. I am not an outsider. Yang Fan took a deep breath and said loudly, good. Then, you and I will go together. The 3 of us will charge into young Master Jiang's dragon pool and tiger's den. Gongsun Lanji was overjoyed and said excitedly, I have already prepared a horse, follow me. Aunt Pei was standing at the corner of the long corridor. She was wearing a martial outfit and a black scarf around her neck. Seeing her precious daughter leaving with Yang Fan, she was extremely anxious. She wanted to stop them but didn't know what to do. In her anxiety, she was a little distracted. When she sensed that someone was already beside her, Aunt Pei was shocked. She turned around and saw her husband, Gongsun Bufan, dressed in a green robe, standing with his hands behind his back and staring at the direction where her daughter left. Aunt Pei heaved a sigh of relief and said to Gongsun Bufan, "Lang Jun, quickly persuade Lanji. Lanji is much more sensible than you." Gongsun Bufan interrupted her coldly. After a moment of silence, he slowly turned around and said in a low voice, "If you have done something wrong, you should try your best to make up for it. Let your daughter help you. Look after her. You must come back safely." Chapter 6:13. Early in the morning, Li Taigong was walking around the pond with a flock of white geese following behind him. Wherever he went, the geese chased after him. But what made them feel wronged was that their master just walked around and didn't seem to have any intention of feeding them. When the succession hall was first established, the Lu family was ranked first among the aristocratic families in Shandong. In addition, Lu Binmi, who had assumed the name of young Master Jiang, was indeed the most outstanding talent among the younger generation of the aristocratic families. Thus, he stood out from the crowd and became the leader of the succession hall. Today, young Master Jiang's shortcomings were becoming more and more obvious. Perhaps it could be said that when the organization was first established, he was the most suitable leader. But as the organization grew stronger day by day, his breadth of mind, vision, and ability became more and more difficult to control. At the same time, the succession hall's role was no longer the same as it was in the past. The aristocratic families were becoming more and more envious of this fat piece of meat. Such a huge organization, but most of its resources were used by the Lu family. No one was too satisfied, so they had already begun to adjust. Shun Mu's sudden rise had restrained young Master Jiang, and the Lu family could no longer use the succession hall's resources as they pleased. Of course, this was due to Shun Mu's ability and Li Taigong's support, but how could it not be without the help of the other aristocratic families? They didn't want the Lu family to be the only big family in the succession hall. Right now, they felt more and more that young Master Jiang could only create conflicts and contradictions for the organization if he stayed in the succession hall. His ideas and methods were not only farther and farther away from the main leaders of the succession hall, but also farther and farther away from the demands of the aristocratic families. However, it wasn't that easy to cripple him. Now that young Master Jiang had made a foolish move, the old men were overjoyed. They finally had a legitimate reason to make the Lu family speechless. They had begun to unveil the prelude to the fall of the succession hall. However, this had to be done properly. They couldn't allow the aristocratic families to split because of this. In addition, the Guanlong family was at a dead end. Now, under the pressure of Wu Zetian, they were getting closer and closer to them. They discussed many important matters together and advanced and retreated together. They could be considered an ally. But this ally was also a potential competitor. They couldn't help but help and guard against them. This matter would definitely be used by the Guanlong family. As for how to mediate with them and what conditions to offer, he would have to discuss it with the others. Early in the morning, the Pei clan, the Wei clan, the Liu clan, and many other Guanlong clans had already sent people over. Their intentions were obvious. Li Taigong hadn't discussed it with the other aristocratic families, so he couldn't give them a clear answer. Therefore, he had already asked his family to stop them. However, this matter couldn't be dragged on for too long. Those Guanlong families were like white geese chasing after him, crying piteously for food. Young Master Jiang still didn't have a consensus on how to deal with this matter, nor did he have a plan on how to shut up the Guanlong family. After he'd received the news, he'd sent people to inform the other great families to discuss this matter. Although doing so could easily attract the attention of the Chang and magistrate Liu Qiantian, it was not the time to worry about that now. However, not a single person had come to visit them even though the news had been sent out for a long time. One didn't need to think with their toes to know that these aristocratic clan lords were urgently negotiating with their clan elders to see how much they could gain from this. Thinking of this, Li Taigong could only sigh helplessly. Everything under the heavens is for profit, everything under the heavens is for profit. Suddenly, Lin Zixiong rushed over, startling the flock of white geese chasing after Li Taigong. They quacked and ran away, flapping their wings violently and kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Taigong frowned and said unhappily, "What are you panicking about?" Lin Zhixiong hurriedly bowed to him and reported, "Taigong, Yang Fan single-handedly killed his way to the Lu clan of Xingning Lane." Li Taigong was startled. When he'd heard that young Master Jiang had kidnapped people, he'd asked Lin Zhixiong to pay attention to the Gongsun residents. He knew that Yang Fan would be furious, but no matter how he calculated, Yang Fan wouldn't ask for help from the authorities. That would be like drinking a dove to quench his thirst. Even if the siege was resolved today, the imperial court's butcher knife would fall on his head tomorrow. Moreover, young Master Jiang had enormous power in his hands, so Yang Fan wouldn't walk right into the trap. The most likely course of action for Yang Fan was to go to him and ask for help. This was the reason why he'd sent his nephew to young Master Jiang's place to keep an eye on him. According to his plan, he'd take the opportunity to mediate and save Xie Xiaoman. At the same time, he'd make the wronged young Master Lu take a step back and give more power to Yang Fan, achieving the perfect result of a tripartite balance. But Li Taigong stared and said, "What did Yang Fan do at the Lu clan of Xingning Lane?" Lin Zhixiong wiped his sweat and said, "Maybe he heard the news from somewhere and thought that young Master Jiang was hiding there, so." Li Taigong didn't wait for him to finish and shouted, "Guard! Guards!" The servants gathered around and Li Taigong shouted anxiously, "Quick! Prepare the carriage, I'm going to Xingning Lane. I don't want an ox carriage, I want a horse carriage. Go, go! Come back! Call more people, just in case. Come back! Send people to Xingning Lane and make sure to block the news. The news of Yang Fan causing trouble at the Lu clan cannot be spread. You. Immediately report this news to the Kui, Li, Wang, and Zheng families. I've already sent a message to those old bastards early in the morning, but none of them came. Each and every one of them stayed at home, plotting. When the sky falls, they won't need to plot anything anymore." Li Taigong yelled and drove away the group of people. He looked at Lin Zhixiong and said, Is this the calm temperament and sophisticated person you've been talking about?" Lin Zhixiong laughed dryly, bitterly, and embarrassedly. The head of the Lu clan of Xingning Lane was young Master Jiang's uncle according to seniority. He was considered an elder in the Lu clan of Chang'an, so he was the first to leave because he had to accompany old Master Jiang back to Fanyang. Because he left in a hurry, his wife and children were left behind. Without the head of the Lu clan at home to take charge of the overall situation, and the children and grandchildren of the other branches had some things they couldn't leave behind, until yesterday, so there were still many people left in the mansion. It would take another 2 or 3 days for all of them to leave. Yang Fan, RNU, and Gongsun Lanji rode fast horses to the Lu mansion, and without saying a word, they kicked the door open and entered. All the rich families had guards, and the Lu clan was no exception. Not only did the Lu clan have martial masters, but they were also masters of martial arts. But of course, these people were no match for Yang Fan, ANU, and Gongsun Lanji. As soon as the 3 people came to the door, the martial masters of the Lu clan were shocked and angry. They stepped forward to stop them. It would have been better if they didn't stop them, but when they did, Yang Fan was even more convinced that young Master Jiang was hiding here. He was afraid that young Master Jiang would get the news and slip away. He didn't want to talk nonsense with these martial masters, and the 2 sides immediately started fighting. Many of the Lu clan's carts had been loaded, ready to be transported back to Fanyang's hometown, so there were many martial masters left. The problem was that this pack of wolves couldn't withstand 3 fierce lions. Yang Fan and the other 2 fought all the way in through the gate. Many of the Lu family's soft things had long been transported away. What was left behind were all heavy things piled high on the cart. It was not impossible to hide people inside. Yang Fan and the other 2 were worried that people were hidden in the cart, so they killed all the way here. Not only did they search all the houses, but they also cut all the ropes and tarps tied to the cart, searching for possible hiding places of Xiaoman. The Lu clan's carts had long been transported away, leaving behind all the heavy things piled high on the carts. They could hide people in them. Yang Fan and the other 2 were worried that young Master Jiang was hidden in the carts, so they killed all the way. Not only did they search all the houses, but they also cut all the ropes and tarps tied to the carts, searching for young Master Jiang's possible hiding place. The three of them searched all the way, and there were constantly martial masters of the Lu clan who came forward to stop them. The three of them fought and searched at the same time, so they didn't know what to do. The bronze mirror embedded with 8 treasures and pearls fell down, the box carved with gold and silver threads was overturned, the 12 jade-carved screens were broken, and boxes of silk and satin were scattered. Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Young Master Jiang is not here." Tin Ano said, "Let's go to Jing'an Lane." Gongsun Lanji was even more straightforward, "Let's go." The three of them turned around and rushed back. The remaining martial masters of the Lu clan had learned their lesson. Since the master of the Lu clan was not here, and the old steward who was loyal to the master of the Lu clan was knocked unconscious by Gongsun Lanji's long sword, they were determined not to risk their lives if they could. One by one, they chased after them with swords and sabers, but they were still several feet away, not daring to get close. It was not until Yang Fan and the others had made up their minds to leave and quickly ran toward the Lu clan's house did they make a little louder noise. They shouted and chased behind them, as if they were sending Yang Fan and the others off. "Stop!" Just as Yang Fan and the others rushed to the front gate, more than 10 people quickly rushed in. Old Grandpa Li was supported by someone, and his feet barely touched the ground. When he saw them, he let out a sigh of relief. He immediately widened his eyes and shouted, and at the same time waved his hand to ask people to quickly put him down. Old Grandpa Li looked at the 12 priceless jade screens under his feet, and then looked at the white silk that was blown up by the wind. The Lu clan was in a mess, as if it had been hit by a war. It was already impossible to look at. Old Grandpa Li said angrily, "You little brat, what do you want?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Old man, please step aside. Step aside." Old Grandpa Li stomped his feet and scolded, "You idiot, don't you think you've caused enough trouble? If there's anything, can't you come to this old man to discuss it? You've made such a mess, how are you going to clean it up?" Yang Fan smiled, and his smile was very cold. "What does this matter have to do with you, old Grandpa Li? Old man, why do you have to take responsibility for this matter? Old man, please step aside, this little brat is in a hurry to find my wife. This old man is determined to take care of this matter." Old Grandpa Li shouted sternly, "Little brat, you stay put, this old man will take care of this matter. Little brat, I can't wait, please step aside." Old Grandpa Li said angrily, "No way. If you want to leave, then step over this old man's body." With a whoosh, Yang Fan stepped over old Grandpa Li's head. Yang Fan flew over old Grandpa Li's head and landed in front of the mansion's entrance. His feet touched the ground, and with a whoosh, he flew over the screen wall outside the door. Behind the screen wall, there was a neigh of a horse, followed by the clattering of hooves. Yang Fan must have landed directly on the back of a horse tied outside the screen wall and galloped away. "Heh! This little brat." Before old Grandpa Li could finish his sentence, Miss Anu followed suit, and with a whoosh, she also stepped over his head. Then, Gongsun Lanji jumped up with a whoosh, and fell back to the ground with a thud. She stuck out her tongue at him in embarrassment, saying, "Old Grandpa, please forgive me." After saying that, she circled around his body like a snake, and with a whoosh, flashed out of the door. Old Grandpa Li's eyes were empty, and for a moment, he was at a loss. Lin Zixiong asked in embarrassment, "Old Grandpa, what do we do now?" Chapter 614. Ning Ku sat by the window with her hands on the railing and her sharp chin resting on the back of her hands, quietly watching the autumn scenery in the garden. She wore a light white, narrow-sleeved chest-length dress embroidered with purple flowers, showing off her slender and delicate waist. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly melancholically, as if she was in deep thought. In fact, she was not thinking about anything. All her attention seemed to be scattered to the grass and trees in the garden, bathing in the warm autumn sun with them. This was the most comfortable and relaxing moment of her day. "Younger sister, younger sister." Du Guyu rushed in excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. Ning Ku only turned her head lazily, glanced at her brother who ran in, and said with a smile, "What are you so happy about?" Du Guyu looked up at the sky and laughed, then sat down next to his sister, saying cheerfully, "Lu Binmi couldn't hold back and made a stupid move. Last night, she actually sent someone to assassinate Yang Fan." Ning Ku was startled, her beautiful big eyes suddenly widening, but she immediately calmed down. Her brother was in such high spirits, it could be seen that young Fan must have been scared but not harmed. As expected, Du Guyu did not mention young Fan again, but triumphantly talked about the response of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families in Shandong now have an excuse to depose him. The Pei family, the Wei family, the Liu family, and the other Guanlong families are also taking advantage of the situation. Now they are constantly sending people to pressure the aristocratic families in Shandong. Our plan will definitely succeed. Du Guyu poured a cup of water and gulped it down. Then he said joyfully, "Sister, you are a zhuge liang among women. You're really good. You've made ingenious plans in the tent and created a new leader of the Xian clan." Ning Ku still leaned on the railing, quietly watching her brother put down the cup, wiped the water stains from the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Do you think it is our Dugu family that made Erlang?" Du Guyu said proudly, "Isn't it?" "It isn't." Ning Ku gently straightened her slender waist, the autumn sun passing over her black hair and white skin, beautiful and dazzling. "Why didn't we choose someone else?" "Because no one else is qualified. Elder brother, this is his own ability. Not everyone can become this person. He has all these conditions. We just need to stimulate these potential conditions and let everyone remember that he is the most suitable person. It's like..." Ning Ku tilted his head and thought for a while. Then he smiled mischievously and said, "It's like when a patriarch wants to divide the family property, his brothers will fight for it." There were also many relatives and friends who wanted to help the person closest to them get more benefits. If they continued to fight like this, it was very likely that the whole family would fall apart and everyone would be finished. However, there was such a person. His prestige, reputation, status, and relationship with this family were enough to make him the best mediator, and everyone was convinced by him. It was just that he didn't want to be the peacemaker, and the people who were arguing didn't think of him. And we accidentally thought of it. Ning Ku was full of energy today, and his words were clear and pleasant to the ear. She took the cup of water that her brother handed over and moistened her throat delicately. She continued, "Erlang is this person. His background reassures the Empress. His close relationship with the Wu clan makes the biggest resistance possible, and it will be the most supportive force for him to be the mediator. He risked his life in the southern border, and the friendship he forged with various chieftains made them trust him and be willing to accept his arrangements. He has long established a close relationship with the hidden sect, which made all the aristocratic families trust him. With all these reasons, it is destined that he can only be the candidate. No matter how many schemes we have, if that person isn't him, it will be impossible to succeed. So," Ning Ku stared at her brother and said seriously, "Don't ever think that we created him. If you think that we are doing him a favor, then we will lose his friendship sooner or later." Du Guyu withdrew the smile on his face and thought carefully for a long time before nodding solemnly. I understand. We just have to put ourselves in the position of a friend forever." Ning Ku nodded cheerfully. Du Guyu said, "I originally felt that all the forces can't hold back anymore. At this time, our Dugu clan might as well hide in the back. In that case, I should immediately go and see young Fan and see what help I can provide him." Ning Ku was slightly startled, and her expression changed. Her complexion was originally pale, and with this loss of color, it was as if even the tendons hidden under her delicate little face could be seen clearly. "Erlang is injured." Du Guyu said, "I don't think so. Even if he is injured, it will be a light injury. But his wife was kidnapped by Lu Binmi. Heh. This Lu Binmi is really insane." "What?" Ning Ku suddenly stood up, and her body couldn't help but sway. Du Guyu quickly got up to support her and asked in surprise, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Ning Ku said angrily, Why didn't you say such an important thing?" Du Guyu said blankly, "Is this thing very important?" Ning Ku hatefully shook off his hand and said angrily, "His wife was kidnapped, how is this not important?" Du Guyu said disapprovingly, "A man should establish his career, but a woman..." Facing his little sister's angry gaze, Du Guyu rubbed his hands and couldn't go on with his words. At this time, someone reported at the door, "Ah Lang." Du Guyu turned his head and saw that it was his personal attendant, so he asked, What's the matter? That person said, I just received news that Yang Fan killed his way to Xingning Lane and smashed the Lu family. What? Du Guyu was startled. He led troops there? That person said, alone. Oh, by the way, he also brought 2 girls, one of whom is the eldest daughter of the Gongsun family. Ning Ku's eyes flashed with a strange light, and her thin lips tightly pursed, but she couldn't stop the curve of her lips that was gradually curling up. Du Guyu murmured, Yang Fan. Yang Fan. No, he is going to cause a big trouble. Once this matter is spread to the ears of Mr. Liu, I'm afraid it will be bad. Before his voice died away, another attendant hurried to the door, cupped his hands and reported, Ah Lang, Yang Fan broke into the Liu family, and old Grandpa Li of Longxi heard the news and rushed to stop him. Du Guyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank God, he almost screwed things up. For a woman, is it necessary for him to? That guard said again, but old Grandpa Li didn't stop him, and Yang Fan went to smash the second house. Du Guyu sat back on the stool, and Ning Ku could no longer hold his tightly pursed lips, and a trace of blood appeared on his snow-white face. More than a dozen strong men in bright clothes and riding horses rushed to the Lu family of Jinggan Lane, and stopped abruptly in front of the screen wall. Before the carriage came to a complete stop, old Grandpa Li stuck his head out of the carriage and waved his arms, saying, Help me down. Help me down. Where is that hothead, stupid brat? This time, he must give me. Old Grandpa Li was halfway through his words when he suddenly stopped, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. 2 white-haired old men had just come out from behind the screen wall, each holding a walking stick. They were panting heavily, and their faces were full of anger. One of them was the lord of the Taiyuan royal clan, and the other was the lord of the Xingyang Zheng clan. Old Grandpa Li asked curiously, Why are you 2 old things here? Where is that bastard Yang Fan? Old Grandpa Zheng waved his walking stick in annoyance, saying, This old man didn't make it in time, you ask him. Old Grandpa Wang slammed his walking stick on the ground, saying, That bastard didn't give us any face at all. When this old man rushed over, the Lu family had already been robbed. Heh. Old Grandpa Li asked, Where is he? Old Grandpa Wang glared at him. You ask me, but who do I ask? Let's go. Let's go. Old Grandpa Li fell on the shaft of the carriage, and the coachman hurriedly held him up. Old Grandpa Li asked anxiously, He wouldn't have smashed all the Lu family's mansions in Chang'an, would he? Old Grandpa Zheng squinted and stroked his beard. He said decisively, No. Old Grandpa Li and Old Grandpa Wang became spirited at the same time, and asked in unison, Why do you think so? Old Grandpa Zheng said confidently, From Xingning Lane to Jing'an Lane, there are 2 or 3 Lu family's properties in between, but I didn't see him smash them. Old Grandpa Wang was overjoyed, and said with a hand on his chest, That's right. Amitabha, no. No. Old Grandpa Wang began to hit the ground with his walking stick again. He said angrily, This means that he came prepared. He wasn't sure where that bastard of a Lu family was hiding, but he had at least confirmed a few places. If this is the case, do you think he will find the real place in the next house? The other 2 old men heard this, and their expressions changed. Old Grandpa Zheng took a deep breath and said, This won't do. If we let him be so reckless, we will all be doomed together. Old Grandpa Li said, We have to send someone to that boy from the Lu family. No matter what, we can't let Yang Fan kill him with a knife. Old Grandpa Wang said, I have already sent someone, but if Yang Fan goes to the real place next, I'm afraid that the person I send will be behind him. Old Grandpa Li took a deep breath, and said coldly, Is there anyone else in charge in the Lu family? The steward of the Lu family sent off the 2 old grandpas respectfully, and was following behind them. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply, saying, Greetings, old Grandpa Li. Old Grandpa Li said coldly, If you don't want the Lu family to be finished, quickly go back and pack up everything. If anyone in the neighborhood hears anything, you must shut their mouths. No matter what, this matter cannot be known to the officials. Do you hear me? The steward's body trembled, and he said repeatedly, I hear you, I hear you. Old Grandpa Li waved his hand and said, Get lost. Grand Elder Li chased away the steward of the Lu residence and said to Grand Elder Zheng and Grand Elder Wang, Hurry up and mobilize all of your manpower. No matter where Yang Fan went, chase after him and suppress the chaos. Only our own people can know about this matter. We must not let it spread. Don't let the commoners and the government officials hear even the slightest bit of news." The two white-haired old men understood the severity of the situation, and hurriedly nodded. They boarded their respective carriages, and before the carriages left, orders were passed down. They had to work together, using the rich resources of the Millennium families, and all their connections to suppress the commotion caused by the chaos to the smallest extent possible, and clean up young Fan's mess.